Slightly burning and tired. Well, I hope that that eases up. So today we're going to be continuing where we left off in Timberborn. We're doing a run as the Iron Teeth. We are achievement hunting, so we did finish the achievement of leaving them homeless until we had 200 beavers. That is done, so we are now giving them homes since there's no reason to keep them homeless after that point. Um, One thing we need to do is just increase the population. I'm not going to just gun for that because it's something like 500. And if we just gun for it, everything will kind of come undone before that goes there. We need to store a bunch of mechanical power, so we're probably just going to be going to playing the game straightforward and just scaling up. I did see there's an achievement for launching 3 of the wonders at the same time, which the wonder is like the win condition for the game, which is curious. So I'm going to immediately just fast forward everything. So projects we've got going on is I am working on building a wall over here to get to this water source. You can see the TNT that I'm going to be planting there. That way I can, filter it so bad water goes out this way, good water goes out here, start doing that. We've got the project here where I'm starting to try and set up what's going to be a whole bunch of farmland and everything. I'm going to be rerouting this area here so that it goes to a straight... It goes, like, straight on through here, as opposed to, like, zigzagging. So that's another project we've got going on. We are working on, way down here, getting our efficient mine built, which is another project that's taken a while to get done, because it's very expensive. But this is the other major project that's eating up all of our gears, is the Tribute to Ingenuity. That will go and help us out. Eventually, I'm going to be moving most of this stuff out of here. I also have, like, a small project here, the Number Crunchers. Basically, we're hurting on gears real bad. I did add another factory for gears right by the end of yesterday's stream, so now I have 2 going. But it's just going to take time. But yeah, so we are going to start kind of terraforming the map more and more with the intent of trying to... The other project I've got going on is if we look in here... I do have tons of explosives marked out to start blasting this down deeper as well, to make our reservoir bigger. So we've got tons and tons of projects moving on. A lot of them are just going to take time. There's not really anything else to say about it. But once those are done, one of the next major moves is going to be working on capping off some of the bad water sources. To, again, just work on making the map not optimized, but making it so it's usable. Because, like, all this terrain over here is just dried out and useless right now. If I go and I build these canals, we could use them for mechanical force, and I could branch out the canals to different areas to give me very large areas to grow stuff and everything. Hey, DG, how's it going? One of the other projects I want to work on is getting the actual tube set up. I gotta remember, because there's a bunch of achievements here. So the achievements I have left to do is to launch 3 wonders at the same time, launch wonders as the Folktale, launch a wonder as the Iron Teeth, store 655,000 HPH in gravity batteries, build a bot, build one of every building available as the Folktales, build one of every building available as the Iron Teeth. As Folktales, build 200 hedges in one map as the Iron Teeth, build 8 hydroponic gardens stacked on top of each other. We're working on that. We've already got the stack 5 tall. Build a wonder before cycle 15 ends. Obviously, we're not making that happen. Explode 200 dynamite in the single day. Generate 2,000 horsepower using only power wheels on a single power network. Okay. Generate 10,000 horsepower using only water wheels in a single network. As Folktales, generate 10,000 horsepower using only wind turbines in a single network. As Iron Teeth, have at least 10 tubeway stations and 1,000 tubeways. As Folktales, have 1,000 maple pastries and no other food by the end of the day. Beaver Made Wilderness, plant 10,000 trees in a single playthrough. Beaver Made Forest, plant 5,000 trees in a single playthrough. No more leaks, cap all the bad water sources on the map using the dedicated building. Fix a leak, cover bad water with the thing. Iron Teeth, produce 500 planks in a single day. That's awesome. Reach 40 well-being. That's amazing. 50 well-being. That's incredible. 60 well-being. Build a building at the highest thing. Reach the maximum well-being. Smile every beavery. Have the maximum possible average well-being with a beaver population of at least 100. Reach 250 beavers, 500 beavers. Survive 50 cycles on one map. As folktales, have working refineries producing each available recipe. As folktales, have a zipline network that combined is over a full kilometer. We have attempt placing dynamite on the bottom of the map. Demolish a building and place an identical building in its place right afterwards. Make a bot after beavers go extinct. As Iron Teeth, have a beaver born after the beaver population reaches 0. As folktales, have a beaver stung by a bee. Have a beaver die while being affected by injury, contamination, hunger, and thirst at the same time. So there's a lot there. We're not going to end up doing all of those for a bunch of reasons. What's the ninja on the screen? So the ninja on the screen is our sponsor for the month, which I'm going to go ahead and put this up here, which is Opera GX. Normally I have this up here, but slow to do it because it's running late today. Basically, it's a relatively new browser and all that. Lets you set it like the maximum how much memory it's allowed to have, CPU, so you don't end up with the Chrome situation where it makes your computer run like garbage because it's eating all your RAM. And with the price of RAM nowadays, you don't want to eat all your RAM. But you got that. It's also got built-in VPN. It's got built-in ad blocker. It has Twitch integration if you want it. It has Discord integration if you want it. And it basically, if anyone clicks on the affiliate link and downloads it, that does actually give me a direct kickback and everything. Yep. You got one when they die. Well, affected everything during a mass die-off due to starvation and thirst. Yep. Alright. My plan for that one was, thanks, Brildain, I appreciate that. Can we get a shout out for Brildain, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. Has done, like, RimWorld and a whole range of other things. So definitely a good time over there with Brildain. We've done collaborative Project Zomboid with Brildain before with, Kildrix and, Snoop and Digwood and all that. So definitely good times. Actually, let me go ahead and get that since. Alright. So we got that. So playing some No Man's Sky recently for the most recent Remnant content, I assume. Good times there. But yeah, no, I was figuring for, like, the die affected by everything, is if I got a beaver injured, and I could force them to be contaminated, then I could just trap them. So, like, if they were over here, they got injured, this area gets contaminated every so often, I could attempt to deliberately cause a problem. That's what I'm not really worried about going out of my way for. Trapped and contaminated beavers? Yep. Hey, it's not my fault. The devs have literally incentivized this. The devs said if you want all your happy dopamine sounds, that you must subject the beavers to bad times. Okay, so it looks like you can knock the second height up here, and that should be okay. But when I go deeper than that, I will need to go and clean that up. One thing we'll also want to do here is I'm going to need to go to this. Don't want to dynamite too deep. Yeah, so it'll be here. So it's path of 3. That whole path are going to be blasting out of here. And actually, for that matter, because I haven't done this yet, we'll yoink that up. Demolish a building and place the exact... Okay. I wasn't actually going for that achievement, but sure. I was just going so I could yoink all the 1 deep explosives up and put the 3 deep ones down there so we can continue this trench that goes through. Which will then feed there, and then we'll need to fill this in. Because my hope is as we go and get this sorted out and improve the throughput here, this will stop flooding. If it does keep flooding, then we just build it up more until it stops. And meanwhile, they're working on the major project up here. Alright. Yeah, your lumberjack or sawmill worker got injured after walking through bad tide, etc. Wasn't planning, and is like, well, I guess it's really bad die-off. I guess one good thing happened. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, I could see where you get someone who gets injured and exposed to bad tide, and like, the moment you get that combo, wherever that, you just break the bridge that leads them home and just let the achievement happen. Right now we are working on a population reduction. We did turn on a ton of these things to bump the population up to go for one of the achievements. And now we've just turned on the things making the more beavers so that the population could gradually return to a sustainable rate. Because we do need to expand our farmland and all that. And that's actually part of what this kind of stuff up here is intended for, is to make a massive farmland over here. To be far more efficient with it. One thing we'll also do is I'm going to keep working on setting up projects to just terraform the map. Because we're just trying to slowly make this map as usable as possible. Because a lot of our achievements are around beaver population. And that's just going to be effectively leveling out a whole lot of area, making as much usable space as we possibly can. Alright. Okay, so there'll be a bunch more projects. And how are you doing? Alright, so we only need 62 more gears, and then the giant boost, like the giant thing here will boost that. And I don't know how much happiness that'll give us, or well-being, but I'm expecting it to be a pretty substantial amount. It looks like for the next couple of things that the Scratcher, we get our Scratcher in here somewhere. That potentially helped that we're having not enough beavers can utilize the Scratcher. We can probably do. Your youngest cat is a brat? I was under the impression that's just what cats are. Like, to call a cat a brat is to repeat yourself. Alright, so we got our bad water coming in here, so this whole area will get contaminated, but this, we've already got that all handled. I think I am going to go ahead and just save up our research for the Wonder. Your cat's not bred? I don't know, are you sure? Are you sure you didn't accidentally get a dog? I'm under the impression that that's just, like, that is the cat. I don't actually have that strong of an opinion about cats versus dogs. I just know in my experience, the cats I've been around have all been brats. He's very dog-like. Gotcha. So it's a very confused cat. I've had brat dogs. Oh, absolutely. No, dogs can absolutely be brats as well. I'm not saying that dogs aren't. Yep, so we're waiting for the dynamite to get planted up here. Waiting for the dynamite to get planted up here. That's fine. We're just having them slowly build this out. Which would just be yet another project. Because I'm mostly using this as a way to reach over here that's very inefficient. But then also gives me the future option of, like, zigzagging this and making it into an area with, like, lots and lots and lots of mechanical power. Which will be curious, because one of our things is using just the water wheels, give herself 10,000 horsepower or whatever. So what I might do is I might literally zigzag here, do the 10,000 horsepower of, like, one thing, tear it down, do the 10,000 horsepower of the other. And I believe it's just on one power network, so I think this can just stay here the whole time. Alright, so we're down to 41 gears, and then this thing's done, and everything else can start coming back online. Which, that's a lot. When you consider that this is 420 horsepower as one of these, getting 10,000 is a whole lot of those. Meanwhile, we're really honestly just good on the algae and mushrooms, but the achievement demands I build 8 of these on top of each other, so 6, 7, 8. Make you 3 tall. You'll be 1 tall. Staircase goes up here. And that's 2. And 1. And 2. And 3. Alright. It has a Turkish, Agora, Norwegian forest cat mix. I have no idea about any of those things. I'm not a very knowledgeable person on cats. But sounds cool. And you might be going, this looks like a very inefficient design. Yes. No further questions. Alright, so algae, mushrooms, algae. Big floofy? Gotcha. Big floofy cats can be fun. Not great for where I'm at. Big floofy cats are not the biggest fan of Florida. But big floofy cats can be fun. Alright, so we got our bad water coming in about a day. What are you working on here? Oh, what are you doing? I'm not seeing the dynamite get planted. Oh, they are working out. They're putting the extract in. So the dynamite is being used elsewhere, but in the meantime they're putting part of the materials in they need. Let's go ahead and let's increase the priority on this and that. So you start getting that out of the way to make sure we get the explosions all queued up. Alright. We still have entirely too many beavers for the amount of work we're doing. If I had more room, I'd potentially start setting up even more production. We actually probably could set more production. So for the dynamite, you just need that. So we could probably go over here real quick. And make ourselves another dynamite production building. So we can chunk that right there, and that'll work. It won't get done anytime soon, because everything is waiting on gears. But you only have 5 more gears to go, and then we finally get this thing done. It looks like we're actually running low on just regular old metal. Alright, there's the bad tide. So we get just a tiniest little spill out here. And then all the rest is shunted off the side of the map. So that if we check in here, the contamination here won't hit over a tiny bit. Now, one thing I'm still having to do manually is when that happens, I turn that to closed. So as the water, you know, it'll just kind of maintain the water. So this dam will eventually stop putting out water. And a well-being of 40. And a well-being of 41. And a well-being of 42. Do we get 43? How high do you go? It's gonna keep going up, just wait. And we got an achievement for passing 40 wellness. Yeah, so this will kind of toggle on and off versus just going solid. There's 43. And then we're going to need to go here and make these 2 deep. And then these will be given a slightly higher priority. Because basically I want to get all this cleared so we blast that whole area out. Then we have our little trench that goes straight on through. Then we'll fill in this side. There's 44. There's 45. Okay. So that helped a lot. That was +8. So we want to get through here. We want to get these other like entertainment things that require mechanical power, which is going to be a trick. We can go ahead and let's not unlock those yet. Let's stay focused on potentially starting to get the wonders going, because those are just going to take a long time. What was your path over here for? Oh, you removed the 2 blockages here, and then that's just a carryover from all this time. That's fine. Yeah, so the metal scrap is not keeping up, but part of that is this forest is just kind of taking over. So as any environmentally responsible beaver, we are just going to remove the entirety of the forest as a low priority issue. And you're too far from the district to be reached, so we'll just put that there. Yeah, so now the rest of these should go relatively quickly. Just because the number of gears not. Yeah, so this is only running at half speed now because we ran out of the, without flowing water, all of our water wheels are shut down. Which this will just pulse on and off as needed. Which is one of the big reasons why this is, I'm seeing this as a temporary solution. And then ultimately I want to make, like, my industry up here. Also want to get the underwater tubes and all that. That'll be another project to work on. And you both need 100 gears. Basically, gears is what's holding up literally everything. Alright. And that should be more power. Looks like wood is also becoming a problem. Oh, right. We already solved that. It's, we planted this giant additional forest. It just hasn't grown yet, and once it grows in, then that should supplement the wood, and that should stop being an issue. But we have to wait for that initial wood to pop in. What we could probably do is if we could find a single tile here to place a woodcutter. I change the queuing on these. Except the one here. You can prioritize hacking down that tree. And then set this whole place to be cut down. We just have a dedicated woodcutter, use that to supplement our wood supply. Because I've got 78 beavers who don't have anything to do. So, you know, we can work on that. Okay. And as far as food goes, we're doing our best to keep all that going. Right now, ultimately, the big problem is just the lack of mechanical power here, which we are technically working. Please prioritize those steam engines, keep them running. Well-being 46. I believe the next achievement's at well-being 50. Which you're making solid progress towards. And that's still having a number of homeless beavers because we're catching up from where we had that achievement. We're just building, we got a set of houses up here, I got a set of houses up here. I'll probably build a set of houses down there. Just kind of scatter houses everywhere. I don't think the game's smart enough to manage, like, where you have your houses for, like, the efficiency and wellness of your beavers. But still. Alright. So you got that done. So you should start being working on... Yeah, so they're starting to work on this up here. That's fine. That'll be our mechanical power storage just for right now. Help mitigate things a little bit. Okay. So one thing to plan is to cap you off. Start getting that queued up. Alright. That'll be another project for it. Gonna take time for them to do that. Now the real challenge here is I can't remember if they have to get down there. We'll try just doing it from above. They might have to go down into where that toxic water is. Which if we do that, we'll want to just time it to be when there's a drought. Now then work out during the drought. Okay. And you're getting close to done up here. And you've almost got that sorted. Because that'll start retaining good water. which will just force it through this way. But then ultimately the plan here is going to be going at this higher height. Let this force it up to pretty close to the maximum height. And we're just going to make a trough that kind of just zigzags back and forth as needed. And it'll just dump into this basin. But up there we'll go ahead and put all like the water wheels, all things we need for mechanical power. We'll put a bunch of the gravity weights. Slowly move our industry from down here up there. To make it just kind of this one big thing. I'll definitely want to have at least one tunnel system going up to that point. Because realistically, that's going to be a hecking hike. They'll put, you know, near one of the edges of it, we'll put the tube going off and straight down to then shoot across to drop off. I'm thinking we'll have like one tube that goes like straight down the middle here, putting a station every so often. And we'll have the tubes go at, like, the lowest base level. It's going to be a huge project as well, but we're nowhere near ready to tackle that. And they're finally getting the campfire done over there. We can also go over here. There you go. And we can pull up this road. Actually, change my mind. That line goes away. This is fine. Alright, so we got another place where people can relax by the campfire. In the meantime, let's check in the wellness. So wet fur is one they're not getting enough of. So shrub, lantern, and bell look like the next things they're not getting a whole lot of. We can go here. I'm going to try and set up another set of those. Hopefully we can get that going. So here's shrub. Lantern. The bell. Put the clock here. The beaver statue. The beaver bust. The brazier. And just to keep it going, we can just go right along this road here. And over top of that, we could go ahead and stack a bunch of roofs. Because all these give mood bonuses, so where the beavers are running back and forth, anyone running through this corridor should get the mood bonus from there. Then we got another segment of all that stuff down here, and another area with that over there. Just trying to hit a bunch of these paths that are commonly taken to try and get those well-being bonus from the decorations. Doesn't look like I'm getting enough fermented soybeans, which is looking like it's the mechanics behind it. Which isn't surprising, half the stuff isn't running right now because there's not enough power to keep it all going. Okay, cool, so I finished the second one of those. So now I need to plug in the gear that connects the whole thing. I will make that gear high priority just because it'll tie up everything else. Cool, and that's the next one. Alright, we're starting to have a large die-off from old age. That's probably the beginning of where we massively boosted our population. We're going to start seeing what our population is going to equalize down to now that we don't have a billion of those pods going to try and jump the population up. Because you can see, like, this whole list is just died of old age, 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 died of old age. Like, three screens of just died of old age and a couple born. But that's how we're bringing our population back into a manageable amount, as we just reduce the rate of reproduction by turning off some of these breeding pods. Because the Iron Teeth are dystopian as all get out. Alright, so you are no longer doing that. Just let it flow. Because this will take not too long to refill. And then when it does, it spills over here, floods this whole area until I get that sorted out. Okay, so I still have 5 homeless beavers. And as I mentioned before, what I think I'm probably going to do is I'll put another set of houses down here for future expansion intentions. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to put it up here. Okay, because that'll fix the housing so that all of our beavers have housing. And they're already making progress towards getting this up here, and that's because if we look up here, I actually have like 5 or 6 builders places. So pretty much any project they're going on, if there's the materials, they're going to be working on it simultaneously because there's just so many beavers. Because projects like this, they can only build a little bit at a time. There's ways you can speed this up. Like, if I were to go and build a bridge across here that could work on all of this, it honestly might be worth considering. Okay, so you're about to reach this spot. Alright. Yeah, because once they get that going, we set you to be mildly higher priority here. Once they get that going, they'll be able to just work, like, if there's the wood, you'll have entire groups of beavers be able to run along. Okay, this is slightly concerning. So that's filling up a lot more than I planned because it is being blocked. Because you have got the bad water here. So good water's flowing around. And that's going to keep escalating. You can go full tile higher ish before we have a serious problem. Let's give ourselves a little bit more leeway here by saying, hey, build that section, please. I'd like to build this up more. We actually can build that up more. By going here and saying, and start with that. Because a lot of that's probably going to need to happen eventually anyways. We're just buying ourselves more time. As the water picks up here, it'll dilute that contaminated water more and more. And eventually it'll be able to flow through there. Yeah, like it's going down a couple percent at a time. I don't intend this to be one giant aquifer or one giant reservoir. That's not the intended point. That's just kind of what's happening right now. And I don't mind if it spills over here. Actually, for the matter, I don't really mind if it spills over there either, but I've already started the project. You know what? We're about to have a serious problem, so, unleash the water. Because that is just about to spill over there. So I need to give it a place to dump out. And this just goes and feeds along back here. It'll just go right off the side of the map and I won't care about it. If that spills over, which it's right about to, that's contaminated water going all over this. So we just broke that for now. We can go in there and make it better later. That solves the immediate problem. Building needs water. There should be plenty of deep enough to facilitate that. So when everyone leaves this area tonight, we're going to blast this TNT here, and then rebuild that path. That'll cut that route straight through that I've been meaning to do. Alright, so water level is very slowly receding. They're putting all the explosives up there, which is fine. We got plenty of planks. Gears we're still abysmally low on. But we are starting to get a bunch of gravity batteries here. So that's good news. Because that means during the day, if we're starting to... Yeah, so we are technically consuming more power than we have. So these gravity batteries are very slowly lowering to keep that power maxed out. And then at night when no one's working, it'll slowly bring them back up. Yeah, they're getting that all chopped down in no time. And how are you doing down here? You still need 450 gears. Which is unpleasant. And they're doing a good job of getting up here. Hopefully get that thing capped off, because then that'll be all the bad water out of this area. Also give me a place where instead of having them just pump it, they should be able to just run up there and grab the bad water directly from the tap. And hey, Nate, thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you have been enjoying the stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. Right, because we have increased our... Not yet. We're going to be increasing our dynamite production. When these come online, we're going to be hitting our power production way harder, because each one of those represents 500 horsepower worth of consumption while they're operating. Which is pretty substantial. Yeah, maybe if I get this built up, I will build just a regular dam on top of this as the overflow. Oh yeah, no, if you're still thinking back to the day where we had to have the multiple districts, yeah, you can just do one big area. You don't need to have separate districts anymore. You can. There are reasons to do it. I mostly just choose not to do it anyways. Like, if I have a bunch of people I want working up here, I can make it a district. But generally speaking, I choose not to do it. And one of the ways they've kind of mitigated that issue is, like, for the Iron Teeth, we've got these underground tube, well, not underground, but we got these tubeways, so like pneumatic tubes to launch the beavers around really fast. And then for the Folktail, you got zip lines that kind of serve the same purpose of, I can have a zip line take the beavers from, like, way up here to down there really quickly. So it made it so the beavers can traverse the map way quicker. They still do run into some problems because of how long it takes them to get across the map, but not like they used to. Because the reason they used to have that district limitation was computationally pathfinding is the single most expensive thing most games do. And they were just running into problems with Timberborn where it was running into issues with you know, just the computation being so heavy. But after doing a lot of optimizing, they don't have to worry about it anymore. Thank you, Mohan Rai, for the 355 stream streak. Catch that 355 streams without missing a single one. I do appreciate it. Your population still has not dipped as much as I was anticipating it doing. Yeah, once I get both of these in here, the this route is insufficient to accommodate them. Alright. So with that, we got the TNT there. So that's going to be offline until you replace that. I'll take care of that. And I know this isn't fully finished, but this will get this part done. Alright. So that should make the flooding a little bit more manageable. Because now we've got an actual proper place for that water to go through with minimum obstructions. That does mean I got more areas I want to clear out here. So let's go up here. Then you get TNT that goes too deep. I'll give you a path to reach that. You're also going to want to go over here. And start filling that in so we have just the one route. These floodgates serve no purpose anymore. They haven't in a long time. But as you can see, we're just looking to funnel all the water very aggressively down this route. And thank you, Doom, for the 3 stream streak. I do appreciate that as well. And then once we get this all built up, this path can go away and we'll keep building this thing out. Alright, 47 wellness. 48 wellness. And a lot of that's because some of these projects up here are starting to get done, so they're getting the decoration bonuses when they're not nearby there. We also got another Scratchers, so more people are actually getting a chance to utilize that. Let's see. Entertainment as well. And putting our scratcher up here. We'll want to have a rooftop terrace over here somewhere. And I'm leaning towards satisfying the rooftop terrace requirements in kind of a silly way. Which is just putting a platform here. And then you can go right there. We'll also probably want the exercise area up here. Which will require me to yoink these trees that are all dead here anyways. Yeah, so just trying to get this stuff to boost the beavers' wellness. Because the better their wellness, the faster they move, the more they get done. And hey, Bob, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 40 stream streak. I do appreciate that as well. Yes, we're all working on all that. Just too many projects. But that's fine. They all just take time. Oh, right. You're going to need a path to reach all this, so we can go and cut this straight across. If that's straight across, those will be close enough on this end. Those will all be fine on that end. 49 well-being. When we hit 50 well-being, that is, I believe, another achievement. And the road up here is getting pretty good. This is all done and wired up. So that means my gears are probably going down here now. They are. That'll finally give us the efficient mine way down there. You know, this is getting built down here, which is why our wellness is going up so much. Okay. So we look at our wellness here. What are things we could still work on? The injury is just existence as Iron Teeth. The swimming pool. If I can find a place for a swimming pool around here somewhere, that'll be a good... That's really easy to do with our new setup. We'll put it right up here, I think, for right now. So we plunked down 2 swimming pools. And we'll plunk down 2 wet fur places. And that'll be fine for right now. Oh, we can even take this and give a shorter route here. We can boost those up because those are things that'll improve wellness. And anything that improves wellness makes the beavers go faster, so it's worth doing. You're almost done tearing down this whole forest. One thing we'll also do here is I need more metal faster, so we'll go ahead and build a second one of those. And hopefully we get this thing online soon, because we have to go over to these ruins over here. That's going to be a chore. Alright, you're getting that set up down there. Alright, that's holding out for the Wonder, but I think I'm going to go ahead and get this thing where we can cap it. We're going to make that, if they get there, the highest priority, because if I can get it from above without having to go into the water, then we can cap this thing off. And that'll be the bad water sorted there. Because there's one achievement for capping one of those, and then there's one achievement for capping them all. And there's one there, one down here, and I thought there was one more up here on the right. And there's one more there. So we've got 3 of those. And if we cap those off, then bad water just occurring all the time is a solved problem. After which the next thing would be... Again, we got our other water source. I'm actively working on reaching it to blast this, to get that under control. So that we can basically make bad water a non-mechanic as far as we're concerned. Okay. And all that's... Like, all the raw materials we're good on. It's all the cooking and mechanical power stuff that we're actually hurting on. So using this doesn't matter yet. And again, an entire screen of nothing but died of old age. And that's just because we have the pause. We shut down a bunch of them, so this population is very slowly going down. And that's because we've stopped having such an aggressive breeding program. So that way our beavers population can kind of like manage itself gradually. So no tragedy needs to strike to get things back under control. We can just kind of slowly let things correct themselves. Alright, so far as stuff going on, we need more wood, we need more planks, we need more gears, we need more metal, we need more explosives, we need more extract, we need our food to be processed. All of that is, I mean, other than wood, everything else is mechanical power. And the wood should self-correct soon when this field... It's literally 96%. So this should give us a sudden influx of way more wood, which should alleviate that issue. And they're still planting all the explosives over here. They're working on this up here. And they're putting the extract down, not the dynamite. So they're getting all that staged for blasting. Okay. And you also depend on gears. So everything's waiting on gears. I need to scale up our manufacturing stuff, but that's proving hard to do in the short term. But we'll get there. Alright, we got one of our swimming pools ready. So that should start helping things out. Because then the swimming pool percentage should come up. The detailer... I've got 2 of those. I could add a detailer up here. They're not very big. Can put a detailer there. The scratcher, there's no real room for it. I'm honestly surprised we haven't had a whole bunch of beavers with broken teeth. I'll put a thing for them up here as well. So we got a bunch of the entertainment stuff up here for the various beavers. We're working getting more. We don't really have the mechanical power up here for the back scratcher things. We're getting more of those. Gonna bump. We'll leave it alone. I want to bump that up, but I think it is correct to keep the mine as a priority, since we're fast tearing down the last of these ruins, and then it'll be without metal to the next one set up. Okay. That should help out a lot. So we should see these going up. And then the last one to put over here for entertainment is the exercise place. Because we get this built, then we got pretty much all the entertainment that doesn't require mechanical power right here. And it wouldn't be too hard to get mechanical power. I've got all of this here that's all too deep. So you can put the really big water wheels on it. That's part of why I set this up, is that becomes an option. I do think the main industry is up here, but for like just random things for entertaining the beavers, just chucking one water wheel here and just powering a building should be relatively fine. And actually, for that matter, I think I've talked myself into that. So I got the large water wheel. Yeah, because that would be around 900 horsepower. I'm going to adjust your route a little bit. Wait, that's right. I think... Yeah, no, I'll have to adjust your route just a little bit. So go like this. And that. Because then what needs to happen... Yeah. So it doesn't count from that side. So mechanical power going like that. And then what I'm going to probably do is going to yoink up all these berry bushes. It'll provide the mechanical power for all of the remaining stuff. So you can have all the rest of the entertainment stuff here to at least have it present. It won't help all the beavers down here. I just don't have a good spot to shove any of that down there yet. But as we start moving around our farmlands and all that kind of stuff to take advantage of where we've made ourselves really nice areas to work with, which this will get better here. When we go and we fill that in, you're going to see this turn to about there. Everything to the right's going to be brown. I'm going to add, like, very small, like, one sluice here, like one set of sluice here to make a little area that goes out there that just... We don't worry about water flow there. We just put just enough water to make it count for filling that whole area in. So that most of the time, all of this just goes by without really borrowing anything from it. Yeah, so now they can work on multiple of these at a time. So you're going to see them start hitting our wood supply really hard as 8 or 9 of these are getting worked on simultaneously. That should make that go way faster. And when this goes and gets blasted, that'll clear that whole area up. Getting the roofs built. Got the exercise plates built. You got a ways to go on those gears, unfortunately. Alright, so we got another bad tide coming in. Honestly, just no big deal. Because that's all set to just dump bad tide out the side, so it shouldn't go up any higher here. They've almost got the path over here. Because also, if they get the path over here, what I might even do... If you get to this point, maximum priority. Because we want to start blasting our way down to where it could reach the water source to start enclosing it to do the same type of system we've got here. Where we bring it up top, good water just gets dumped out the sides, bad water just gets shunted off the side of the map, whichever way makes the most sense, which will probably be that way. But I also want to take it pretty much as high in the air as we can get it. Like, just minus, like, 1 block or so. What have they done to you? Did you upset someone? Because there's just really not a way for me to get you out of there elegantly. So I'm kind of hoping they continue to build that up. And it's in time to save your life. Because if I destroy the block below you, it doesn't free you out. If I destroy the blocks either side of you, it doesn't get you out of there. I'd have to destroy all of this. And I hate to break it to you, Chiquille. I hate to break it to you, Chiquille. I don't think you're getting out of that alive. Can you build a platform next to it? The problem is, where it's at, there is a platform, but it's got stairs. If I remove the stairs so they can walk on it, the exit's that way. So that Beaver's really kinda hosed itself pretty well. Like, that's the only way I can free them is to destroy all 3 of these tiles here. So, I'm sorry. That Beaver's expendable enough that I'm not Oh, okay. Or I could just glitch through the wall. That works too. Okay. They just built the block and the beaver just got shoved to the side because it didn't want to shove it up. So, sure. You got rescued by the game going, I don't know how to put two physical objects in the same space. Go that way, I guess. Seems perfectly reasonable to me. Meanwhile, well, they won't happen anytime soon. I will mark those for construction. Because I have to be able to actually reach them. It might be something I just go ahead and put on the list. The problem is with this one is it's like buried way in there. Okay. And another one that's not a priority, but just if I'm not paying attention and stuff starts going that way, we can hope that they'll get that sorted out. Doing the same here. Basically just doing this that way, like, if I end up having spare supplies. Alright, so the best way for you to get over here... probably over this way. Alright. Just trying to figure out how I want to path any of these things. Alright, not that way. I think we'll ignore that staircase. We'll try not to have to go around all the trees. Okay, there's the bad tide. Because now that they can kind of go endless distance to build, it's just horrifically inefficient. It's nowhere near as big a deal to me that they do end up having to go horrifically long distances. Because as long as it's not a forever kind of situation. Okay, so in theory, they'd be able to reach this one as well, and hopefully build that. Those ones don't have any priority set versus this one does. Materials missing. 643. To be fair, I'm not actually missing the wood. They're just not getting it there in time.
Thank you LuxRay26 for subscribing for 33 months. 33 months, wow, our baby is getting old.
Thank you, Luxray, for the 33-month sub. I do really appreciate that. Tier 3 sub, going above and beyond all that. Really means a whole heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel like that, and I do hope you continue enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. Alright, that does look about right. Okay, so let's go ahead and... just gonna go right along here. And tell it to explode all of this. What is the brown water? Has that always been the game? The brown water is called bad water. It was added a year or two ago. So it's been in the game for a good while now, but it has not always been in the game. And bad water, it's bad. And water. Basically it's like radioactive water. That pretty much the idea is if your beavers get exposed to it, they become contaminated. And if you do not treat them, they die. It basically gave us more of a thing to do water management than before, because it used to be all you had to worry about is drought. So all you had to do is retain the water, and you didn't have to worry about that. With bad water, I now have to sometimes take water and go, okay, you notice I have my big reservoir, my water sources are down here. I actually have a whole lock system got up here with the sluices, that when bad water shows up, it's shorter than a drought, but it will contaminate your water supply. So I have a whole lock system to just dump it off the side of the map and get it out of here. In this area, it is being managed, but it's not... I'm working on setting up a system like this on this water source. It's just taking time to get there. But yeah, bad water is aptly named. And it has one of the best descriptors of all the things in the game. Oh, I can't get at the water supply because I put this cap on it. It's got a thing. It's like, why do we always have to clean up the humans' mess? Oh wait, because they're all dead. So build that. You're not going to be able to reach these ones yet. So what I might do here is I might do this in 2 steps. So cancel making that set go down 3. And instead we're going to go here and tell you to go down 1 to put you at the same level as the rest of that. Yes, I'm slowly trying to get access to this other water source. And then we're going to, again, like, slowly kind of build up an area around it to funnel bad water off the side of the map. And then allow us to funnel good water in a different direction. And then I'm going to use the good water for mechanical power, which I could use, like, the bad water while it's radioactive. You can do where you have, like, a trough like this and use it for mechanical power. It actually works plenty well. Okay, so you no longer need to work there. You have successfully removed all the trees. Good job. You done beaver kind proud. You beavered all the trees into non-existence. Then you're working on that area, that's fine. You got TNT to deal with over there, that's fine. But yeah, so what happens is, whenever you're in some like season other than drought, there's these bad water sources that always put out bad water. And then when you have your good water sources like this one down here, where we used to have just drought and temperate. Oh, I forgot to close my gates. That is... okay, stop pumping any water. We're gonna have a rough ride because I still got 4 days left. And it was not paying attention that I had to manage that gate manually still. Usually I don't have where I need to manually handle gates once I'm past early game, but this particular map I haven't been able to get to it too well. I didn't expect you to be able to go around. Yeah, so luckily the trees are the ones that are getting hit the hardest, and they can go for about 2 weeks without water. It's stuff like the coffee and that. Some of these plants here, they can only go about 2 days. Yeah, there's a very good chance that this goes dry before we're done. One bit of good news, because I hadn't finished deepening this whole thing, is I unintentionally gave myself a trough of water here that they could still wet their fur and everything on. Alright. Yeah, they're all working their best to get the explosives planted to get down in here. Yeah, because the underwater sources are non-destructible, as I recall, so we don't have to worry about blowing those up. Now, once we open that up, like I said, we'll start here by just closing it off. I'll put a set of sluices on this side that'll let out the clean water, just keep on the path that already exists. Otherwise, we'll just keep building it up and have sluices over here to dump out bad water and just get it off the map. Sluices are another one of the things that were added to the game. So where you have your gates from before where you could manually lower it and raise it, sluices are a similar idea, but you can add conditions to make it automatic. So like this one, if the water's contamination is over 5%, it'll close the gate. Or if the water is too shallow or the water is too deep down below, it'll close the gate. You're going to propose the beavers add iodine to their water, the way we have fluoride, but then you remembered alpha emitter juice might be a bit too nasty for that. Alpha emitter juice? I'm missing context on this, sorry. But now we can just treat them after exposure. It's fine. There's definitely no long-term consequences to being, subjected to extreme levels of radiation. There's different flavors of radiation. Gotcha, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, and we don't know what kind of radiation this is. It's just generic, radioactive. It doesn't even actually, I don't think it even specifically says radioactive. I mean, that's a radioactive symbol. But it doesn't even specifically give us details about what it is. It's just, it's bad water. It's water of not consume. Alpha radiation doesn't punch through paper bag, but is extremely nasty when it hits, i.e. do not ingest. Yeah. Right. And so they do have a treatment that you can take where you make extract from the bad water to treat the bad water. But all that's just kind of hand-wavy. It's like, you have to mess with bad water to handle bad water. So you want them to get this spot done. Because once this spot's done, I can blast that. Water's bad, okay? Yes. Fact. So everything's run dry. I've got this one spot maintaining the mangroves here. We have a little bit of this over here. I still have about a day and a half left of bad water. The poo water looking poopy? Yep. That it is. I forgot, this is one of the reasons I'm trying to move all my mechanics up here in the long run. Is right now, because of the drop to keep these running, I can't have these set to that setting. I'd have to make everything deeper, which is a project to be potential worth. That would be the alternative way of approaching this. But it does mean whenever we have a drought and all that, I have to toggle that on as my hey, you're in water conservation mode. And then when it ends, I just toggle it back off to turn back on my machinery. Okay, just 4 more dynamite to put down here. Alright. And so with that, now, I was expecting to actually be able to get down here, because I didn't realize that was a whole tile different. That does mess those plans up quite a bit. That's fine. We will just go here and say, hey, keep blasting. Let's figure it out in post. We're just going to keep blasting that farther and farther down. And you've almost reached that. All the batteries are online. You are probably getting close to having enough gears. I'm a liar. You're about a fourth of the way to have... Well, not even a fourth of the way to having all your gears. Alright, bad water is almost done. And I guess there's no point in keeping these turned off. There's no water I'm preventing from getting down here. Which we're fine so far as our food, like our water supply. I still have 4,000 water in storage. So we're more than good there. The only thing that's kind of a pain is it does mean a lot of our processed foods are going to be down because none of this machinery is kind of running. That said, we're actually doing relatively okay. That our batteries are lasting not throughout the entire day, but a good chunk of it. Because we do have a lot of stored battery power. Okay, so now that it's clean water, it stopped shunting it off the map. It's going to start filling up the reservoir, which will start filling up the entire rest of the process. And then this will keep draining the water out that side, because these are designed... These are more sluices here that they stop when the water's clean, but when the water's dirty, they just dump it out the side of the map. This will overflow a little bit and dump out this side, which will just flood the rest of the map with some bad water, but it's nice and contained away from my stuff, so I can promptly ignore it. Yeah, so I don't think we lost any crops. We got some that got pretty roughed up, but they didn't get exposed to dehydration too long. Yeah, and this is one of the other problems with the bad water. So you see the bad water got pushed in this corner. So there's very little water flow is going to be pulling this water out. Eventually it'll get cleared up, just by the fact that we're diluting it more and more. But because it's kind of shoved into that corner with the water pressure being up here and then the release being up there, it'll be very slow to clean out that corner. Alright, so 4 more dynamite and then we can start blasting this spot. And this area is not becoming a full-blown reservoir like that. This one, the plan is we're going to build it way up. And then we're just going to like build from that higher height, just kind of slowly zigzag. I'm going to put a bunch of the water wheels on one side. And then the next side, we're just going to have platform over the top of it. And we're just going to build our machinery on that. Which is going to be an obnoxious amount of platforms and all that. We won't really care what the ground looks like underneath particularly much. I mean, honestly, in this day... I could even go and use... There's, these days, you can actually use these overhangs and then combine those with the impermeable floor, and I can make a genuine aqueduct. And just have an aqueduct that goes back and forth. But it wouldn't matter because below hand, I believe you can't grow stuff below it. I can't actually remember what the rules were with that, if they actually have a idea of are you on the top or not. We can get that all sorted. Okay. So yeah, so they're flushing most of this out. These at this stage, yeah, these have closed because the water is clean enough now that we don't want it shunting out the map. So this will slowly fill up. And if the water gets down to below 5% contamination here, that'll open up and let it back into the main thoroughfare. But that's going to take a while with that. It's going to basically build up until it goes over the top of this. Hey, Sim! If we get a shout out for Simcopter1 and our fantastic content creator on the platform. I was doing some American Truck Simulator yesterday, but plays a lot of, like, simulation strategy and all that. Has also been doing, like, a lot of Stardew Valley recently. Was doing a bunch of achievement hunting in that game. Making solid progress there. Yeah, so this is where it's going to bleed out into our overflow, which is fine. All of this just kind of goes down this path and off the side of the map where we don't care about it. But we've got it blocked up here, so it won't contaminate my water. And our reservoir is almost full. Yeah, and so all our wheels are starting to kick back in, which means all of our power is going up. So, right now, these are still draining the stored gravity power. But when it hits nighttime, these wheels will keep turning, even though all my machinery turns off. So that means these will start going back up. Okay, and you were at 40%, you're down to 19% contamination. Because we are just diluting all of that a lot. Why are you trying to trap yourselves? You don't need to do that. This isn't oxygen not included. Oh, also, and explode. Kind of figured that's exactly how that's going to play out. Alright. So, I need to get down here where we can get to that last little area. And put the last of the explosives here. And then that'll open that up and we can start properly handling that. And then it'll be a matter of just kind of building that corner out as much as we can. Pretty soon we should start seeing them fill in all these dirt spots as well. Where are you going from this side? Oh, because their houses are here, it's faster for them to get to work to go around this way and then cut through versus going across that way. That's fair. They just found a shortcut to work, that's all. Okay. So I wonder how high this goes. Let's just do a little test. Hold up. Okay. Right, because this area down here is one tile above the minimum elevation. Right. That is a lot of ways to build up. That is not a minor project. I still think it's what we want to do in the long term, because I also have an achievement to build something at the highest elevation. But that'll be certainly a thing. Because ultimately the biggest step is to first start with that. I think for our purposes, we do the... well... we probably do the aqueduct style, where I'll use platforms back and forth to handle it. Because, I mean, well, the problem... so the catch-22 is, wood is very easy, very renewable. But if I use the wood stuff to fill in, it's just I have to build every single block all the way from the base layer up. Now, if I go and I build, like, the outer wall of this the whole way up, and then I go through and I use the platforms, and I do that to make, like, an aqueduct, I can start that here, and then the next row would need to be solid platform, like, solid the whole way down again. But it would mitigate a lot of that. Now, one of the things that's curious. Oh, I mean, both those are water wheels, so it probably both counts. They still get you queued up for doing entertainment things, but that's because I keep prioritizing this because I want them to be able to start this. Not that it needs to be a priority, but I want to be able to queue it up and design it. Oh, is Tomb home already? I know today was an overtime day, so she might have gotten home early. I just heard noise out, like, by the front door, so... It could also be someone, like, walking their dog or something. Yeah, she's not home yet. Okay. I'm looking at a pretty lazy dinner. We're just gonna warm up some soup and cheese. Because we got a bunch of fancy cheeses a while back. But just fancy cheese by itself is a little tough. Delicious, but a little tough. But you toss in something like crackers or soup or something, where it's at. And before anyone's like, what kind of cheese? I'm like, man, I don't remember. I went to the grocery store. Those kind of cheeses. How are you coming along? You are not really getting much... Well, I guess we were in the middle of a bad water that all this had to shut down. So yeah, I guess it makes sense that we haven't made any progress on the gears. Wait a second. We got progress on gears. I got 220 gears in storage somewhere. Why the hell aren't you getting done? Oh, you know why it's not getting done? Before I had so many builders who couldn't work on things because they're the bottleneck of going one block at a time. Now because they can work on the entire length of the wall, where we have our, like, 20 builders, they actually can do their jobs throughout the entire map. Plus, we're actually getting more dynamite, so they can work on that. So basically, we've actually improved the efficiency of being able to build things. And surprise, surprise, it's improved the efficiency of being able to build things. So, boom. Okay, I was off by 1, but that is still entirely unworkable. So the first thing I'm going to do is all of you... Well, actually, let's leave that alone for right now, because I might still want it. So what's going to happen here is we'll have a set of sluices here. And those close if the contamination goes too high. Then we build, and we build, and we build, and we build, and we build. All right. And what I'd like to do here is before we start building any of this, I want to make a trough off this side to eject the bad water off that side. So, what we could do here is I'll need to start by trying to level this all out to the same height. And so you're going to be depth 1 dynamite. Actually, I'm a liar. So 1, 2, 3. There'll be depth 3 dynamite. If I could save some labor. So you're depth 3 dynamite. You'll be depth 2 dynamite. You'll be depth 1 dynamite. And the one catch is I will need to place a dynamite where the staircases are later. And then we'll fill that in after all that's done. But that's not going to be the priority right now. Just going to keep on building over there. Because as they get this stuff done, they'll start being freed up for placing the dynamite down here. They'll be freed up for working on getting its gears, because weirdly that's not made any progress in a while, despite the fact that I apparently have 220 gears just sitting in storage. Bump that up in priority. Where are these gears? There's supposedly like this treasure trove of gears somewhere. This is the one downside about when I do it this way. It's saying there's only 48 gears in my gear storage. Oh, never mind. They've woken up. Yep. And we've got our horsepower-based research going now. Okay, Simona gave those priority. So that's good. That'll massively increase our research speed. If we start getting low on workers, I can start getting rid of our research buildings over here. Now, what that does mean is during the day, these things are going to be a massive drain of horsepower, because they're collectively, between the two of them, it is 1,000 horsepower. But that's 20 research per in-game hour versus these are 1 each. Been a while since you played, but do you think this has... You press tab to see resources overlay? Oh yeah, it does do that. Granted... Yeah, I mean, that's still way better if I zoom in. Yeah, I mean, part of it's I always stack my storage, which is very inefficient, but thanks for a reminder. Because one of those things I don't usually worry about very often. So it's just a command I forget exists. Yeah, you just keep doing your thing over there on that edge. Alright. He's got tons of projects queued up that just need time. Yeah, my thought is once they get done with this part of the, this wall over here, then we'll have more than enough workers to be working on all of our different projects, making a bit of progress everywhere. For the time being, I'm okay with that wall continuing to be worked on. And by then we'll have a bunch more gears and be able to do that. It looks like wood's in good shape, planks are in good shape. The only things we're a little bit low on is gears we're a bit low on, which is fine because all the advanced buildings have been making have been consuming large quantities of gears. One thing I am going to do just for the sake of progress, I'm going to grab all of you and rip you out. Casual mega project in the background. That's just Timberborn. Timberborn, you set up like a large scale project and be like, go forth, Beavers. Do my bidding. And then meanwhile, this is definitely a game that early game you have to kind of micro a lot of stuff, like managing floodgates and all that. But once you get things kind of automated and you get past like where the game escalates, you can get to the point where like, you know, what are you doing? Just like set up a project, let the game run. I ought to put water storage and a pump up here too. Because that'll help a little bit with pathing. You'll be high priority workplace, but that I'm not getting queue up as a priority. They'll just be, if you got the time, you know, do your thing. Alright. And then the last stuff of this would be for the wind tunnel, the motivitarium, and the mud bath. We'll want to set those up down here, but I'm going to wait on that because I'm going to be pushing since we got the extra research coming out here. I want to push until we get the 20k for the Wonder, because then I'll find some place I'm going to queue up 3 instances of the Wonder as a low priority, and just let them slowly work on those as they find them having extra capacity. Because one of the achievements is to do 3 Wonders at the same time. To launch them all at the same time. But we'll leave them low priority so all our other tasks get worked on, and they just kind of, whatever overflow gets put over there. Alright, drought is approaching. So the only thing I'll need to do when the drought actually gets here is we go to this set of sluices, and I turn on the close when above downstream depth is 0.6. So basically what'll happen is 0.6 is what it takes to go, I think it's 0.8 is what it takes to go over the dams here at the end. So I have that set to stop right before it would go over the dam's amount, so that the water just sits here, and as the evaporation and consumption of water slowly chips away at it, it'll just kind of like spurt a little bit more water down there, spurt a little bit more water down there, and it'll just be a slow bleed down to the reservoir as opposed to, you know, right now it's just send it. Okay. And with how many of them are getting over, they're actually building at a watchable speed versus before. The TNT's coming along. How about you? Still no gears getting down there, but it'll be the moment they get on task. Let's go ahead and set this to be a higher priority task now. Because it'll be just shipping the gears, so they shouldn't be diverting that many beavers down there all at once. Like, we'll have one wave of beavers go down there to drop off the first set of gears. But then it should be just like a trickle of a beaver or two here and there to move the gears as they're made until it's ready to be built. And then we'll have another opportunity for people to get into lots of accidents mining iron. Which is good, because you are just about tapped. Yeah, none of those are done yet, which isn't too shocking. And I could queue up even more builders, but I kind of don't want to. I've already got 5 buildings doing builders, so that's 20 builders running around there. Actually, I think, yeah, so I've had like 20 dedicated builders, not counting the extra 4 we get here. I could certainly add more. I'm talking myself into it, it's fine. Because ultimately we'll put high priority on construction, low priority on actually working it. So it's only when we have an overflow of people. Yeah, that's the thing. If I can find work for them, that's great. Okay, yeah, so all the gears got loaded into this place. So it's officially over halfway done gear-wise. Yeah, so during the day, it slowly recharges. We're right up to 13k research. We're also still waiting because the population is still settling down. As I did mention before, we did yesterday explode the population yesterday for purposes of achievement. And I turned off a lot of things as making more beavers so we can kind of like balance it out. That I do want to have some extra beavers so I can grow and adapt. But it'd be one of those things that once I start running up there. Let's see, you got the 200 homeless achievement, right? Yes. So we have built houses for everyone. So now it's a matter of like building stuff up, launching the Wonder, getting bots online, you know, a bunch of these other things, capping off the bad water supplies. We've got all those kind of achievements to knock out still. Alright, making progress. Yeah, no, the big thing is, like, achievement hunting tends to be one of those things that can be a little rough for streaming. There are some achievements that can be, like, very entertaining, very challenging and all that. And then there's our achievements that's just, like, RNG or just, you know, kind of wait. That can be very, very rough for streaming. But I didn't really have another plan of what I wanted to do today for stream, so I was like, yeah, Timberborn's good. If we want later on, we could always put it up for a poll. It's just we kind of got past the wave of all the releases happening at the same time and all the updates happening at the same time. There has been more releases and updates since then. Alright, so lock you into conservation mode. But not as much that I would say really fits the channel. Like, I know a lot of people have been excited for Mugenics, and it looks like it's probably a good game. But to me, it's just like, I don't know, that one doesn't really fit what I'm looking to do here and all that. It's a very ick game, which is fine. Binding of Isaac was the same thing. I loved Binding of Isaac, but like, you know, it's a very gross game. Like, really disgusting game. Yeah, no, it's morbid, but it's fun. So absolutely fantastic game, but not really a fit for the kind of stuff I tend to do here. So I kind of decided to pass. And then plus, to be honest, I'm not a big fan of like the card-based like roguelite style. I don't really like the card-based stuff. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't know. There's just something about where like you get the cards and all that that's like, oh, okay, whatever. Sure. So it seems like it's just kind of not a game for me. Again, I enjoyed Binding of Isaac a lot. But like the Mugenic ones, I'm like, yeah. It looks good. It looks well made. Okay, cool. So we got that whole wall done. So now they won't get stuck on that project. Hey, Digwood! Thank you so much for the raid. I do really appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. I believe I saw... Were you playing RimWorld today, if I remember correctly? Or was that yesterday? Show us your beavers. We do have beavers. We have almost 200 of them. They're running around everywhere. That one's wildly dehydrated. Yeah, playing some RimWorld and all that stuff. It's going good. We're just doing here one second, trying to delay the ad break as long as I can. You had, and you were. Yep. What do you mean by card-based Mugenics? From my understanding, as someone who hasn't played it, a lot of the presentation of how you get your like roguelike things, like the randomized stuff, is it presents it almost like in... Just the way it presents it, all that, like, it kind of feels like you get a card, like, you choose between your cards, and you're like, oh, that's the one we get. I understand I'm probably getting this wrong, because I haven't played the game, but it was one of those games that, like, for me, is like, this isn't grab my attention. Like, I understand it's a very popular game, like, nothing wrong with it, but it's just kind of one of those things that, I don't know. I would need to look into the game more, and I've been disincentivized to looking into the game more. But I heard a number of people who brought up, it's like, oh yeah, it's using the card-based system. It's like, oh, okay. And again, there's nothing wrong with it, it's just not my preference. But admittedly, I haven't looked into the game super far either. Because it just, you know, from me on the content creator's perspective, the vibe of it definitely doesn't align with my channel, so it's just like, alright. I'm just not gonna worry about it. There's enough games that are coming out, I don't need to pick it up. Not actively avoiding it or anything, just... so many games. And honestly, these days, if I can't stream it, I probably don't have time for it. Okay, TNT. Like, very, very really off-stream, I don't get to play nearly as much games anymore because so busy. Speaking of card-based roguelites, did you see early access trailer to that? I didn't watch the trailer, it did say it come out. As I kind of said, like, the card-based roguelites kind of just don't bring me joy. So I saw that, like, they did in the trailer, and I was like, oh, that's cool for people who like that, and just kind of completely ignored it. Yeah, so I do enjoy, like, the difficulty of the games and all that, but, it's just I don't have time outside streaming for a lot of gameplay. Most of the games I play off-stream these days, for the most part, are games like Timberborn, where I can kind of set it up and just let it run while I work on other stuff. Because, like, a game that I have to actually properly focus on off-stream, I unfortunately just don't have the time for. It's kind of the same problem for, like, people who have, you know, other responsibilities that take up their time. Like, they've got a job that takes up a lot of their time, or they got kids or whatever it is. You know, finding that time that you could, like, properly focus on a game is rather limited. Okay, so once the beavers are in sleep, sleep well, beavers. Just ignore the dynamite. It's tough. It's like one of the things, I used to play and do the 40 out of 40 challenges with Path of Exile like every league before I started getting into content creation. I don't have the time to play Path of Exile anymore. Like, just even at all. Because Path of Exile, as well as games, you kind of either play it or you don't. Like, there's no trying to, like, casually play Path of Exile. It's just an exercise in frustration, because you can't get the things you want done. And so you just kind of get frustrated with it. Alright, so that's all coming along. They're starting to get all the TNT set up here to deepening the reservoir so it holds more water. How's this going? Alright, so you're about 3/4 the way through getting all your gears, and then we'll have, like, a never-ending metal supply, which is good, because this is down to its last limb. We got probably 200 more metal in there before it's done. The scrap metal, not the finished metal. And they're getting all their TNT planted. Yeah, like I've said, I've been trying to be like, hey, like, I'm not disparaging on the game. I don't think it's bad, or I think it's probably an excellent game. It's just a game I kind of went, you know what, I just don't have time. But again, it's the same thing with, like, Slay the Spire. Like, Slay the Spire is a game, like, I liked the idea of it, but by the time I got to Slay the Spire, I was kind of burned out, and, like, again, where you're playing a roguelite and it presents your, like, 2-3 cards and you choose your card or whatever. Even though mechanically it works the exact same as so many other things, I don't know, I just don't like it as much. Like, that presentation. And so, to this day, I've played a little bit of Slay the Spire, because I did buy the first one. I just never got into it, because, I don't know, I just got off-put by that. Which I understand it's a great game and all that. But, I don't know, I don't care for that. Which is funny, because I like Balatro, but that's because, like, it's not like you're presented those 3 cards and you choose between them kind of thing. It's literally a card game. Like, it's literally poker, but the actual upgrades and all that are, like, you get your jokers and all that, and it's not, you get presented with your 3 and you grab the 1 kind of thing. Like, and I don't even mind having to choose between stuff. That's not even the issue either. It's just the physical presentation of those as cards. For some reason, I don't know. I think for me it's because of how common it became. That was just the way so many games chose to present it the exact same way. That I kind of got tired of it. It became stale. Let's see. Nah, it's valid. You never got into the Shimi, Sashimi or Horizon due to the sheer number of icons on the map, just turning you away, even if the content was different. Yeah. Well, yeah, no, you could definitely have that kind of thing where you're playing a game and it's just like information overload. Where you're just like, I don't even care about half this information right now. I'm just being bombarded with it. Yeah, no, there's plenty of reasons to get pushed away from a game that, like, you can stop and look at it subjectively or objectively and go, this shouldn't matter. But also, subjectively, it kind of does. Like, subjectively, I'm not liking it. Objectively, I shouldn't care. But I do. And if there was, like, a shortage of games out there to play, you know, that'd be unfortunate. You know, you'd be stuck dealing with something even if you're just not really jiving with it. But luckily, we got over 24,000 games released on Steam alone last year, so if there's anything we are lacking, if there's anything we're not lacking, we are not lacking choice. There is absolutely zero shortage of games out there to play. It's one of the reasons why when a game comes out and, like, you know, they're doing something that I am, like, morally opposed to kind of thing. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So, like, a game comes out and you find out the devs are, like, absolute scumbags. Or, like, they're nickel and diming people with, like, microtransactions and pay-to-win mechanics. Or, you know, they're just, like, just generative AI all over the place, like that kind of thing. You'd be like, alright, no problem, I just won't buy it. I got 19,999 other games over here just sitting here I can check out. Sure, let's be fast. Let's be fair, like, more than half of them are hot garbage. But that still leaves me with over 10,000 games, and if we even slice it down to just the genres I'm interested in at the time, I still probably have several hundred games releasing every year. You came for the Dwarf Fortress guy, Blind Stream? Yeah, Blind RL is fine. Fantastic. He's a fellow member of the stream team I'm on. He definitely said last year was a terrible year for the world, but just a killer year for gamers. Oh yeah, no, last couple years have been great if you're a gamer. It's one of the reasons I always kind of, like, I'm shocked when you pop on, like, Reddit or something, and people are like, oh, no good games come out anymore. And you're going, what are you looking for? Because the number of games coming out is absolutely absurd. Oh, I'm sorry. I understand. You literally exclusively play Call of Duty, and you didn't like the latest one. Then yes, no good games came out the past year, if that is our definition of a good game. I don't agree with it. I don't actually have a strong opinion one way or the other. I liked the Call of Duties back in the day, but I don't know. After playing what felt like the same game for the 1000th time, I kind of got tired of it. But, like, when someone's like, no good games come out anymore, I'm like, where are you hiding? What is your... How are you weighing what a good game is? Because I am genuinely curious. Because you've got, like, if you're into retro games, we got tons of those. You want lifelike graphics, you got tons of those. You want puzzlers, we're good. You want strategy, you want slice of life, you want city builder. You can get to some genres that are a bit underserved. Like, I would say there has been some real-time strategy games that have come out in the past couple years, and some good ones. But I would definitely say that's a genre that's particularly underserved right now. That it's kind of gotten eroded on what people look for it, because you've got, like, for the competitive side, MOBA's kind of really taken there. When you look at, like, the far more strategic side, I would say the more modern grand strategy games have kind of hit the itch that RTS did on the strategy side, while not being necessarily turn-based like they used to almost have to be for that. So it feels like what happened with RTS is it kind of got split up into like 4 or 5 different genres, kind of grabbed different things that RTS did exceptionally well, and so sort of split that audience between other subgenres or similar genres. So like just going pure back to, you know, Warcraft, StarCraft style RTS you're not seeing a lot of. Alright, so that did eventually run dry. It was a very long drought. But we still got 2 days left. I don't think I need to turn that off. Let's see, Battlefield and successor offshoots are better than COD. Well, I mean, we could just have replaced everything I just said about Call of Duty with Battlefield, and I still feel that's true, that, you know, I used to play Battlefield, but after like the 5th or 6th iteration, I was kind of like, you know what? I'm pretty tired of Battlefield. Not that it's a bad game, but you'd have the game and it'd be the exact same game as the previous one with a different story, which if you're into the story and you're engaged in that, cool. The story, like, there was 1 or 2 of them that had good stories, for my opinion, and there's a bunch of them that were just kind of like, I'm not that invested in the story, it's fine. Like, it's a serviceable story. But whatever. But, like, it'd be like, okay, it's the same game as the other one. Alright, but now you can use a drone. Okay, it's the same game as this one, but now you can do mild amounts of parkour. Which is cool if that's your thing, but for me, I want more different. It's one of the reasons I like so many indie games, like Timberborn. We've had how many survival city builders over the years? Your Banished, your Farthest Frontier, all these ones that they've had kind of the same general flow. Now, granted, like Farthest Frontier, they definitely did a lot of advancements when it came to like crop rotations and the farming and all that. And, you know, being able to do some terraforming there. But like Timberborn is a truly unique experience, and thanks to Timberborn, we have Whiskerwood that's coming up. And this is another game that, while in the same genre, is completely different animal than what came before it. Whereas not even strictly like Call of Duty and Battlefield, but kind of in that whole vein of like World War I, World War II, Modern War, a lot of those first-person shooters, a lot of them can feel very, very samey to me. Where it's like, okay, this one's a little bit better with the enemy AI, or okay, this one's better with the destructible environments. Okay, this one's got more of a focus on your armor, like your tanks and all that. And there's definitely room for them to differentiate themselves and all that for those into those genres. But for me, like, I used to play a ton of first-person shooters when I was younger. But even around, like... It's probably around, like, late high school, early college that I was still playing a bunch of them because a bunch of my friends are playing and that's just what we played together. But with, like, the advent of things like World of Warcraft and all that, I kind of found myself going more and more in that direction and less in the first-person shooters. Being able to get access to more simulation games like your flight sims and all that, I started leaning more into the flight sim side of things and less in the other stuff. Alright, so this, we can go ahead and open those up because there's no water anyways. That'll automatically start filling that in. We've got the water going through there. The Beaver's just getting the Beaver things done. Oh, we've hit our 20k, so we can now go here and unlock the win condition for the game. Now, there is an achievement called Overachiever that I do want to get. And the way you get Overachiever is you build 3 wonders and launch them all at the same time. So you don't just win the game. You win the game like 3 times over. So we're going to remove the trees as a high priority. And right now you are a low priority. So basically, I'm going to get a bunch of these set up here. We're going to low priority them, and then when people just have a surplus of materials, they'll just dump them here. So anytime I'm sitting here and there's just a bunch of gears or whatever that aren't allocated for other things, they'll dump them here. But we want them to be a low priority. So I was going to put all 3 right there. Alright, hold up. Change of plans. I am doing the thing I said I was going to do. I'm going to start trying... I'm going to play some a little bit more strategic, because I forgot they give, like, a huge bonus to a lot of things. Alright. So put one of you, as the whole game hitches and hangs as I move around like this. One of you can go up here. Again, low priority. Where can I fit one around here? I kind of want to put up here or whatever, but I know I'm going to want to flatten that anyways. It's fine. It's for achievement purposes. We can always deal with this later. And again, lower you. Oh, not the workplace. Oh, interesting. The workplace is another thing. Lower priority here. So needless to say, that is an obscene amount of materials. But now we have effectively a material dump when we're not busy with other things. So for that, I am going to need to scale up metal production, gear production, and our fancy wood production. Now the fancy wood production, we're not actually using it for very much, so that's probably not going to be that big of a bottleneck. Whereas the metal and the gears are going to be especially a pain. Which this whole area is being intended to be for mechanical power. And you're filling in the dirt down here, finally, to slowly get this all sorted out. And you're almost out of metal over here anyway, so we can get rid of that path when that happens. And we've got this queued up for building a bunch of stuff up here, too. It is interesting to me, the mention that these can go down here. Alright, so our population is starting to get a bit low. So let's turn 2 of these on. Start having that balance out to see where it actually lands. Okay. And we're using all the dirt, we're using all the extract. You got about 100 more gears to go. Oh good, they're actually getting this done. Yeah, so we're getting our first bad water closed. They finally got to it. And I got queued up to reach this bad water and close it up, and then the other ones. Alright, and let's see, is Tomb home yet? Not yet. Yeah, so they're just getting the gears as fast as they can. So we definitely have to increase the throughput of our gears and all that, which we've known that for a while. We can move some of this farmland, I could potentially take advantage. It'd be another thing I can actually do with this. My intention is, I still think I want to set this up for wellness, but we could certainly take advantage of more of this, like once I dynamite that, clear some of this out. You know, clear some of this out here, put mechanical power on the other side of the water too. Use this to expand production for now, with the intent that later on we would deal with it in other places. Because I'm not really hurting for food. Nor am I hurting for just like regular wood. I just need mechanical production. So you can let them keep working on their projects over there. They got that built up higher. So with that built up higher, I should be able to go here, Put levees. And put dams over the top of it. That way, this is all the same height, but this is dams, so all the water will spill out here if it gets too high. That means I won't have to manually manage that anymore. Okay, and with what you got going on here, no longer need this road. Or this one. Or that one. And go over here. They'll make your mechanical power accessible to both sides of the river. And then on this side, we're going to plan to massively increase the amount of gear production we got here. Let's go big. Let's just go big. There'll be 3 and 3 of those. Then the other thing I'll end up needing is the smelter. I'll add 2 of those up here. Okay, and that's all filled in. So then the next move is going to be add some storage up here for those to reduce the amount of pathing. So go here. I'll finally unlock the large warehouse, which I haven't done this whole time. Start with the large industrial stockpiles. So you would be for wood. You would be for the planks. You'd be for the loose metal. You'd be for the processed metal. And you'd be for gears. And I'll just set you for gears as well. Alright. So with that, I'm going to have a big area here for all of this. And you're now delivering 1,200 horsepower. 2,400 horsepower. Let's go over here until you just get all of that built. And then we can go down here and start getting our entertainment things unlocked. Because all these require horsepower. We'll unlock you as well, even though we haven't needed it the entire time. I'll put a set of 3 of those, just in case anyone ever gets contaminated. Because one of the achievements is to build all the buildings. Alright, so with that, put a scratching post there. There's your entertainment here. There's this. That gives me room to add a couple more things if I want to. Oh, you get in at the 2nd floor. That's fair. I can go here. Do this. Alright, then you need that power to get a little bit farther over, because I did notice it wasn't really available there. Okay. So I'm probably also going to need dedicated haulers here. Let's go get that queued up as well. We'll put a hauling post or two up here. And just like before, high priority construction, low priority to work at it. Okay. Now officially crossed the point where I need to have more of these on. We do have spare jobs and not enough workers for them, so we got those 4 turned on. We're going to let that settle. But yeah, so plan here is, as you can see, we're just massively increasing our production of gears and metal, which should help a great deal. I can also check while we're doing all this. Yeah, I can make this work. Even though I probably don't need it. We're going to add the treated wood stuff here. Means I'm going to use, instead of gear, you can hold the plant resin. And you can put another one of these here. And you'll be for the fancy wood. Alright, so basically we're adding a bunch of production for all those. These things, as you can see, they're going to be producing about 3,600 horsepower when the water's flowing. They won't do anything when the water stops, but that's what we're going to do for right now while the other projects are going on. And all this is... Honestly, let's go ahead and jump that up to high priority. And then your medium priority. And let them get all that online, because that'll massively increase our productivity. We'd want to get food stuff in here as well, which would be a good thing to do. But I'm not going to worry about that yet. Because I'm noticing the canola oil is low. Oh, actually, soybeans themselves are low. Okay, so we actually have something I do need to expand my farms for. Which is one of the big purposes of this area up here was to give us more farmland. So let's go over here and let's yoink up all of this now. Pull it back to here. I'll put down 2 more farms. Set you to harvest. And then we can go over here. It said soybeans are low. We can get that going. Hey, Chunky and Funky, thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. Give me 1 second, just double checking. Making sure... I'm trying to watch when my wife gets home, so I run downstairs and all that stuff. But I hope you had yourself a good stream. We get a shout out for Chunky and Funky. But what were you playing today? How'd it go and all that good stuff? So we've got the soybeans. The rest of the food seems to be fine. So let's just go hard on the soybeans. Because eventually I'll need more of all these things. So I can go and do that. And you can reach all the way down here. And that'll be good. Grimshire, gotcha. Yeah. Grimshire, which is the slice of life, like, Stardew Valley one, but, you know, everything's grim and people die of starvation. Which I've heard good things about, for the record. It's Stardew Valley, except, you know, full of sadness and pain. Yeah, so check out Chunky and Funky, another fantastic content creator on the platform, someone I highly recommend checking out. Definitely worth checking out. I'm suddenly realizing one big flaw in my plan up there. You need to be at top priority. Because we're about to run out of metal. But definitely go check them out. Playing some Grimshire recently. So if you're looking for that kind of content, you can find it over there. You are getting dropped to just high-ish priority. Because I need to get this gears done. Yeah, so you're all high-ish priority. And the other stuff's top priority. Yeah, so we should be producing substantially more gears. And substantially more planks. We've got storage right here. Yeah, and those ones, they don't have the workers available. But we'll get to it when we can. And then we'll get all the entertainment stuff and all that built. Cover one bad water source in the map using the dedicated building. Get wrecked bad water. Yeah, so I could turn on and off the flow. Because for the moment, we are pumping that bad water and using it. But that at least gives me the option to toggle it on and off as I need bad water. You seem to have a lot more deaths than bursts? Yes. Because we did start managing the population by toning down the number of bursts because we were way, way ahead. And I am slowly bringing it back into the area. It's going to take a while for it to balance out, so our population is going to probably... It'll probably land about where it is now, give or take like 5 or 10. But it should ramp up to go up another like 50 once those breeding pods get all settled in. Yeah, so it's been a hot minute. So we're going to be short on workers for a little while. Now granted, with one thing... They're about to finish pulling up the very last of that metal. I also have it where my builders are one of the things that absorbs the most of those losses. If we look at our builders, they're all as a lower priority. So even looking at this, they're all still working. My haulers here, they've lost a bunch of the workers. Because they're another one I've got set to absorb extra workers kind of thing. So between those, I've got like 30, 40 people who, when I'm short on people, those are kind of luxury jobs in a lot of ways that make things run smoother but are not necessary. So we're getting all of this built. You only need... You're basically getting done, because the speed I'm producing gears now is pretty substantial. So it should be a thing that we can start getting working on our wonders. The big problem I'm going to run into with the wonders now is getting this scrap metal in at a high enough speed to facilitate making it. Alright, drought approaching, and the other problem is this all shuts down anytime we get a drought or a bad water, unfortunately. Because it's just purely on water wheels. But that is what it is. We did a rush hack job to get this up and running, and a rushed hack job is rushed and a hack job. And it's built. Okay. So that'll be a thing that'll use a bunch of extract and whatnot. And then the moment that got done, those got built because the gears got freed up. So one thing that's probably going to happen is I'm probably going to have to hold off on these last two gears here for a minute, or the bars there, so that way they can kind of wiggle through and get that all built. And then I'll have to fill in the last two, but that's fine. So I'm going to work and get all this entertainment stuff built. Tomb should be getting home soon. Alright. And it's good that they got done, because that's the last 11 metal here. So we got done just in time to not slow everything down. So we've got you going in full production. This is about to really blow up. But now we're just kind of stuck waiting for other stuff there. Yep, and you're waiting for mechanical power. So please build these 3 segments of gearing. We've also got a bunch more research done. At this stage, unlock it if it's there. Right, and at some point I should actually get the bots going. Okay. Because the bots can be very useful. Yeah, you can reach it. The bots can be very useful to get work done. And they don't have to feed them and all those kind of things. So it's a convenience thing there. Yeah, so you've got that. That project's still sitting there waiting to get done. That's fine. Okay, and with that, we can go ahead and queue those back up. Those will be just the regular up priority. Okay, and you two officially do not have anything left here to do, so you're no longer needed up there. Alright. How goes setting up the bombs in here, by the way? Slow progress. Yeah, so food's in great shape. We could certainly use more eggplant, which that looks like we need more of the buildings to process it. But yeah, the plan is going to be to get water wheels like this up here once that's all done. But honestly, right now, with the way we got this production set up here... Okay, drought started. So do this. You can actually tell it to only let the water through at an even lower height. To try and mitigate that. So cut off the water there. Now this is all fresh water down here. I'm going to open that back up and just let it spew forth bad water. So I can refill that. It's interesting that during a drought, once I put the cap on it, that still works. I don't think it's intended to work that way. Alright, well, one thing we could potentially do here is let's go here. Put a line of dynamite there. And if you can reach it, a line of dynamite here. Then we go to you. Make those a levee. And potentially that may dump the bad water straight on down to this spot. Which then I could potentially go over here. Let's make those dams just in case I accidentally overfill it. Because then what we could potentially do here is blast this whole thing. I'm hoping they can reach that. And potentially open that, fill this area to keep those running. Because I was under the impression you were able to extract directly from that thing. Meanwhile, you can go to you, unlock the grease factory. Unlock the fluid pump, unlock the depth gauge. I get the deep mechanical thing unlocked here. Because pretty soon I'm going to have no reason to do any science anymore whatsoever. Because I'll have unlocked everything. Alright, so I'm guessing they can't reach up that high, which is unfortunate, but understandable. So I'm going to go ahead and clear those out. Alright, so yeah, so I'm going to want to be able to close that off. So I could open that at will to, like, refill that thing if needed. I could shut it off when we're in situations like this where we're in the middle of a drought. And you're slowly draining this thing. And you're still working on it. Okay. And meanwhile, I've got all the entertainment stuff is just about built down here. And it's just there's not really enough water flow to do anything yet. Okay. Because then what I could probably do is leave that thing opened most of the time, just keep that going. And then when it's a drought or whatever, I could turn it off to not kill the plants over on this edge or whatever. Okay. Because yeah, what should happen is once I'm past this drought, we'll potentially be looking at being able to push our way up past 50 well-being, because I've got 3 more sources of well-being there that should give me a couple of points each. Is this making any progress? Not really. That's fine. The classic, I got too many projects. Not enough time. You're waiting on gears as well. But we're not short on water, we're not short on food, we're not short on any needs. Like, our beavers are very well taken care of. It's just a matter of we're working on our projects, and they all just take time. And we're getting little bits of power out of that from the little trickle here. Not enough to keep them running. Unlike this, which is running constantly the whole time. That said, it is running out of power because of these research buildings. They consume a lot of stuff. I'm honestly going to get rid of one of those research buildings now. To just reduce its overall consumption of things. We can go ahead and tell them to collect that all up. But that way it's reducing 500 less horsepower at a time to give this a chance to catch back up, so we can keep the materials like the gears and all that moving. Yeah, and the reservoir's still doing just fine. We've only gone down a couple, like 2 tiles so far, and there's a lot more of it left. And you've already ridden out, I think, 4 days, 5 days of the drought. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? You're getting the sudden urge to play Timberborn? What are the odds? That said, I'm pretty sure that just takes into consideration whatever I'm playing. I'm doing pretty good. Just working on some achievements in Timberborn and all that kind of good stuff. Making good progress there. Is Tomb home yet? He should be home soon. Yeah, so I've got all those set up. I am going to turn all of them back on. I know that it is going to eventually become a problem. We'll be back to like the 250 or whatever beavers that comes up. But it should be a slow ramp up. But right now, I'm actually getting too few beavers to keep the work I want done. So we do want to kind of work on that. So get all that going so we can keep our bad water stockpiling. I still find it fascinating that with this, even during drought, I can keep the bad water flowing. Because it's like, alright, why can't I cap this on, like, a regular water source and force it to produce forever? Obviously, mechanically, I don't think this is intended to be this way. Alright, so for right now, we'll go ahead and close it again. You filled up this little reservoir of bad water. And they're getting all their explosives in place to making our reservoir even bigger. So that as our population grows, we can keep things going for longer and longer during drought. And another thing we could do here to help out, pull up those trees when you have a chance. Because what I'll do is I'll queue up to put the much larger storage here for the bad water. And it won't prioritize getting it done. But it is just there, so should there be the availability, they can go ahead and get the really big container for bad water. So I don't have to baby this nearly as much. We got a bit of everything over here. Definitely need more extract. We are using a lot of it now. Which that might just be another thing I have to do, is invest in getting a couple centrifuges going. Alright. So with that, let's turn you back to normal. Because this will start filling up on its own. And right now there's not much force behind this, because the water's not very deep yet. But as this all churns away, it will slowly start building up more and more. Okay, they're starting to ramp up. And it'll get up to somewhere around 1,200 horsepower per wheel. Alright, and it's now producing more than the network needs. Alright, and so with that, I feel comfortable opening you again. We can keep the bad water supply available. As Iron Teeth build 8 hydroponic farms on top of each other. So we got the achievement for building the Tower of Hydroponic. Is it efficient? No. I mean, I guess it's efficient on footprint. Is it efficient on literally any other metric you can imagine? Nope. No, not at all. So meanwhile, if we check out what they're working on projects-wise, so they're putting down the dynamite. They should start working on this up here. It's the Tower of Flowers. If by flowers, you mean mushrooms and algae. Because that's what that tower is. Mushrooms and algae the whole way down. Alright, so they're working on getting the next one of these capped off. That's fine. They're also working on getting this one capped off. That's fine. We're just running around and working on all the different projects, as you do. We're kind of going a bit slow right now just because a lot of these don't have workers on them anymore. That's the reason I turned on more of those pods. So we have a lot less people hauling stuff and a lot less people building stuff. And so we want to get that resolved. Alright, so we got 600 here to unlock. But yeah, so we're down to just grabbing a couple things here. A bunch of things there, if we're being honest. And that. And there'll be all the research done. And honestly, for that matter, that means I can go here and say, hey, these basic research buildings, you are now the absolute lowest priority. We've got a mechanical automatic research. It could just do the job. It's fine. So that freed up a couple of beavers to work on our things. Alright, so this set of projects is done now. So we're just working on a bunch of these outstanding projects that got way out here that have been left undone. Because yeah, once they cap those two off, that'll be another achievement done. The wonders are the ones that are just going to be a real big time sink. There's no real working around the fact that that just takes time. Alright, Tomb's saying she's just now leaving work. Okay, so the downsides, we're definitely seeing that extract is falling behind. So I'm going to go and need some extract production up here. So let's go ahead and yoink these plants over here. We can make room for some more extract production. Which is unfortunate because you are nowhere near where I'm getting that bad water. But that sounds like the hauler's problem, not a me problem. But then we can go into this side. You can put the extract storage right there. Because now it'll get used by this. Okay, so we're yoinking all that coffee. Because I've got plenty of the finished product. So the beans aren't really as needed. So I'm going to need a centrifuge for handling that. I plan to have 2 of those as well. Prioritize their construction and your construction. So that should get me more extract happening. Even though it, again, is not going to be convenient at all, because the bad water's nowhere nearby. We'll prioritize you and set you to bad water. Because right now, you're producing over 1,000 extra horsepower than this area needs to function. So I don't really need another water wheel right now. And how are you doing down here? Digging into that home stretch down there. You're getting to the home stretch down here. Ooh, actually, apparently you don't need any of this stuff here. Alright, hold up. These are apparently entirely unnecessary. Because none of that is built. Yet that already does have materials dropped on it. That one they will have to get down to it, I think. Yeah, you'll have to get down to that one. That's fine. No explosives there. No explosives here. I think all the explosives are being allocated up here right now. Yeah, they're making good progress. Okay, so we got the centrifuge. It's going to have to start hiking some pretty big distances to get the materials. We'll prioritize the bad water there for the haulers to keep this running. Actually, no, we won't. Alright, centrifuge is online. That'll help with that, which will also help with the explosives, because I'll get that up here as well. Metal's doing okay. Gears are being consumed in bulk. Alright. Yeah, so nothing's getting to those. That's just going to be a matter of our beaver population recovering, which you've already got the pods. There's just a delay because basically you'll have a bunch of the adults will start dying off in old age, and there'll be this gap before the wave of like newborns shows up. Offset the population. We got to be getting pretty close to the bottom of how much it's going to drop, though. I'm also trying to do is figure out which of those will be the last one. Okay. Alright, so I've got all that built. I'm probably going to need more tree cutting at this point. We expanded this already. Now, I could get this improved. If we can get this blasted here and get this whole area flattened out to be the same height, that should give me a lot more just tree growable space. That's actually what I'm doing on both sides, is starting to lower this elevation. When we get that all done, we can level that out and get a bunch more tree space there. The other option is I put a line of dynamite here, we put a sluice here, and just like let water get back here and make this into more irritable land over there. Arable land, whatever. Alright, so you're getting the bad water discharge thing done here. Those will both be considered top priority when they're available. Because that's for achievement, that's kind of one and done. We'd start allocating the explosives to that. And you're one staircase and a little ledge down there from reaching it. And you're doing fine on all that. You're doing fine here. Okay, and that's your research done. There's the double floodgate unlocked. Triple floodgate unlocked. Alright, so we got about 600... 2,600 is what would take to unlock all of the stuff for the terraforming. And then we just got the paths. Alright. Yeah, and we... Oh, actually, I'm not making more TNT up here. I'd meant to. Got the available horsepower. So we can go ahead and queue up those as well. It's just yet another project to do. That was under here. Yep, so we can go here. And this might be pushing where I might have to get another one of the gears involved. And that's not a priority one. But basically it's trying to get as much of this stuff going. We're gonna get more workers. Keep all the projects moving. Honestly, we're not going to be reopening these. I'll leave the last one up there, because I think for the achievement it mentioned just having them built, so I could see a need for that. Is there any of the recreation stuff that doesn't require power that we don't have convenient here? Where's your exercise area? You require mechanical power. You do as well. We had the detail, the wind tower. You're way too big. Swimming pool. You already have a campfire up there. Alright. Decoration-wise. Okay. And why am I doing these? Because of the achievement to build each one of each and every building, so I'm like, you know what? It's fine. I'm willing to bet I'll have to do this in phases. I'm just gonna chunk a bunch of decorations here in the middle. I'll just leave it at that. Alright, so we got the raw soybeans. Those are... Oh, we don't have those built yet, because there's a bajillion projects going on. Doesn't matter, don't have the workers to work it anyway, so they can just sit for right now. Wood's holding up okay for so far. Alright, so they're getting that done pretty quick. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to grab myself a drink, so I'm going to go do that, and be back in just a minute. And thank you for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I say a couple minutes as if I'm not just walking immediately in the room next to me and grabbing something. Alright, we're getting there. It's still gears, but our gear production is solid now. The big thing holding us back right now is strictly labor. Alright. And so I could probably do to help out with this is honestly just... I mean, it's honestly just waiting for all those growth pods to get their stuff done. I've got enough of them. No, I got 2 more up here that are paused. Yeah, so that should more than double our population when they catch up. There'll just be a delay there. And just keep peeking to see if any trickle overs get in there. I have too many large projects going. One of these might end up needing to become at least a neutral project. It's just once I start them, they're going to consume all of my materials. All my advanced materials, I should say. Alright, so you're starting to get that built down there. You're starting to get that done. Because, yeah, for every additional beaver we're getting, we are going to slowly get... Okay, our builders are getting fully recruited. Our haulers aren't yet. So that'll massively improve our throughput. Yeah, so we're starting to fill up all those jobs that were getting left behind. And it is getting close to having its whole situation sorted out. And the scrap metal's fine. Yeah, I think honestly the bottleneck now is going to be the haulers, which is still labor. That with the haulers bringing the materials up here faster, it'll let those machines run more steadily. We got buildings queued up here, that's fine. Get that to get blasted out. That still needs to be built. Alright, it'll be good to have that done, because we can shut that off. This will all dry out. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that you definitely look at this, that at the beginning of it, this map just had like a bit of green area right along here, and a bit of green area right along there. And just how you slowly start turning more and more of the map green and full of trees and all that garbage. Yeah, and all this like rough terrain that's basically unusable, we could slowly shape that into something that's more in line with our needs. Yeah, it's looking like I'm gonna need to get a second food process. No, it's is it the oil? No, we've got the oil now. Yeah, so it looks like I'm gonna need a second food processor for the eggplant. That the eggplant is just not getting done in the time it should be. So one thing I can actually do here is I've got that being piped across. We can get rid of this part. And I will go ahead and chuck down our food processor. Got the spare power. Into the eggplant rations. But yeah, no, I definitely need to get the underground tunnels going. That's just going to be a project just because I'm going to have to sit there and blast square by square. Okay, so you're almost about ready to reach that one to get that one handled as well. You just need 2 more explosives and you're done. And then you're about to be reached in just 1 more square worth of platform. And they'll be turned to get that one knocked out. Alright, now just someone has to physically do the construction. And you're getting pretty close. We're starting to build all like the levees around here. They're not going to be able to finish it until we get it properly enclosed. Once you blast this area out, I'll make a walkway up to the top of it. And then we can slowly start building up the gargantuan. That's, honestly, that's going to be our levee slash reservoir slash everything. Like, I'm not looking as a project like this where we kind of finish it. I'm going to just start the tunnel, we'll start building all the stuff on it, and then as I need to expand, it's just going to keep growing and zigzagging and growing. Realistically, never to be finished in any capacity. But it basically be like this is, with the exception of not having it shut down entirely periodically. Because what I could probably do is this area up here is probably not going to get used at all. I could probably, like, just seriously put nothing but weights in this whole area, just keep blasting this the whole way down to bedrock. And then just gravity weight it the whole way. Still deciding how I want to deal with it. One interesting consideration that I won't do, but if you wanted to try and maximize your space, where you brought, like, the aqueducts all the way up to the top, zigzagging back and forth, using the platforms over top, sink the other stuff underneath, so you'd have your factories below it with just the gearing piped down in there. That'd be such an immense effort, though. I have no interest in dealing with it. Ah, I see. You're getting the supplies to the other... It's fine. Neither of those are an urgent thing, it's just I want to get them done. So this one's already got its supplies, it just needs one worker who doesn't have something else going on to run out there and finish the job. Okay. And we're almost to the point of starting to get our hauling posts staffed. Let's actually just go over the top of the hauling posts. Yeah, so as they get spare workers, we'll have that to be able to scoop up 40 workers and just have them moving stuff around the map. Because that'll help a lot with a bunch of these products running around. So you've almost got the explosives stocked up, we're working on the gears and all that. I also feel like I'm going to make this mistake as well. Okay. That'll be an extra 16 builders. The idea is I basically want there always to be a couple of builders almost idling, so any project I've got, that it's literally as fast as I can make the material and they can reach their destination as fast as it gets done. Versus, like, right now we do have the materials to work on these, but there's no one to work on those. Just like that's right about ready to do as well. That's almost ready. Alright. Yeah, not many of the beavers do the wind tunnel thing. Alright, so the rooftop terrace and the camp aren't getting as much action. Neither a lot of these. I wonder if part of it's literally just the schedules. That because I have them working such long schedules, they don't physically get the time to get around between the recreation. Which does make you kind of head scratch going, okay, so if I reduce the length of the work schedule, would that actually give them enough of a bonus in wellness that the improved speed of their movement make up for the reduction in the work schedule? Now, another thing we can potentially work on with that is getting the bots online, because then the bots would ultimately be able to work when the other beavers can't. Which I need to look into and I've been putting off, but it is probably time. So we've got the bots parts factory, which takes wood and gears to make the various parts. We've got the bot assembler, the charging station, the control tower, which just makes them work better, and then the grease factory. So what I think we'll start planning to do is... Oh wait, well we don't have mechanical power on this side. So we've got way over an abundance on coffee. The beans. I keep looking for it here, not finding it. It's not that just... No, it's down there. That's fine. Alright, so let's plan to get bot production down here. Because then I can put another one of these wheels here. It can just wire into the rest of this nonsense. We can get all the bot production online and start having bots working on a bunch of this stuff. Because then I believe with the bots, we can just kind of cut them loose on everything. And I think the bots work 24/7 if I remember correctly. So that would afford us to reduce the other beaver schedule to like continue to let them boosting their happiness. Alright, so you got all your explosives in place. You're about halfway through the metal and 2/3 the way through that. And that is capped. It's done. So the next achievement is just when this gets capped, which it's already most of the way there. Okay. I also wonder with, like, the bots and then, you know... like, the bots and then jobs that, have high rates of injuries. If, like, the bots just don't get injured or they're just kind of expendable. I have admittedly not done nearly as much of the bots as I should have in the past. And I know they're good. I just haven't done it. Right. The population's still catching up. Okay, so for getting into bot nonsense... So I would need 3 bot part factories. Let's go ahead and start this, though, not with that consideration. Let's get the next set of water wheels on here for mechanical power. Okay, so you're already piped in here, and you're just going to get piped in when I build something. Alright, so we're going to need 3 bot part factories. So you're 2 by... or 3 by 3s. So you will be the chassis, the limbs, and the heads. And then we'll need the bot assembler. Get the control tower up here. We got the grease factory. So that one might need to be wired in to connect everything. Why are you all so bad at removing that coffee bush? Let's adjust that real fast. Because I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm going to make way more bot recharging points than I need. Okay. Then go here to the bot assembler. There you go. Then to the grease factory. And in this case, I'm just going to pipe you over. That gives me more room for a bunch of other stuff. You still need to be hooked up here. Do you have a good thing I can fit there just to supplement everything? I probably do, right? Let's see here. Some of these open out to the side instead of out the front. Yeah, I'll put an oil press there. I'll probably need another one anyways. So that brings up storage. That's what I can work on here. A large warehouse. We'll put 2 of those down here. So you are going to be for the bot heads. You're going to be for the bot arms. I'm going to plunk down another storage here. And you can be for the bot torsos. That's all connected. So the bots themselves, I don't believe, need a place there. They're just bots. What else do we need? Grease. Grease, I believe, is the liquid storage. Which you don't really have a convenient place for you, so... have an inconvenient place, I guess? And grease. And then just because we could chuck it in with there. So, the control tower... the control tower consumes science to boost stuff. So put that just in the middle of all that. So we'll have all the production stuff there. Alright, so I've already queued up way more stuff than I reasonably should. And are you about done? Okay, so you're missing just a tiny bit more metal. And then you'll be finished. Right, nothing's getting done because we're in the middle of a drought. So we're just waiting on the drought to end so that we can kick off production, because basically everything's shut down in the meantime. You are almost done and ready to explode. Go ahead and queue up that last row, because then I can blast all of this. Oh, and you are done over here. Which does mean you no longer serve a purpose. And you're slowly getting that built. Yeah, so it looks like what we're waiting on is metal now. You're gonna have to wait. Because otherwise I won't be able to reach that wheel. But everything else is fair game. Yeah, you're closed and handled. You just need 43 more metal, and you're handled. Let's see how all this goes. Meanwhile, our population is steadily climbing, and they are filling up those jobs that we've made available. If we get to the point that I basically have unemployed beavers, we will start prioritizing building those to just have more jobs for them. It is interesting making science into a consumable. I had missed that that was a thing. Which is good, because I kind of was making the comments that we're just about done doing science-y things. Right, there's the tunnels unlocked. Well, the first part. I have 3 things I gotta make for those tunnels. When that gets properly unlocked, it'll be a matter of figuring out how I'm gonna get the beavers down into the, like, down below everything, and then just having them, like, dig sideways to make room for the tunnels. Because then, like I said, we're gonna probably make it so I'll just, punch through, pop up a spot, and just, maybe every, like, 100 tiles or so pop up a spot wherever I can fit it. So beavers going any real length of time can get to the tunnel network, drop down, zip across, pop back up. That's got to be a long enough length to be worth the time, because it does make them 3 times as fast, which is really good. But it's only 3 times as fast, which means for a very... for an exceptionally long run and all that, it doesn't really help much. Oh, sounds like Tomb's home. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I'm going to go ahead and step away for my, quote-unquote long break. Normally happens about 2 hours into stream, but Tomb was running a little bit late today. So I'm going to go say hi to my wife and all that. Just warm up some soup real fast, and I'll be right back up. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, and we're back. Sorry about that. And thank you, Cliche, for the 65 stream streak. Catch the last 65 stream without missing a single one. Yep, just was welcoming my wife home and honestly finished my lunch. But all that. There's the game audio. Okay, so we're in the middle. Yeah, we're in the middle of that coming back online. Don't stay closed. Alright. We're just basically working on the production stuff. Oh, and the good news here is boomies! Game audio? There you go. Explode 200 dynamite in a single day. Yes. Yes. I was waiting for there to be like a hole in the wall down there and to me to have completely hosed myself. So just gotta get that area, then we can blast that. Slowly keep sinking our reservoir deeper and deeper. Meanwhile, you're getting that project done. I have a lot of projects going here. How are you coming along? Are you capped yet? Okay, so you need 25 more metal, and you'll get done. And thank you, Gemkata, for the 120 stream streak, catching the last 120 streams without missing a single one night as well. So I do really appreciate that as well. I was joking with Toom, it's like, so every time you now see a beaver, you go, beavers have tails. She's like, no, why would I do that? Because it's a good line from a really good trailer. I like the Timberborn trailer they got for the 1.0 release. It's really good. It's purely like an aesthetic trailer. It's not a gameplay trailer or whatever. Cinematic trailer, that's the word. Alright, so we're only down to 7 beavers. Alright, so I'm going to kick one of those up. We only got 7 beavers who are currently unemployed. We're going to go out of our way to get the next hauling post built. Because I'm going to try and keep ourselves having not too many unemployed beavers and just get those going. Well, that's interesting. So that's how many jobs vacant. Yeah, we're down to just 7 or 8. Alright, so we could wait there. And then as those start to fill up, we'll get the next ones queued up. Food-wise, we're still running into problems with the eggplant, which makes sense because I haven't built the thing to fix that problem yet. Because I got a bajillion projects going on, which means none of them get done, all of them get worked on. There's a difference between those two statements. Alright. Hey, Juice Nougat, how's it going? What can I do for the well-being? So still Scratcher, wind tunnels, all that stuff. Going well, enjoying some Feastopia? That's good. Feastopia is an excellent game. Hunger and Thirst, which is just a matter of them getting around. Yeah, so I'm kind of hoping we can get more and more of the, like, start getting the robots up and that the robots would end up doing our more far away or mundane tasks and keeping the beavers closer to home so their well-being stays higher. And achievement. Achievement? Yeah, there we go, achievement. Okay, let it back out. Alright, no more leaks. We got the bad water handled. Now, I do actually want the bad water, so we are going to let it keep leaking, but that's another achievement done. So how are we doing on the achievements from here? Okay, so there's planting the trees. Yeah, so we got building a bot and building up the colony's wellness. Which I'm curious what's considered max wellness. I'm assuming the Earth repopulator is going to have a tremendous amount. The real challenge is it wants us to max out the wellness. I'm hoping it's not for literally every one of these gauges to be at 100%, because honestly, a big part of that's going to be putting a house and then surrounding it with all the perks. Like, with that, I would probably deliberately let the population get lower and try and make it more and more on the bots to hopefully, you know, keep the beavers as happy as we can. That's going to be a tricky one. Okay. And we're making solid progress up here. Yes, there's no more of the bad waters to cap. Like this one I've got turned on because I need the bad water still. Thank you, Moichi. Enjoy. You enjoy. I love you. I love you too. Okay. So I'll worry about that later. Alright. Yeah, so I just need them to build. It's got a beavers running around doing all their stuff. One thing I can probably do, you could probably start retiring these beavers off of this. Granted, even with them working, the supply's not really getting there. That's fine, we'll get there. Because while they're working on this project way over here in the fringes, and quickly kind of exhaust that stuff. Meanwhile, you're still placing your bombs. Which that'll be good. Yeah, because I'll need to get onto this area to start placing the bombs on that. And keep lowering it. Okay, I'm going to start taking over the priorities a little bit here. I want this done. That's your new priority. Get that built. Because while they're over there dealing with this, which will be nice for dealing with the bad water, it is very inefficient for them to go way out there. If we can get this stuff starting to get built, we can potentially get the bots online. And that'll help a lot. Plus, this will help get us more dynamite, and the more dynamite will help. We can also add more decorations around here to help with the happiness from that. I also feel like I need to start storing food up here as well. It kind of makes me wish there was some equivalent to like a kitchen or a marketplace or something in Timberborn, where I could have a building up here that would collect the food from the various buildings and hold it there for the beavers to go to. So you could have kind of like a dedicated hauler doing it. Alright, so we got the explosives factories there. Alright. Honestly, at the rate we're doing this, it might be time for another bad water pump. Okay. Keep the bad water flowing. Are you still set to be lower priority? No. We got one that is a higher priority. Okay, so we can keep increasing that. They're getting it all built as fast as they can. We did get the next wheel going. With that wheel in place, I can put the gearing right there. Alright. And now we're working on getting all our bot factories built. And I'll have the bot assembler back here. And bot production, so far as the parts are now officially online. Now I just need the bot assembly online, and we should start getting bots in here. They're getting all the charging stations and all that hooked up, everything else related to it. We are now officially also getting the increased cooked eggplant happening. I wonder if we use the small warehouses. This might be what we could do to make the food stuff happen. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 food. So 1. Let's change you. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We should be able to go in here and say blueberries. Basically just go to all the finished foods. And tell them to start storing all these up here. And then also up here, chuck down a barrel of water. Plant at least 5,000 trees during a single playthrough. That does not surprise me that we're getting up that high. And you got the treated wood there. You've got your oil press going on here. Meanwhile, take some of this research. Unlock the tubes. Unlock the vertical tubes. Unlock the suspension bridge and the better suspension bridge. We'll bump you up in higher priority, since you're going to hold us up from actually making the bots themselves. Okay. So we're up to 48 well-being. You're at almost 5,000 horsepower, and that's without counting this one on here. So the whole system here is going to be a little over 6,000 horsepower. Wait, is that right? Yes. No. Yes. Yes, it will be. Yeah, so you're waiting in gears and metal, which we are short on both. Which is going to be because of the bots, probably? Yeah. So it does seem like, for as much as we've expanded our production, the pro and con of the bots is they will consume a lot of the materials we are using in our expanded production. And those are just regular buildings. Alright. You've got that almost all walled off. How goes the explosives down here? You're on the home stretch, and then we can blast that area. And again, that's all just about making the reservoir bigger. Alright. Yeah, so I'm also going to tell them to prioritize that area. Actually, we're going to really prioritize it, because this is just wood. Because I'm hoping we'll be able to get some of these surplus stuff here, put into those, so that the hungry beavers can just grab from here. That the food will naturally get up to this area as, like, the overfill. And I could potentially see doing that, kind of like having a spot for food there, having a spot for food and water down here. Kind of spread out the food, because I think one of the things that's hurting is when they go to food, they're running all the way back to the middle of town to hit the giant stack of storage there. If I can get that spread out more, it'll hopefully mean people running less distance to take care of their needs. Alright. So we're doing good on our extract. We are starting to get all our bot parts. Metal is struggling. Which is a matter of these. That's obviously about getting the scrap metal up here and everything. Yeah, I just need them to get more materials moved up here. Something that would help is I probably will want more wood cutting up in this area. Which I kind of figured what I'd potentially do is when we're not busy, take some dynamite, cut a path through here, put a sluice here with a path crossing it. That could be farm. And expand this out this way, clear up these hills and all that to make a big forested area back here. We also have down here, I've got this forested area. Knock down these hills, flatten them out. Same deal. It's just the problem of those are yet more projects. And all those projects do slow down other things from getting done. So far, food is holding up. So the lowest food we have is still the eggplant, which is still about processing it. Which is that building. And we got a bunch of beavers dropping food off here. Which is also good, because that's the only way to get through there is through all these decorations. So they should get all the mood bonuses for all those decorations. Alright, just 3 more metal blocks, and then this thing will be online. Alright. So they're officially making bots. I'm really hoping When this is built, that'll hook all those up. Yeah, that'll hook that up. These should hook those up, and then that hooks that up. Alright. So we're officially producing bots now. We haven't got the first one. It looks like a bot takes a good amount of time to make. I'm assuming the bots don't live forever. That there's some limit on how many. Like I said, I haven't done enough stuff with the bots over the years to remember what all their limitations were and all that kind of nonsense. There's also an achievement for all of the beavers going extinct and making bots after the beavers going extinct. It's something like time, you know, it's time for the bots or whatever. I have no idea how viable it is to have a run that is like just bots. Like if that would be sustainable at all. Because I'm assuming it wouldn't be, because at that point you could like ignore so many game mechanics. Oh, and you are done, so detonate. Okay, so disassemble you. So then the next move is to go here. And I want you to blast 2 deep. You won't be able to reach that yet, but that's okay. Because we'll blast that. Then if they can get to it, 1 deep in all of this. And that tile would still need to be done. Because then that would lower this whole thing down to that height, have water right by. So all of this would become more place I grow trees. Which would help mitigate the wood side of things. And you're still putting down the TNT for that one. That's fine. And you're starting to get all that hooked up. Does that mean you're ready? Looks like it. All right. Build a bot. Bots worker unemployed. Unlock this workplace for bots. Okay. Let's start by trying to get a hauling post for bots. And one of these for bots. When you actually have some more unemployed beavers. Yeah, so that seems like how you control it is you would have the bots working on all that. So for right now, I'm going to have a builder and a hauler that are going to be bot-based. We'll continue to get the bots built for it. Now the big question about that gotcha, and a whole bunch of these are already built to be able to take on bots. I'm trying to figure out is if we can find our bot. Which I'm hoping what'll happen is at night when everyone goes to bed, I'll be able to just look for the bot as like the only thing still moving around. Yeah, so there's a durability that gradually runs out. And after which I'm assuming the bot goes away. So we get boosts from control towers and grease. Which we are building a control tower up here. And that's making grease. It'll definitely be curious on how hard it is to get the bots to work on our remote tasks. Okay. So it might be worth it once I get a couple of bots as well to make the bot assembly run by bots. So we can hopefully have them assembling around the clock. Anyways, what was it working on up here? Yeah, so you're doing this. Oh, right. We had just gone here. So with that done, Lay, you need to pull up these. And go here and TNT, 3 tiles deep. Okay, and this one shouldn't be too hard to put a path between them. And then we just need a place for them to get onto that path. Oh, hang on, that's not going to work that way. I need you to be at 2. You at 1. And the reason I can't do it that way is the staircase itself occupies a place. And if I were to put it there, I wouldn't be able to put the bomb and the staircase there. So we'll go here, make a path, bring it over. That'll give access to all that area. Okay, that'll be the next moves for filling that in more. One problem I'm seeing is when the drought starts, all the bots are going to run out of charge and just stand around because this won't be running. So I might need to go down here and see if I can't find a gap in all this machinery. Here, we can go there. Put some bot recharging ports there. I really didn't give myself much more of a place to work with. Okay, and we just go down to this real fast before I forget. Put on the conservation setting we've got, where it'll only put out as much water as need to keep things wet, not really keep it running. Alright, so it's planned to make you a max priority and you a max priority. Hopefully keep that running during this. We'll definitely want to get this to a point where we can keep that running, even with the... Basically keep the bots producing at all times. Alright. There's a bigger suspension bridge cost and a bigger one's cost. And you. No goods selected. Oh, water. There you go. Bot is out of power. Well, we're getting that resolved. Yeah, so that'll be a big thing with the bots. I'm going to have to make it so they can recharge and all that. Interestingly enough, if I make the bots work these jobs shut down when the water's not here. So the bots being out of power wouldn't be that big a deal. Oh, you're done. So disassemble you. And those are 2. And those are 1. Want to go up here to you. 1 more bomb that does 2 tiles. Top priority, because that'll make that all flat. They're trying to make the outbound for the polluted water. Just trying to level it out so it doesn't have like weird water flow issues. Alright. It does make me curious, like, if you compare the durability versus how long the beavers live for, how comparable is it? I got a couple of unemployed beavers. Let's go ahead and boost the need to build that. Actually, boost the need to build all of these. So I give any unemployed beaver something to do. Okay, and you're done. Disassemble you. Make that 1 deep. You're now top priority. So they're working on that. That's fine. That's fine there. You're done. The other one's done down there. Has anything trickled over to these yet? I don't imagine so. Man, I just got too much stuff queued up. They finally got all this built. And that one's queued up. It's starting to get its metal blocks. And what I'll probably want to do is, if it's not directly contributing to keeping this up and running longer, which would be gravity weights, or getting the stuff up there on that far end getting done, probably want to avoid going too far into that. It'd also be a big thing to try to assign the bots to high injury rate jobs. Because we constantly have a large number of injured beavers. But since the bots don't need to eat or drink or any of that, if we can keep throwing people at that, that should help. Food's holding up pretty okay so far. Still the eggplant's the big bottleneck. Food variety, they're doing really well. The coffee, it's probably just a matter of building some coffee storage up here, I think. Let's get that on the queue of things to do. Okay, they'll bring the coffee over there, which will help with wellness. Let's see here. It's still the rooftop terrace and campfires aren't getting enough mileage. Do you have your campfire here? Yeah, let's try and see if we can't slowly get this thing to be more and more bot-based. Because the more and more I can lean on the bots, the more and more we can not have to keep increasing the population of the beavers. And that the beavers can handle their wellness, that I potentially could take the beavers and start reducing their working schedule to give them more and more leisure time. So you can help boost their wellness more and more as well to go after those achievements. Alright, so you got these. So you're done. And those are done. So destroy that. Put that tile there. Oh, you'll also need... the path to go way out here. Because that'll be what brings it down to being level for all of the tree growing. Okay. Oh, and they're getting that finally built, the overflow over here. Alright, I probably should stop there, but I'm not going to. I'm going to go up here, and I'm going to say explosions, maximum depth. Because with that, I definitely will know it'll be deep enough, and then we just have to put down the sluices down there for the polluted water, and then just build that all up. And that'll handle the good and the bad water, and then we can start doing whatever we're going to do with that long-term so far as providing long-term mechanical power and all that. Because having this where we're down for like 9 days with no mechanical power is pretty rough up here. And this is limping along because of all of my steam engines. And the large power wheels. Yeah, if we can get a couple of spare Yeah, so flip you back over for Beavers. And you. Because what it'll do is I'll have the bots make the bots. And just try and take all these high chance of injury jobs and slowly switch those over to the bots. Where I got rid of this, I probably needed to keep it, but that's alright. Oh, did they ever finish those decorations? Yeah, they did. They do not look good. Like, they're fine, but, like, the way I laid them out is not particularly great. Alright. Need to put metal fencing there, and there. Wood fencing there. Does any of that matter? Nope. The entire reason I'm building that is there is an achievement for building one of each building. Means I need to build one of each building. I don't know how picky it is about a lot of that. Alright, so I got a good couple thousand science there, and then literally all the science is done. Oh hey, you're finally done. Okay. So now I can go up here and say Dynamite 1 depth. Dynamite 1 depth. Oh, we can put a path here. Hey, Server Lord, how's it going? Then get that all squared away. Flattening out more of that terrain. How are you doing down here? You getting progress? They are. They're slowly getting all the dynamite down here. So we can get ourselves a much larger wood cutting area. There's just enough water flow, even during the drought, that this is turning on sometimes. At a very, very slow rate. Oh, right. You require mechanical power, don't you? Well, I'm not getting mechanical power over there, so you can just forget all of that. I can put one right here. Even though we've not needed decontam this whole time. Go home to the hospital, so got her some apple and blackcurrant juice and put the TV on for her. Gotcha. Well, I'm glad to hear that she's not in the hospital anymore. I hope whatever had her there, either it's like better or mitigated or whatever's appropriate. But I hope the situation has improved. So you're working on that. She had a fall after flying back to Melbourne. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, I do hope she's doing better. All right, we got another place for big boomies. Excellent. Now you're gone. And then we can go here. I'll need to be able to get you up top of there. Yeah, so now that we've massively increased the throughput of our explosives, we are just getting all of this stuff slowly cleared out to being more useful. Now I want the one deep ones there. Okay, and grab you down here and there. And you won't quite be able to do that whole area. But yeah, once I get that last round of explosions done, this whole tree farm gets much bigger. One thing I can do in the meantime I've been putting off is grab you. So keep that working. We don't want to go farther than that, though. I don't want that to get blocked up. You won this game on another streamer's... you won this game on our stream... Let's see, you won this game on our streamer channel? Oh, gotcha. Yeah. No, Timberborn's excellent. We're doing achievement hunting. We've probably gotten a good 4 or 5 achievements today. Maybe more. We got 4 or 5 yesterday. And we're just trying to get the last achievements out of here. There are some achievements that I won't be doing on stream because they'll be way too grindy, and other achievements that are going to be just genuinely too much of like kind of restarting and getting set up. Like there's an achievement for basically having the entire group of your Iron Teeth Beavers all die and have a bot be made after they've all died, which is just a bunch of setup. All right. Open that back up. Okay, so you can work your way around. So let's go ahead, and I know they're all using this because it's a more efficient route, but stop it. You can do that. It'll tell these 2 tiles to be high priority, just to give them that efficient route back. Okay. But yeah, no, it's a really good game. I definitely enjoy it. We've done a bunch of it. Alright. So. Ooh. The ability to make the bots requires 10k research. And the ability for the bots to make the bot parts takes 5k research. The ability for the bots to make explosives takes 2k research. Alright, I'm understanding. In the meantime, then, you just work on that for right now. Just so the bots are doing something. You have tons of spare stuff there. What's the bot's cost to go metal diving? 1k. I don't want to do that yet until I have enough bots to properly facilitate it. Yeah, and so you've got that all handled for when we get bad water. You're filling back up, which is good. You got that queued up for more explosions. Okay, so now we've got that path filled in. Meanwhile, this is useless, so get rid of it. So it's looking more and more like I might end up needing... Oh, the supplies? Oh, right, because these are still building up. Yeah, it's fine. It might genuinely look like I'm going to need more bot assemblers. But I think that's going to be the immediate goal, is to get our bots to be self-sustaining, where the bots are producing all the materials the bots need to bot, and then just scale them up, and effectively let the bots just take over most of the beavers' work. At which point we can then potentially decrease the beaver population to make it easier to give them their max happiness. I'm assuming there's an achievement for getting all the research, and I haven't thought of it yet, but that's fine. Alright, so we're up to 4 bots. And I'm sure there's some amount of, like, each one of these bot assemblers can handle a certain number of bots. Because I'm assuming when the bot durability hits 0, the bot just, it's gone after that. Because you're at 83% durability. Which that means so far we're sitting at, so we're at 8, probably somewhere in the area of 20 plus bots would be handled by that. Per assembler. And it definitely feels like the assemblers, it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. These seem like they could potentially build faster than the other thing. Okay. Nothing to worry about later. Alright. We're making oil. We got the canola oil happening. Yeah, so soybeans was one that's flying behind. We finally do have the farms going. So that should start taking care of the soybeans. They'll get a surplus of those. The canola oil, we just built a building to make more of that. The dynamite, the metal, and the gears, we are consuming extremely aggressively. We're getting the dynamite staged here to clear out this land, flatten it out. And then this is all going to become trees. I can slowly fill in this block by block. You're waiting on dynamite as well. And Howard Wellness, where can we find some space? So, it's still showing campfires and rooftop terraces. I think genuinely a lot of these recreation things, because all of the recreation things are low, I think it's a matter of how far they're having to path to do their jobs. That genuinely I do think it's a matter of getting more and more of the beavers off of the building tasks and getting more and more of the bots onto them. Which, to that extent, change of plan, you are a bot's job. Yeah, we'll just go to each one of these buildings, and we're going to slowly switch those over to bots. Let the bots handle the building. Okay. And there's the bigger suspension bridge unlocked. So 1.8k there. We're looking at almost 10k, and then we'll have literally everything unlocked. I got rid of the other one of these. I could probably... get the gearing up in the air to cross over, because I do have plenty of power to spare here. Well, actually, you know what I can do is I can ignore all those things. I can just change this path over here to go up here and over there, and then delete the old... Oh wait, never mind. That connects there. That's still fine. We can still make this work. So delete this segment of road. And we can get that put there. And get herself a bit more research. Since we're using these bot antennas to boost the bot's ability to do their jobs. But as a consequence of that, they are consuming science. Which, okay, let's thinking about it, so we have our scientists, they're doing research and they're learning it. What is the implication that having a control tower for bots consumes science? Does that mean, like, by running the tower, it's just doing some kind of radiation to our brains and we're just forgetting research we're doing? Like, how does one unscience? Like, what is the process in which science is reduced? Like, science is a physical commodity that we're slowly running out of. Which actually, now that I think about it, with all this going on here, if we get this starting to be set up, that would be kind of the best test bed for the bots, is to put the bots up there. You know, bots making bots up top. You know, self-replicating robots, there's never ever been anything that's gone wrong with that. We'll go ahead and have our self-replicating robots up there doing all the production for robots, and then slowly expanding the bots to work other tasks. Granted, realistically, I'm going to be using the bots for other things in the meantime. We're up to 6 bots already. Because with this running nearly as much. But I'm really hopeful if we get like 2 or 3 of these run by bots, they'll be able to be producing bots 24/7. It'll cost us like 4 bots to make... Well, I mean, it'd be 4, 5, 6, 7, probably 8, 9, 10. So like 10 bots to make 40 bots. So it does look like the bots could be self-sustaining by themselves, once you've got enough to kind of bootstrap it. I saw someone go here. We are officially starting to work on the Earth repopulator. It's going real slow, but we are officially working on it. And I'm mostly seeing the bots going down here and placing the explosives. You get just that spot there, and then there's a 1 here. Okay. Because you producing science all day and night, that'll be good. Yeah, so it definitely seems like with the Iron Teeth, to go and do the bot stuff, it is just giving yourself reliable power long term, and lots of it. Yep. With that, we officially are down to the number of tasks that's what's going on right now. So you just got the Beavers who are just now working on the Wonders. There's a chance that Wonder will be done well before the end of stream. You're waiting on explosives, and right now all those explosives are going down here to helping us get more trees. Get that one. I'm worried about you skipping it and not me missing it. And in the meantime, you can go here. Because they're about to level that down to a lower height. Yep, so just 4 more places to put bombs there. And then we clean out this whole area. And then we just need them to be able to reach these last 4 down here. And then this whole area is done. We'll set these once we get there to be highest priority. That's not going to happen until this is out of the way, though it's unreachable right now. Alright, 1 more bomb, and then that's done. Okay. Alright. And get rid of you. So now if we go to you, you can cover this whole area except that far right edge. Which is good enough for me. You tell it oak trees. Well-being 50 as our new max, which did give me another achievement. Alright, and we can also go here and say tree cutting. Okay. I don't know if they'll actually get over here. Yeah, because it looks like they're slowly getting some of these stats higher. Like I've said a couple of times, I think what's going to happen is as I start transitioning some of these jobs that require lots and lots of running around to being handled by the bots more and more, that should ultimately handle a lot of those problems. Alright, so you're bringing an extra 10 research per hour. So basically, one of these lets me have 3 of those towers-ish. Because it would be like another third of a tower. Yeah, so you can't reach that. That's honestly fine. I'll just leave it alone. The point is we just massively grew our wood production. We got all this going on over here. So far as that, we're producing about 6,000 horsepower and we're consuming about 5,000 horsepower. Now, one thing we really need to do is I want to get this to be able to run during drought and bad water. We're not ready for it yet. So I think we're just kind of stuck dealing with this as it is. Let's go check on bot 1. So bot 1 is still only down about 25% durability, which that's some pretty solid news. Because that means we're up to 6 bots right now, and we're only about a fourth done, so that means that one thing here, only running sometimes, is still giving me about 24 bots before the first bot is going to go kaput. Which is a pretty good ratio, and I'm imagining if I could get it, you put 2 cans of coal in the freezer, you hope you remember. Yeah, I've never done that. I know the idea is you cool it down faster. I've always been paranoid about exploding them, because I've definitely had that happen at my parents' house where someone put a soda in the fridge, forgot about it, and then the can just, you know, ruptures in the fridge and becomes a whole big thing. If you're lucky, it kind of just becomes this, like, blossomed out can. If you're unlucky, it explodes in the fridge and it's still liquid enough to get on everything. And then it freezes to it, and then you've got a huge freaking mess. Yeah, so this would be another job. I'd want to convert that over to bots. Alright. You've had cans explode. And then had to clean the freezer. Yeah, no, that's the thing. If you're lucky, they don't burst until it's mostly solid. And then, like I said, you kind of have it all self-contained. The can just ruptures and there's just, like, ice there. That's the best case scenario. The worst case, yeah, like, it ruptures, some of it's solid, most of it's liquid. It kind of just runs out the bottom and then freezes the rest of the freezer. So it's basically freezer burn, but cola. So it's sticky freezer burn. Oh, also, since you're getting all that squared away, let's go ahead and get here as well. I just realized that's my mangrove. Food-wise, we're doing relatively well on all the foods. Nothing is looking drastically low. It is looking like we're getting to the point that the fermented cassava isn't keeping up, but we do have plenty of raw cassava. So the fermented cassava looks like it just needs more like it needs another fermenter. Which will work out fine because I got a spot right here. Boom. Fermented cassava. The fermented soybeans is also in kind of the same boat. So again, fermenter. Boom. Fermented soybeans. And I got 2x2 space, which is a couple of things we could do with that. So the canola oil, how are we doing on our canola oil? We're doing okay. We're doing close enough to not okay. I'm down to just make more canola oil. Okay, so we're going to take advantage of this whole area, kind of clump it all together. In the meantime, I'm going to go here, and we will put a scratcher here. So people can do all that. We also have a lot of beavers getting injured, and we do have lots of medical beds, but not really in this area. So I'm going to go ahead and chuck down a couple of medical beds right there. So all the beavers doing all this factory work who keep getting hurt, we can just chuck them in there and hopefully they survive. Or not. I'm honestly probably not that worried about it. Okay, so you're just waiting on explosives. Everything's waiting on explosives. You're planting all your trees, which is good to see. Those will take a long time before they start buffing up our wood production, which we will need because wood is getting pretty low pretty fast. But that's already, like, all of that set up. It'll just take care of itself. You do have water up here. So this incredible army of thirsty beavers and all that. Let's see. Oh, beavers are growing cassava manioc. That's even being used for fermentation in real life. For both ethanol as well as drinks. But only a little, if I remember correctly. Yeah, no, in this one, you ferment the cassava just as food. It's just a thing they eat. Yeah, no, the foods we have in the game is we have berries, kohlrabies, we have mangrove fruit, we got fermented cassava, fermented soybeans, fermented mushrooms, corn, eggplant, and algae. Those are the entire selection of food for the iron tails or iron teeth. The folk tails, I want to say they don't have... I can't remember. I think they don't have the corn, eggplant, and algae. Or mushrooms. Actually, I think they actually have an entirely different selection past a lot of this. Because I want to say the folktales, I want to say they have potatoes or carrots or something like that. But yeah, both factions have, like, similar functioning foods, but the specific foods are a little bit different based on, you know, different nuance. Yeah, so once we get the bombs planted here, this will blast us down to, that's the water source. That's 4 tiles down. So it'll be 1 tile above that. Then we can go and cork this up, get the sluices for polluted water going that way, and then just kind of build all that up, and that'll be good. Ah, so I need to be producing way more robot limbs. But you've got the power for it over here. The spare. But I don't really have a good way of getting that power to someplace I can use it. Because we're getting kind of cramped over here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You know what? I was about to say, it's like, whatever's in there looks pretty terrible. It looks like a barrel of grease. It's because it's a barrel of grease. So, that just checks out, I guess. Alright, so what I probably want to do is try and get power piped through here somewhere. Now, ideally, I wanted to go up and over the path, but we kind of already plugged that all up. Now, granted, I'm not really doing anything down here. It would have been smart. I could have also put the gearing back here and gone up and over. I could definitely bring it up and over from this area. and then bring it over to the other side of the road there. It does feel like I am kind of just investing more and more into an area that was fully intended on being a temporary solution. Which, you know, is just how that goes. There's no solution as as permanent as the temporary one. So that brings the power across the way. So what we're going to do here is yoink these up. Was that mangrove earlier? Or, mango? No, it's, not mango, it's mangrove. I actually have no idea what a mangrove fruit is like. Mango, I've had plenty of times. I find most of the things that have mango, and I find it a bit sweeter than my preference. It can be really good with stuff, but I do find things that, like, mango is front and center can be a little overpoweringly sweet for me. But I have no idea about mangrove fruit. Well, it's time for a whole lot of things to get shut on down. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and we've got another one of these. Switch it over to the bots. All building jobs will be bots at the rate we're going. Not really, but I'm just doing that as the filler. Mangrove fruit look weird? Yeah, no, judging by the picture in-game, it definitely has, like, there's a fruit and, like, this spiky part on the back, which I'm assuming might be, like, petals it's sticking out from or something. But I have no context of how accurate that is to what it's actually like in, you know, in person. Alright, so more limbs, because the bots have plenty of limbs. Let's get this all built. Oh, pips? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, we call them pits when you have the seed. Well, if it's like one big seed inside, usually you'll call that a pit, or like a collection of seeds, like kind of in a hard spot. So like a peach would have a big pit in the middle of it. Whereas say a loquat, which is a Japanese plum, I believe. It's technically like 2 or 3 seeds, but they're kind of like all mashed into one spot where they'd kind of be like a ball. But, you know, they are separate seeds. But, you know, basically the hard spot in the middle that if you bite it, it's a real bad time. So are you done, though? We're about to be a drought, and that'll lower the water level, I'll be able to see it. You're an insight, we call things different names. Yeah, no, that's the thing, when you're like pips, I'm like, oh, we call those pits here. It's very clearly one inspired the other, one way or the other. Like, for them to be one letter difference between the two, clearly one inspired the other. Which way it went, I mean, I would assume Australia was the one that got inspired, since, like the US, the Australia, as far as a, you know, a Western culture, whatever you would go with, like, that kind of thing, is a later entry. Like, obviously there were indigenous people and all that. Yeah. Yeah, mango's that big one. Not as big as avocado. Yeah. There are so many injured beavers right now. Because half of these machinery places just injure beavers constantly. Alright, so we're up to 10 bots. Now, the one catch, if I do toss the bots here to start making the bots work in the mines to reduce the injuries down there, is that it is a very far hike from anywhere I've got mechanical power. Which is definitely something to consider so far as the challenges there. Yeah, you were just plugging away at that wonder. Alright, let's go to here. That's the last bridge unlocked. Alright, now we just got a couple of overhangs, and then that's all the scienced. And then all the rest of the science can be turned into towers to make my bots work better. And also, boomies! Oh, you know what? That's far enough down. I was gonna bring it down so it's just like directly over the water source. I think that'll be fine though. So let's go ahead and we get rid of this segment of path here. And that can start becoming that. We'll have another row of sluices here. And these sluices will let water through just as rapidly as possible if it is not, like, if it is contaminated. And if it's not contaminated, shut it down. Alright, so from here, and get rid of that segment of the path. And bear with me 1 second before I worry about that hydrate. Just want to make sure I get this all there. That way I don't lose track of what I was working on. I don't know how you built that through the wall. I'm okay with it. Read what you said. You're half paying attention and thought you said boobies? Nah, boomies. Get your mind out of the gutter, man. Alright, and we're up to 12 bots. Alright. So we're up to 250 beavers. Almost. Actually, I think 250 is the next achievement. So if I just get 10 more beavers, we'll get our next achievement. And then the last achievement for population, I believe, is 500 beavers. Which is going to be a pretty big undertaking. Alright, so unfortunately all this is going to shut down, which is going to stop the production of beavers or the bots for a bit. How is bot 1 doing? You doing alright, bot 1? Bot 1, how you doing? You're still at 65%. So you're still not even halfway down, and we're at 12 bots now. So yeah, we're probably going to be able to push at least like 30 bots or so out of just one of those. So that's pretty encouraging that if I can get a nice setup, that ultimately I think the limit on how many bots you can have going is going to be based on what you can draw out of these two. It'll be how much raw metal you can pull into the map. Oh wow, we are consuming all of the bad water. Okay. Interestingly enough, I'm using the bad water at such an alarming rate that we're just not even able to pump it fast enough. Alright, get back to the bad water production. How are you going? Honestly, going good. We're about a fourth of the way through the treated plank. A little under, well, about maybe about a fourth of the way on the metal blocks, a little under. The gears, we're getting there. It's got a long ways to go on all of them. But the point is, all of those are making good progress. And so we do watch this, the water level will probably get low enough. Can I get to the point where I can see those TNT? Are they all placed? Think? Alright. So I can go here. Here are the platforms that don't do anything worthwhile anymore. We missed one tile here. So you need to be 3 depth TNT. Okay, so let's get this going. That can go across at an angle. All right. And all that's just making the reservoir deeper and deeper. Honestly, once I get below this height, making it deeper won't do too much for me. But, you know, it's fine, whatever. And you're building all that, you're getting all this sorted out. A bunch of my bots are going to run out of power. Because there's going to be no real water production happening here. Are you all ready for explosions? Yes, you are. Okay. Alright, so you got all that flattened out. Which now we're just still kind of waiting on all our production. And you're getting that all built for the time being. Which it will be curious if we go to, like, the max elevation and we do all this, how that would even work. Okay, you're getting that all set up. That's done. They can't reach this, so I don't really care about that one or the other. That's a big one, is how far they have to run for there. Genuinely, it would be good for me to get power down here, so they could just recharge right there, but I don't think that's a short-term project I care about. This is all fine, that's all fine. There's a good chance I'll have this done by the next bad water. Okay, we're starting to get some unemployed beavers. Let's start retreating back a little bit. Do I want to retreat back in this? So food and all that's holding up. Well, we need more of the eggplant. And that's the processing of the eggplant. So I could potentially get over here and yoink up another set of these and get ourselves another food processor for the eggplant going. To help supplement that. We also need more canola oil. We also need more of the canola itself. They're probably looking at the point of needing to get some more farmland set up wherever. Let's get you planting coffee there. Put those 2 tiles to space to use. I am going to continue to tell you, at least for this part, all of you is soy. But if we can go down here and remove that, I can put another 2 farms here and make all of that into canola, potentially. Okay, so we go here. And put platforms on either side of this. And grab you. These will want to be 2 deep. We can start flattening these. With the intent of making this into a big area for a whole bunch of the canola. Because then we'll be able to supplement our canola oil, because we are just burning through that. Alright, we're making good progress on the first of the wonders. We're continuing to work at getting that all built. A bunch of our bots are slowly running out of power. Which is no surprise, considering the entire area shuts down here when the water goes out. Also, how about putting cans inside the bag? Then the freezer, is that an option, just in case? Oh, I missed that whole thing. Mine's always there. If it's not there, then you have issues. I would argue if your mind's always there, there's also issues there as well, but you know, each their own, I guess. Alright, so the water level's starting to get lower. Alright. Okay, so we're slowly getting that resolved. How are we doing on unlocking the next things? The next thing's 1,000. Done. The next thing's 1.8 thousand. Research. Yeah, we're getting plenty of limbs and all that organized. Okay, so we got space over here. Because I was going to say, let's go ahead and... You are making more of the eggplant rations. Keep getting that all going. We're just 5 beavers from hitting, I believe, the next achievement. I mean, sodas can always, soda cans that explode in the freezer that you're talking about, you just thought maybe plastic bag around them would be enough as precaution? Yeah, imagine you put them like in a Ziploc bag or something like that. Like a sealable bag that can hold liquids. That'd probably be fine. As long as when the can ruptured, it didn't puncture the bag, but I think like 9 out of 10 times you'd probably be fine. Be like just the one that you get unlucky. Interesting enough, even without power, they are continuing to run. They just take a severe penalty in movement. Reach a population of 250 beavers. The next achievement for population after that's 500, which is the highest level one for population. Yeah, I still think most of the time it'd still be worth doing, just toss in a Ziploc bag. Because like you said, like I couldn't tell you like the percentage. You know, sometimes when you have the can rupture, just how it ruptures, it doesn't spill out everywhere. So that would, you know, make it so like maybe 80% chance you get a big mess if you forget it. And then if you put in a Ziploc bag, okay, well maybe 10% of the time it punctures. All right, well that means 90-ish% of the time, like 98% of the time you're fine. You get the idea. You would just, each of those precautions could potentially do it. Some freezers will have like, the freezer door will be almost like a little tray. You could almost put in there so if a little bit spills out, it just goes into the tray. And a lot of those trays are removable. So, you know, if it makes a mess there, you just take the tray out. Like, depending. If it's like a little fridge, you don't usually have something, but a bigger fridge you would. But you could take that tray out, you know, put in the sink, run it warm water. Easy to clean. Mitigating factors. Doing everything you can to mitigate the problem. Alright, this needs to sort itself out already. The drought, so I can get back to work. I have a need for more automated beavers. And as far as raw materials, the next ones we have is the canola and the mushrooms. We've already got the mushroom tower eight stacks high because we need that was for an achievement as well. I can easily just toss another one of those just about anywhere. It just needs water. Oh, you got all your TNT. Okay, we'll just go way over here. Oh, get rid of that as well. Alright. Once we get that there, we can go ahead and start blasting this area up here. Ah, you can't reach 2 up. That's fine. 1 up will probably be enough. That's good information to know. You reach pretty much limitlessly down, but up is just 1 tile. Yep, and you're coming together quickly. Yeah, very good chance that'll be done by the time the bad water comes, and then we won't... Basically, the only bad water we'll have on the map is this one thing I'm keeping open because I need the bad water here. I'd like to get rid of that off the side of the map at some point, but for the time being, it's fine. Okay. Still have 2 more days. 2 more full days of drought. Like, we're good on our water supply so far as no one's gonna die of dehydration or anything. Oh, and detonate the 1 tile that's by itself. Okay, just got that last section down there. Alright. Got a lot of unemployed beavers. They don't really have more tasks I want them working on necessarily. We can kind of just fill this in the meantime by just saying, hey, here's a bunch of jobs I don't really care about. If you're going to be idling anyways, you might as well be doing something. That's just going to be magically 40 more jobs opening up. Okay, so we're going to get the bombs up here. Gonna get there next. Plenty of water stored over there. Alright, so with that... you can go right down here. And all of that is now growable area for trees. Okay, we just got 2 more explosives here. That takes the reservoir even deeper. And you're getting all closed up all over here. And I've got plenty of robot limbs and all that. Just a matter of keeping the robots rolling in here. Which, honestly, with the robot limbs and all that, we do seem to be producing enough of them. So yoink all of you out. Okay. Because I can get another thing producing robots up here. Alright. Completely keep expanding our robotic army. Because that should be able to support somewhere in the area of 60 robots. We're only at 500 science so far, but we can go over here. Okay, so it's 2, 3,000, 6,000, 7.8 thousand science gets me all the remaining science stuff. Meanwhile, you're about a quarter of the way in almost everything. From building the first of the wonders. Thank freaking goodness. We can get back to work. And this is why earlier on I was like, should I play on hard mode? Should I play non-hard mode? I actually opted to not hard mode since we're doing the achievement hunting. It's just because of stuff like that where we're kind of stuck just waiting. Alright, so I did notice we have 2 spots that got missed. So you and you will need to get over to. Unfortunately, in the meantime, we're going to have to reroute all of this. Yeah, we're at like a base level here. Alright, let's change these up. Don't make these 3 deep. Actually, this probably could be 3 deep. Yeah, so we can get all to this depth. Alright, so with that, we can probably go ahead and start working on getting this all done. So you are 3 deep. That's 2 deep. Okay, and you got all that, and then we have 1 deep. Alright. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let him build the TNT on the edges, blast that, and then we'll make the staircase down to just reach all the rest of it. And that'll be fine. Wood-wise, we're doing fine. Still hurting on metal and explosives, but that's fine. You got all that built, so... Good job, team. And once they get that built, we can go ahead and set that off. This will also be good because it'll be able to give me an alternate route this way to go around. Looks like there was 1 tile that was an overhang. So when I removed the stuff, that's the whole thing. Alright, cool. And you're getting this done here, which will give me more bots coming in. Checking on the power we have now. You're still building up your speed, that's fine. Okay, we're up to 12 bots running around. How's the wellness doing? Yeah, so as we're keeping the bots closer to home, I am noticing the food variety is doing better, as well as a bunch of these other ones. It's not been enough to push us up to like the next level of things going on, but we could keep kind of keeping the beavers near home. But I do need to get enough research to start having them do the more dangerous jobs to reduce the injuries and all that. Because that'll help tremendously with getting our beavers' wellness higher. Alright, so you got that topped off. You're doing a good job of getting this all squared away. And the stuff missing materials is getting lower and lower, which is good to see. Yeah, so we only need 16 more gears, and then that'll be more bots popping out, which should be able to get us up to like 60 bots. Okay. And food's still holding on. Alright, so we got another one that's falling behind. Our algae is now not producing enough. So I'll increase the production of algae we've got going on. So you can go over here for the moment. We will say fermenter. You make... Oh, that's not the right building. Food processor. You go over here, rip out another row of plants. Yeah, fruit processor algae. And use that to supplement our food. Because we are continuing to grow the population fairly aggressively. Okay, so we got all that handled. Alright, so I think realistically to deal with this, I need to get rid of these trees and clean up that spot. Because otherwise I'm just not going to get enough from it. We can also go over here and get a little bit more of this filled in. That should be enough that, like I said, we'll go ahead and make this area another farm down here. And that would be for the canola that we're falling behind on. Yep, we got more bots coming in. Love to see it. Meanwhile, we can go over here to the next thing to unlock research. That's 1.8. Just keep unlocking more and more. Okay. So we are starting to push the limit of what I've got on these water wheels. Where if I want to do more, we got to move farther down the line. Which I don't think is really that necessary. This is producing plenty. We are just working on our projects right now. Like, genuinely, most of the time, I at least have some of the materials in stock. Okay, and this will probably be another one that's probably going to be overkill, but that's fine. Okay. Just gotta wait on all that. And then that'll, like, give us the big giant area over here to get that going. Basic algae, we're good. Yeah, so it's just canola is the only crop I'm running low on. While we're waiting on that, I can also go down here and put down the 2 farmhouses. One there. Okay. That's got everything you need to start blasting that. And then we can get this whole thing set up. Alright, so we got more bots that we could assign real fast. And pretty soon it'll be time to get the bots working on stuff back at home. I just hadn't anticipated needing to unlock the ability for the bots to work on things based on science. I do like the idea. It gives the science use past just unlocking your earlier things. But it's also kind of a weird consideration. And the fact that it costs 10k science for a bot to make a bot is pretty substantial. Oh, also, before I forget, there you go. Okay, we could start here with the crops because we need canola. And go down here in canola. Alright. That'll be more enough canola for what we need, and that'll help with the resin board or whatever it's called. You're doing well over there. Alright. One of the other things we'd want to do, probably for like the later thing, is right now I've got kind of mangroves tucked here and down in that area. Would be, as I mentioned before, probably making a tunnel through here. And we could just make an open area that goes underneath here, and that's just a mangrove forest, just like in a big kind of like tide pool thing that we just feed using that one sluice. Just enough to keep it so it's, you know, in the water enough to qualify for the mangroves purposes, but not more than that because we don't need it. We'll go ahead and demolish that. It doesn't do anything other than get in the way now. Is there an achievement for getting the whole map green? I don't believe so. Because from a practical effect, you're going to want to have some amount of the bad water, and as you can see, it kills everything nearby it. But there are achievements, again, you know, against, like, capping off all the bad water, and doing a bunch of other stuff. Planting enough trees, that kind of thing. Alright, so there's a whole bunch of canola going to happen over there, so that's good. You scared me there for a minute. I saw the water splash through and I thought there was a hole in the wall. Alright, and the reason we went ahead and did that is now that I've got that done, I could start making it so they have places to walk down here. Okay. That's fine. We could fix this area down here, and then I can make a path up to it. Point is just to keep them working. What is the current achievement? One of them is to continue to increase the population. The other one has to do with the bots. I'm not focused on a specific one achievement right now. We've got the 3 wonders being worked on. Which is another achievement, is to do 3 at the same time. But you get the idea. It's like right now, most achievements I'm working on are just broadly progress. And then we'll end up circling back and like trying to do those. So we look at my achievement list, I have plant 10,000 trees. That'll just happen over time. Get an average wellness of 60. That one's folktale, so it doesn't matter. Build a building at the highest height limit. There's survive 50 cycles, which just happens over time. Build and launch the wonder as Iron Teeth. Store at least 65 or 655,000 HPH worth of power using gravity batteries. Generate 10,000 horsepower using only water wheels on a single power network. That one's a folktale only one, so don't worry about that. Have 10 tubeway substations, and then 1,000 tubeways. Reach a population of 500 beavers. Let's see, that's folktales. Launch 3 wonders at the same time. That's folktales. That's a speedrun thing we're well past. Generate 2,000 horsepower using only power wheels in a single power network. As Iron Teeth produce 500 planks in a single day. We got a bunch that are Folktale, reach max well-being. Reach the maximum possible average well-being with a beaver population of at least 100. Build every building available to the Iron Teeth. So we got all those. And then there is make a bot after all beavers die. As Iron Teeth, have a beaver be born after the beaver population drops to 0. Have a beaver die while being affected by an injury, contamination, hunger, and thirst at the same time. That's a Folktale one, so it doesn't matter. Attempt to place dynamite on the bottom of the map. Yeah, so you see, like, quite a few of those are just going to happen because of progression. Like, the Wonder's going to happen because of progression. If we continue to build, eventually the population will, happen. That's kind of what I'm vaguely working towards now, is the Wonders and that. And then just broadly getting the map in a better position to support a higher and higher population. And then just ramping up bots, because I haven't done much with the bots. Let's see here. Because you're 10,000 to unlock the bots themselves as the workplace. Yeah, so they're all rapidly trying to place all the explosives down here. Yeah, so they'll be able to do that full corner. And you bought the science factories? So this science building, the number cruncher, doesn't require labor. So you can get it for free. But as far as like the actual regular science factory, yep, you could assign a bot to it. Oh no, only beavers are allowed to work that place. But at the same time, I can just get the number cruncher and it gives me science. And doesn't require anyone working it. So you could in theory have, as far as I've been able to see, a bot only, like get to the point where you can make your bots using bots, and in theory you could make a bot only settlement. Like let the beavers die off and do that. That's kind of, I'm leaning towards getting ourselves up to the 500, getting the achievement, letting the population slowly go back down as I take it over more and more with bots till we're at around 100. And let's just try and consolidate the beavers in an area where I can take care of all of their well-being stuff in one area, just to max them out. Which I think a big part of that is honestly taking their schedule and slowly reducing the number of hours they're working so they have more time for recreation. But we're a long ways from being able to do that. I'm going to need the bots to be doing 90% of the work around here for that kind of thing to be done. Well, 50-60% of the work around here. And a lot of that's going to just depend on a lot of mechanical power. Well, it's interesting, with the bots, I actually think that'd be pretty easy, because I believe the haulers will go here. So if I have a hauler assigned to a hauling post and the materials, the bots should be able to bring back the beavers. Which brings up quite a few questions and concerns, but, let's not think into it too much if we don't have to. Alright, we're down to just one sluice down here, one sluice over there, and then just sealing that side off. Like, that's honestly just it. If you get your bot set up enough, I feel like you could let the beavers go, and then get both those achievements kind of back to back. we are ever so slightly having enough powered supply to keep everything running at 100%. By just barely 100 horsepower. So this really can't accept any additional buildings on it to function before we start taking a production hit. And meanwhile, we're producing bots as fast as we can. How are you doing? None of these are planted yet. That's fine. You'll get there. Well, I mean, there's some up in that corner. Yep, they're all just filling in all the bombs they can. Just realized I didn't put a Paz down. We're gonna get that all level, and that'll probably be about the depth that is. What is the difference between dynamite and the triple variant? Oh, so if we look at the dynamite down here, so this dynamite is only gonna blast. Let's not do it. This dynamite's only gonna blast 1 tile deep. This dynamite's gonna blast 2 tiles deep, and then there's another version of it which goes 3 tiles deep. And so the difference is, like, the one is just a stick of dynamite, only blows up 1 tile, and the other ones are a stick of dynamite plus extract, and then you can go up to 3 tiles deep. So that's how much you're clearing per blast. So I'm just trying to dig down fast, get the big dynamite. All right. It's a big swimming pool. It is. But yeah, and that's a big enough reservoir until we start pushing like really high populations. That thing should more than accommodate the entire situation here. And we're up to 16 bots and continuing to build. Yeah, so it takes them a better part about a day and a half to make 1 bot per each of those. Yeah, it seems like that should supply us through a long drought season. Yeah, no, I think until we start pushing like 300, 400, 500, I mean, probably 300's fine, but like 400 or 500, that's when we're going to start pushing this kind of to its limit. I am tempted to just go over here and put like the breeding pod, just stack up like 10 breeding pods here and just kind of gun right for the population cap. Or not population cap, go for the 500 population achievement. I don't think our food supports us through that. Yeah, so I need to ferment more soybeans and ferment more mushrooms. We also need to process more eggplant, and we need to process more corn. A lot of that's because the canola's backing up, we're waiting for this to grow. And then that should help with that situation. But you get the idea, the population's continuing to grow, and we're slowly going to start straining our food. Which is part of why we're leveling this all up. Yeah, you need more land under to plow and the auto farmers. Yeah, no, we just need to get all that stuff. Like I said, I think what we'll do here is I think I'm gonna blast a passage through here. Maybe make a big pit here for like the mangroves or whatever. Then we'll start filling this area in, like, you know, fill some of this in, you know, make it into other, you know, growing stuff or whatever. Like right now, this is fine. But I could definitely go and make a channel over here and kind of make a, not a floodplain, but kind of do like what they do in California, where you have like the canals that go through and you have your farms along the canals that you can, depending on your crop, flood the field, or it's just a place you can draw water from. Alright, so you're getting pretty close to setup here. Alright, let's start planning to get that going. So we'll start by taking that tile there. We're going to remove the soybean from it. Then we're going to explode it. And this doesn't need to be deep. Just a single tile deep. I just need enough water that'll make the ground around it green. They can bring it over. And it looks like we can get probably around 10, 12 tiles out from where our water is. Have it green, so go about that much. Start cutting down. You get the idea. Basically making ourselves like an aqueduct. Canal, channel, whatever you want to call it. Alright. Oh, I just realized for it to work, it needs to be 2 tiles. We already know we're going to be drilling through this whole area, so just go ahead and do it. Okay, so you can't actually reach that yet. That's fine. Oh, I'm also going to need a path to go out here, aren't I? That's fine. What I'll probably do for the path is I'm going to have it go over the top of that. It's going to cost me a lot more materials, but it'll save me real estate. Okay. So we can start with the first round. Because then I'll have the sluice here, and then we'll have platforms the whole way down here, so I can cut all over there. And that's now made it so we can actually reach these trees to chop them all down so that we can expand the soybeans, which I really don't need. But, I mean, we're here, so who cares? If they don't have anywhere to put it, it just sits there. Alright. You know, that I can go here. There's more soybeans. Yeah, and the beavers are all running around just working on the various projects that have sat there unfinished forever. Always more to do. Yeah, that bad water's pumping forever. I got 5 bad water pumps going, and we're using every bit of that bad water. Like, there's that many dedicated haulers just grabbing the bad water and running with it. Because of how much we're using for extract and explosives. It's also looking like I might need yet another place making limbs. Which I don't really have room for. It can be one of those things that if the bodies get far enough ahead of the limbs, which they are, let's switch you over to limbs for a while. Let you build up a surplus of limbs, then we can switch you back to bodies after that. That sounds bad out of context. So many industrial accents need extra prosthetic factory. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I perpetually have about 16 injured beavers. So it also does align with what is happening in game. We are dealing with a lot of constant injuries. All right. So you're about halfway through the gears, about halfway through the treated planks, and not quite halfway on the metal. And that's with that being a deprioritized construction. That's just kind of the bleed over of people who don't have anything to do, and the materials are available. But yeah, so no, our beavers are well acquainted with industrial accidents. And unfortunately, we got another drought that's going to shut down production for a little while. Yeah, so Ironbot 1 is still running around doing their job. Oh, I have a ridiculous number of unemployed beavers, or mechanical beavers. That's right. I'm sitting there looking at it going, man, it's taking a long time to get these all sorted out. Alright. So now I got a whole bunch of unemployed actual beavers. Because the robots took their jobs. Oh no. What have I done? To be fair, these are jobs that are causing a plethora of industrial accidents, so maybe it's good that the robots are taking their jobs. This is like the robots taking the jobs of like coal miners or whatever. You know, jobs that have a particularly high rate of very serious injuries. And we put the sluices here kind of to be on the water conservation side of things. Unfortunately, that does mean my production will shut down here. So right now we got 31 robots running around. And our builders are almost exclusively robots with like one group of robots, or there's a total of 8 beavers still working in construction, while all the rest have been taken over by robots. Okay. So progress be made there, flattening out more terrain. Getting the tiniest bit of bad water stored. Yeah, and as the robot's charges are running out, they get unassigned, which is an interesting mechanic. That the game is smart, where it's like, oh, robot's tired. Take the robot off of work. Alright. But that it also should mean, on the average, our beavers should start being better well-being wise, because they will be closer to where the food's at, where the entertainment's at, all that kind of stuff. Campfires, all that. And they'll be less way out in the fringes of the map, you know, building whatever. Yeah, it's a 5-day one. Now, I'm trying to remember, is with the Wonders, if I launch it, like, can I launch it multiple times? So I can launch that one. It is interesting, so one of the achievements is under 15 cycles to launch the Wonder. I'm imagining to do that, you just have to be aggressive, not worry about a lot of, like, you're supporting your beavers. You know, obviously you need enough food to keep them alive, and not worry about, like, the macro scale projects. It's kind of just going all in on build the Wonder. So, you know, get the metal up, get the treated wood up and all that as fast as you can. And then just start scaling that up. And then supplement the food just as you've got the availability to do so. It doesn't actually look like it'd be that hard, considering we're on cycle 23. And I'm liable to get this done in the next couple of cycles. Like the next cycle or two. And that's without having scaled up or prioritized the Wonder on anything. And we lost a lot of time doing the homeless achievement and all that. That very genuinely, it seems like to get that done, you wouldn't even have to go like full speed run mode. Just kind of be like, okay, this is the priority that I'm working on. Like, make sure what I'm working on is aligned with that priority. Okay, so you finish this area. Okay, and you can go there. Work on all that. You can work on all that. And that lets you get all those medium areas there. And that one tall area. And then that'll leave just this low area there. And that spot there is the only ones left unfinished. Which honestly, you could probably get to those as well. By doing this. That's not where I want it. Okay. Then put 2 more staircases down. And like I said, that's the height of this. And I don't think we'll go deeper than that because it won't really benefit because the water will just be below the sluice, which doesn't allow it to do anything. We can kind of leave it at that point. Alright. In the meantime, chat, I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm going to go ahead and put this zoomed way out back here. I'm going to quickly use the restroom and all that. I'll be back here in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, so how are we doing on getting out of the drought? We got 2 more days till the drought's done, and then the power will start coming back on. Did you eat? I'm actually about to snack here a little bit while we're waiting for the drought to clear. Because I do have my food here, but I have not actually eaten it. What I'll probably do is mute the mic. Hey, Sui, thank you so much for the host over on the YouTube side. I do really appreciate that over there. But thank you so much for hosting over on YouTube. Alright. Which makes me assume there's probably a raid happening here in a moment. Or not, I don't know. It's entirely possible that Sui raided on one side and hosted on the other. Alright, so we just gotta wait the 1.8 days until we manage to get past the drought. Then our mechanical power will get back online. Then we can get our bots back to botting. Doing their bot stuff. Ooh, I have some homeless beavers. For those that don't know, Sui, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a bunch of different games, but has recently been doing some Project Zomboid. So if you do enjoy Project Zomboid, you can find more of it over there. But definitely good times over there with Sui. Also, Sui is a fellow member of the House Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on. And again, definitely go check them out. Plays a lot of indie games and all that good stuff. Alright, we can actually tuck one more over here. That's not a priority for them to work on, but it is on the list. They'll get it, or they won't. I don't care. Yeah, so they're working on getting all those bombs all placed. You're... Okay, so at least from this end it's all done. So I can clear out that area. We still got a little bit more here to go, but let's clean up more area. Okay, so a bunch of them are all short on power. Got one more day till that comes back online. In the meantime, I quickly mute my microphone for just a minute, and I'm going to enjoy my soup, and I'll be right back. Things will still be going in the meantime. We'll just go like this so you can kind of see the beavers do beaver things in the meantime. Alright. Yeah, so we got a lot of these bots are all just running around with, like, not enough power. Alright, we got the outbound side of this fully enclosed for dumping out the polluted water out the side of the map. And now I just gotta get this little spot here closed up. And then this whole thing's ready for handling bad water. That bad water is just a handled problem that I don't need to worry about anymore. So many of the bots are attempting to recharge. Surprised we're actually getting any amount of power through here. It's really not much. But still. That's probably what's keeping what few bots are managing to not be out of power up, is just that. Okay. So. What I can do down here, this might not be the best choice. Alright, drought has ended, so we can open up our sluices here again. So what we'll do is we'll get that going. I'm going to yoink these coffee plants. So I'm going to make a little wall here to keep this channel going. And I'm going to try... Yeah, so this allows it to circumvent to this side. Oh, wait, that's not... Alright. I'm going to try to get some mechanical power to the other side here. Using the... Like, I want it to be part of the same grid. So that we can pursue the achievement for that. In the meantime, we will want to go down here and make this one explosion deeper. Keep it like that for now. Okay. And we can go here. Rip those out. Because that way I'm going to make this deeper. And we're going to try and get it so I can get more mechanics going down this way. To boost the power of this. Because I am going to need to make another factory for making robot pieces. To keep that all going. Among other things. Alright, so you got all that queued up. No real pressure on the rest. They're working on a number of projects. Those projects are getting done. And these are all starting to go, not at their full speed yet. But by enclosing this more, that will keep the flow moving that direction. And honestly, with this over here, what we could do is a temporary thing. When this is done, that's not what I wanted to do. I could put sluices going this way that'll only maintain the water level for this area. Which will maintain all of this, I guess. Which is important. Yeah, we'll make it one way, so that way it goes in here and it just fills that up. So that most of the flow should commit to just keep going down our production direction. That does mean I'm going to be cutting into our coffee beans more, but I do have a surplus of coffee beans. If we do run to a problem where I just need more coffee beans somewhere, we can deal with that. I'm also noticing this forestry has not been needed. Forester has not been needed forever. Let's get rid of that. Because then I can use this corner as my means of piping the stuff over. Because what I could do here is have a vertical gear right there. Grab you. And then bring that across, and we'll yoink out the coffee beans. But you got a nosebleed in your sleep and woke up choking on blood. You get the nosebleed 1-star Yelp review. How's everyone else's night going? Not that bad. I'm sorry to hear that you had a really bad nosebleed. There's a curiosity. So I can build my bot factory directly on my other bot factories, and it will power through the floor. But the issue is I need more power. Like, we're right about the limit, so if I want more, I gotta bring more wheels in here. So I'll go over here. I'll potentially fill in this a little bit here. Definitely want to go and move our mangroves over someplace else as well. Thankfully, easy cleanup. Nothing on the bed sheets, no shirt. No shirt to worry about cleaning. Didn't last very long. That's good. I've definitely seen cases where, like, a nosebleed that just kind of sticks around and just causes grief. Alright, just two tall stacks there. And then this is all handled. And I gotta decide finally how high I'm building that. Meanwhile, how are you doing? Okay, so you're halfway there, and just about halfway there. Does water speed expect the... water speed does matter. You'll actually notice the power output. It might be hard to see on your screen. It is fluctuating up and down constantly. And that's part of the reason I'm keeping the channel only 3 wide. And honestly, I could get a little bit more out of it if I knocked it down to 2. Oh, I just realized that never got built. That's fine. It is on this whole drivetrain, which then brings it over there. But yeah, so these things at absolute max hit about 1250. Somewhere in that ballpark. But that's part of the reason I'm making it 2 tiles deep, 3 wide. I can technically get it a bit more throughput if it's 2x2. But there is a pretty good chance if I go and I cut it down to 2 deep, 2 wide that it will overflow from time to time. Which will get obnoxious very quickly. Yeah, so just gonna keep on working on that. Meanwhile, we're doing pretty good on the limbs, so we're gonna switch you back to torsos. And we got a bunch of this. So that leaves me at 2,000. We get our very last unlock research-wise. And then all the research stuff is just gonna be making it so bots are more capable. And their food is starting to pick back up now that we have all the mechanical power. Our bots just need to recharge themselves. I guess we'll just go here and say... have more charging ports. Because the charging ports, fortunately, don't take much power to run. They're bringing plenty of canola in, so now they just need to make the canola oil, which we have the buildings and they're working on it. The grease we're actually having problems keeping up. So I might need to expand our grease production. Which is canola oil. Right, so it's actually grease production might be fine, but the canola oil production is not keeping up. What we could do here... you're going to store the canola itself to make it more convenient for up here. And I've got plenty of production here. And I don't think I have a barrel over here for canola oil. Alright, so in that case, we'll go here. Grab a barrel here. And you are for canola oil to be in the area as well. Alright. And little by little, alright, so we've got ourselves more robots available. So boom. We now only have 4 builders who are not robots. And so very, very soon I want to flip things over so we start having the bots taking over the danger jobs. And you're missing mechanical power until that actually gets assembled, which is fine. Yeah, you've got that just about done. You're working on the rest of that still, so that's fine. That'll be the big thing, is once I get that reservoir carved off, all that explosives we're making will be freed up. And at that stage, we'll probably start using the explosives to start digging a tunnel network to help all of our stuff move around the map faster. Okay, and we've almost got, like, that's functional now. But once we get that filled up entirely, that'll be good. And then the next stage of this is going to be just, how high do I want to take it for making our industry that's going to be bot run. Just bots the whole way down. And I do think I'm going to leave this area open up here, just for it to be where we lower the weights for storing power. But it will be a thing that it's going to take him a while to build that up, because I'm going to be building it way higher than is reasonable. That way I get the achievement for building at maximum height, plus, you know, we can go from there. Because that'll ultimately become a reservoir of its own. And then I can start, you know, I can have its endpoint dump out into this system as much as we like. But I think I'll just have it, like, zigzagging back here as I need more and more area for machinery. Honestly, I could just dump it out here in this corner anywhere and just not care. But just keep zigzagging it back and forth as need be. I also wonder what the limits are for tunneling. If, like, you know, how many tiles wide before it, like, collapses in, or it won't let you do it, or whatever. I'm sure there's a limit. I remember messing with it before and finding I just don't remember what it was. Oh, hey, I noticed a couple things. So one, that spot there should also be done. And then two, you don't have means of getting up here. Alright. Because that'll be the end of that reservoir. That next round of TNT, that finishes the reservoir. There's no real reason for me to dig deeper. We got plenty of places for people to sleep now. We're just barely shy of 300 beavers. The food seems to be holding up fine when we have mechanical power. Otherwise, we do start chewing down on it. It does look like both the mushrooms and the algae, I'm going to need to get more of that happening. Honestly, here's a perfectly good place for me to do that, too. So let's go over here to food. So we could do here. Here to that spot. Maximum priority. Okay. Then TNT 1 depth right there. That was a strong oak tree. Okay, and max priority on these. That'll give me room for 4 of the buildings. Okay, and you cost 2,000, so we're right about to get the research. So you are going to be the mushrooms. And after that, I'm going to need a couple of extra fermenters to process it, because I'm... Actually, no, well, maybe I need an extra fermenter or 2. Keep those going. You keep doing your thing over there. You're just about to wrap up this area. And that'll be the reservoir done for pretty much ever. Okay, starting to get more bots than I have available for our stuff. Okay, so we get our very last research unlocked. Making sure no more research left in the entire thing. No padlocks whatsoever. Oh, nope, I am wrong. Got a couple of decorations left to unlock. Like 600. Okay. So just like 600 research, we'll have the last of those done. Then there's that opened up. And that opened up. Okay, and you will be for more mushrooms. Algae. Algae. Alright, so now I need to get them to put the bombs down here to clean up this to make it deeper. And once that's done, I'm going to start filling in some of this area to make more mechanics. I've already got this piped over for when I go to get that built. To get it to the other side here. I'm honestly wondering, you know what? I'm wondering if they honestly could just go on the second floor here. Because I'm kind of thinking with these bot part factories, I might be able to just build that right there and that'll plug in on the second floor. We'll see. It'll highlight if it works. Science. Bot parts. So interestingly, if I face it towards this side, it will work. Or if I face it directly away, but not to the sides. I can live with that. So you'll be here, and you'll be another limbs building. And I do need the extra power here, which we're working on. But that'll be fine just to bring it across. Yeah, so those are all being stocked up. the canola oil is honestly just waiting on people to process the canola. Like, we've got the canola, it just needs to be processed. Okay, let's hide the water. Okay, you've got one more thing of TNT right there. And then this whole section's done. You're good. We can detonate that one. You get that last one here. And then all of this is ready to detonate. As well as that. And then you're cleaning up this last area down here. We just need the one explosive here. I see, that's the one bringing it. It's just out of power, so it's taking its sweet time. Okay. Alright, so that's done. So here's where I gotta make the decision on how I'm handling this. So the first part is, I think we get rid of the path over the top, so it doesn't whine at me as I'm constantly trying to do stuff here. Okay. Alright. So I'm just yoinking up all these paths that I don't need. Then it's decision-making time. Alright, so I'm leaning towards... This is going to be entirely unreasonable. I'm leaning towards going over here. Okay. Start by elevating that to its maximum height. Well, just shy of the maximum height. You bring this up, and I'm going to bring it down like 3 from the top. 3, 4 from the top, just so we have, I don't know, like, how it restricts building above to a certain height, like, if it's the base or if it's the top of the building. This whole map is based at, like, the lowest elevation. Okay, any time now should tell me no. Okay. So that's the absolute maximum height. We don't want to go quite that high, because I think it'll cause us problems. Let's go 4 from the top. And this will be sluices. Okay. So it should never reach that point and be contaminated. If it does, all hell's broken loose. Okay. Needless to say, this is all really dumb. But this is kind of one of those projects to get going and have it go forever. But ultimately, the plan is I get the early part of this setup, and I'm just going to keep expanding it out with more wheels, more construction, more processes, and have this just be bot. Just like where bots work. Alright. I mean to say, an excellent use of resources. Well, it's kind of one of those things. Some of your resources are effectively unlimited. It doesn't really matter if you're wasteful about it. I mean, all your resources are unlimited. It's just some are more convenient than others. But the idea here is to get it so the bots are working up here heavily. Okay. This will give us a 3-wide path here. Now the question is, can I go through here in the 3-wide path and just grab the overhang? Why are you being weird about this? Oh, right, the overhang goes to the top. Alright. Right, so the overhang needs a platform to be based on. It's fine. They are already working on it, too. Because if it's limitlessly deep, it's going to be a problem. Okay. Oh, is there a cap on how high I can go with that? Oh, that's interesting. It won't let me take the dirt higher. Versus the levee, it will. And that is the desired height. Needless to say, none of this is a good idea. So what we're going to do is I'm going to get a different route to get up here. Because I don't want them to have to like climb up here and have to keep replacing the route. So I'm going to get an alternate route to let them get up to the top of all of this garbage. Which is going to be completely unreasonable. So, 2. 1. Actually, you know what? Well, no, because I'm going to have to get up there first, but we're going to want to make a station for our first tube station. I'm going to put it up there, right at the top. to give us a much faster way than this garbage. They're still down that way. Okay, let's get this all wired up. Okay. Cool, and we can go here. Alright, needless to say, that project's gonna not get done anytime soon. But that is okay. Let's keep working on it. And that's fine, because I'll only be able to go a tile or two up from here. Nice to our Babylon. Sure hope the workers don't come back speaking in tongues. It's fine. Everyone knows they come back speaking in tongues. It's just because they got a, especially, that's, okay, that's fine. Especially effective education. Maybe not in something you want them to be educated in, but you know. Alright, we can go here and canola. And there's this. Alright, so now we have a sluice that's going here. And you will close. The water's above, just a little bit under what, like, the minimum it probably needs to work. Now put the platform over top for our pathway across. Okay, it's overflowing just a little bit because it has just opened up. It's got some need to balance out. Definitely get that sluice built as a very high priority. Rip up. Oh. That was weird that those just vanished from existence. Okay, I'm not going to complain. I'm just a little confused. Alright, so... He figures around 12 is about how far that could go. I'm going to go ahead and wire you up. More explodey bits in not too long. Let's get rid of this. So you'll need to be TNT'd 2 deep. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. You need to be TNT'd 3 deep. Alright, so rip all this up. And you. You get 3 rounds of TNT. You'll be the 2 rounds. And you'll be the 1 round. And honestly, in this case, I think I can do it where I don't need to do a bunch like back and forth maintenance kind of thing. We can go... That gets me access to that floor. This gets me access to this floor. The whole way around at that. Now I can go over here. Cool. And I'll be able to take down that whole thing in one go. Are you done yet? Let's see. Okay, so you're good. Alright. And you're good. And you're good. And you're good. And you're good. And you're... There are 3 tiles who weren't done, but they're reachable from above. And with that, the reservoir is done. Alright. Now give it enough time to probably fill up those couple of tiles there real quick before the drought hits. So you basically got that reservoir as big as it's going to get without having to like build it up a huge amount higher, which, you know, would give me more volume I could carry into it, and maybe it would be something worth doing eventually, but is just not necessary right now. And they're starting to build the ridiculous staircase to the sky. You're getting plenty close to getting your thing built. You're getting flooded a bit at the moment. But just because I keep changing so much with the water flow here that's screwing around with everything. Alright. And I have an obscene amount of extra bots. So, congratulations. Bots, get to the mines. First dangerous job that we've taken the bots completely off of that responsibility. And I got 2k more. So where do I want to put the bots next? High chance of injury. 2k. Explosives factory. Alright. Bots. Get to making bombs. Alright, so there should be another one up here. And there. The bots are taking over, so bots are the only ones doing construction now. And, they're taking over a lot of the dangerous jobs. I'm gonna make a giant lake in the shape of a beaver face. Alright, so now we need to go down here. And have that lock. So you didn't quite get a chance... I mean, you're kind of there. You didn't quite get the chance to fully fill up as much as I wanted. Yep, so basically all construction is being done by bots now. And all explosives are being done by bots now. And all our mining is being done by bots now. If you played Factorio games, or games like Factorio Satisfactory, how would you rate the complexity of this game? It looks a bit intimidating with interacting with different systems. I would definitely say when you're comparing against Factorio and Satisfactory, this one doesn't have remotely the same level of complexity as those two games. Because those two games, you have like splitting your resources, conveyor belts, and splitters, and mergers, and smart filtering, and a lot of stuff like that to deal with. Ultimately, with this, you've got 3 seasons you're dealing with. your normal, everything's good season, your drought, and your bad water, which is ultimately, you don't care, normal season's normal. Drought is be as efficient with water as possible, like be conservative on your water to get to the other side, you know, retain water in reservoirs. And then bad waters have a way to get rid of the water. As far as mechanics go, like, if you're looking at how I've automated this, it's just sluice. And all these sluices do is they go, okay, if the water's contaminated, you know, don't let it through. Okay, if the water is contaminated, you know, let it through, that kind of thing. So it's just kind of a yes-no situation. And when it comes to, like, the mechanical power, it's effectively, is my input sufficient for my output? Yes? Cool. No, it will have a reduced effectiveness until it gets too low, at which point eventually the buildings will shut off. But yeah, otherwise, there's like the well-being and all that, but you don't have to do all that. The well-being stuff just kind of helps. And we're playing as the Iron Teeth, which is the more complicated of the two factions. You also have the other faction, which is known as the Folktales, and the Folktales are a lot easier to grasp. There's not as much of like the I mean, there's still factory stuff going on. Both of them have it, but they're just different approaches to them. Oh wait, do those already have the dynamite on them? Oh, those already have their dynamite. Okay. So with that, we made that whole thing deeper. And get rid of this. All right. So here's where things are going to get a little bit messy. I'm going to be tearing up a lot of crops and all that we've been using to expand our productivity. But then we can work on getting the machine power down this whole row, all this extra mechanical power in there, get more production online. And this is what we're doing in the meantime while all of this is getting worked on and these are getting worked on. Now I'm trying to remember the wonders. I think what we could do is we could save before I trigger the first wonder. I think you can re-trigger the wonders multiple times. I'm trying to remember. It's been such a long time since I've done that. It's real difficult for me to be able to play around with this where I do get to go all the way to the wonders where I don't have to just rush things. You're going to get a bunch more water wheels going. Right now they're not hooked up to anything, so be a little limited. Our bots are running out of power. Imagine speedruns of this get super hectic? Probably. I don't think they'll get Factorio hectic or Satisfactory hectic, but I imagine it will be like stamping in a bunch of your earlier things. I mean, it'll probably be like one of two things. You'll probably sit there and you'll stamp out a bunch of things early on, and because you don't directly control things, at that point it'll be kind of like waiting for them to get the next process, then stamping out the next things. And you could stamp stuff out in advance, but you'd need to pause and wait for it. So imagine there's going to be a whole lot of like, you get things set up and then you kind of wait for it to actually happen kind of things. Because, like, if you don't have the wood to build the thing, it doesn't matter. You have to wait. That's a little bit of an annoying problem. So I believe they'll have to be on the bottom level to reach that. I'll let them rip this all up, and then we'll put a path that goes down, like, that just goes right here, straight on down. I want to get the mechanical axle to go up here just to get that all in there. We'll start building more support stuff here. So, like, another place to make the eggplant would be around here, I think. Looks like we're good on our fermenters. But yeah, whatever I need mechanical power for, we'll start getting more of that up here. Just want to keep increasing the bot production. Honestly, could get more steel production going. Gear production seems to be fine. Ah, okay, so that's where it's too far. So we can go ahead and go like this. Put a little thing right there. Put you right here. We'll let them rip those up, and then we can take a path down here till they rip it all up. Then we'll back it back out and fill in that area. We're definitely going to be moving the mangroves. I was clearing this area for making another field, and then I've since not needed it anymore. But that's okay. We can get this set up here. Maybe this becomes like our proper dedicated full-scale mangrove area. Where I blast this whole area one tile deeper and just let mangroves grow here. Yeah, because then I could blast the whole area. Leave this here. We'd put the we put like over here someplace the gatherer and the forestry with like a ramp down here and there, and then just all of that mangrove. And I wouldn't need to worry nearly as much about tearing this all up. I'm also kind of hoping when these go full tilt, that'll be enough to get the achievement for having the water wheels powering a network by themselves. Okay, all those are in range, so I'll get that done. Alright, and you got that pulled up. And go here. Gonna let them get that done first. And then slowly I'll back it up so I can put an axle along here. Alright, so 4 more days left of the drought. The reservoir has only gone down a little over a full block. And that tower just keeps building. Okay. We've got so many bots that need to recharge. That's basically the big problem we have right now, is I'm so dependent on water flow for everything. We're gonna have to get past that. I'm assuming bot 1 has long since dropped off. Yeah, Iron Bot 1 broke down. Yeah, so we've had 2 of our Iron Bots break down, so we're at that point. The current production rate of our bots, we basically hit the capacity. We're going to be sitting around 60 of them. With the current 2 builders. So I'd like to get more of those going on. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we can get a couple of more bot production stuff going on. We can continue to get more and more bots happening. And we will slowly start handing off more and more jobs to the bots to reduce our overall injuries. I forgot. Oh, yeah. You're just getting unassigned because all the bots are running out of juice. I'm probably going to need a bunch more of these recharge points as well. All right. You know, once they build that up, like I said, I'll probably put gravity power just like all along this at the very top. So that as we expand, we can just have all that gravity power, so when we have the droughts, it can keep running for a very long time without water power. Because then we can also get that achievement knocked out. But so far during the drought, we're still managing to maintain our food, which is a bit surprising. Okay, so this bot is done up here. Alright. Just gotta get these areas cleaned up. Yeah, I think for what we're planning on doing, we will plan for... You'll plan to have, like, the forestry here. We're planting the mangroves. And then I'll end up putting 2 of the gatherers there. We'll have, like, a down ramp here and a down ramp there. That'll just make a big area that we can just plant one giant mangrove area over here. Yeah, it's fine. I've got tons of extra beavers that they could just stand around and do nothing for a while. Alright, so I got 3 more tiles of that to fill in. I think part of it is that as I've narrowed this on, any amount of water going through there at all is enough to achieve some level of power production, even if it's just a tiny bit. Which is still good. A tiny bit does mean these things are functioning, even if badly. Alright, one more day of this drought, and then all that'll come back online. You've almost got the giant tower up there, which is just going to be so much more work. This will probably be one of the next buildings to get the bots handed over, so it's 4,000 for the bots to take that over. I'm just trying to single out any job that says high injury rate for right now. Put the bots on that to reduce our overall injury rate, because that'll boost our beavers' happiness a lot, which has the potential of helping out with a bunch of things. Okay. Yeah, let's see what like a reasonable range for this to reach from that spot is. Once we know that, I'll know how much to dig this out. Okay, we've got plenty of bad water down there. Still no major supply up here, but that's okay. I'm very happy that this is at least kind of running a little bit during the drought now. Alright, so let's get started with this. So they should be able to do that far. Okay, now this one needs to be next by itself. And you can go this far. Okay, and you can open these back up. Given the reservoir still had probably about 2-3 tiles of depth left in it after a full drought was endured. But did they get those last 3 bomb spots by chance? They did. Okay. Alright, so all that stuff to be worked on. That's fine. Now, one thing that could potentially go wrong, if there's a limit of how far down they can reach to do this, that would completely unmake how I want to deal with this entirely. That'd be a big pain in the butt. There's not another way to put it. That'd be a big pain in the butt. Because I mean, I'd have to do the whole thing in massive stages, and I'm not doing that. So you got one last bomb to place there. It's probably what you're doing right now. Nope, you're doing a different one. Okay, so you've got all that moved. Okay, so we got plenty of power down here. Now we just need to get enough hooked up to bring it over. So the thing we end up doing here is we go down here, we go to bot assembly. I'll get 2 of those down here. Let's go down here to the mechanical power, put 1 more spot here, and then get a 2x3 here of some kind. I have tons of planks. Oh, actually, you know what? Not 2x3, that's fine. We will go to metal production. You put a metal production building there. And this should be more bots than I can make parts for. Which will require me to eventually, you know, get all this set up over here. Prioritize constructing that so we can have this hooked up to the grid. And then you'll also be mildly higher priority than everything else. Because once you get this all connected, this is probably pretty close to 10k 10k power once it's fully going. It might need 1 more. And technically something I could do, which would be a little dirty, is technically I could probably go to the other side here. Oh, I'd have to raise the bottom level 1. But I could potentially put a bunch of, like, the little water wheels on there to boost it as well. But I have to, like, make that higher. I'm just not going to do that. And that's turning just from the surplus water from that side. That's not even this main draw either. Okay, so you're there. You're getting pretty close to getting the metal blocks done. We're at another 1,000 research, and I got 2 more bots that don't have work to do. They have high chance of injuring the centrifuge. We hit 1.5k research. We'll have the bots start taking over the centrifuge. Alright, do we... Hey, well-being 51. Like I said, I think that's because we're taking more and more of the jobs that are injuring the beavers away from the beavers. So we're reducing the overall injuries. And it's also making it so the beavers, more of them can just kind of stay home and just take care of themselves. Right, I'm going to do one thing real fast, which I'm going to save and say pop boom. Oh. Pop boom. Just in case I utterly demolish my save file here, I want to go for that 500 and be done with it. So let's go right over here. And it is time to grow. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. 14, 16. The game has has auto-saving, but you can make a manual save. So it's been automatically saving this whole time, but it did drop a manual save. And the reason I dropped that manual save is I am doing something ill-advised. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, that should be more than enough. Oh, just in case they flood the planet. Yeah, so basically what we're doing is one of the achievements is to get 500 beavers. So what I'm doing right now is I'm making the things that let me get more beavers at a completely unreasonable volume. And the idea is just trying to spike up the population to that 500. And then we're going to shut down half of those things. And then let our population just kind of get lower back down to... I'll probably aim to keep it around 100. Give or take. And then let the bots do as much of the work as possible after that. Because you're bringing in more and more bots. Hey, Wellness 52. Because you're 10k to have the bots make bots. We're going to try and prevent the injuries as much as we can. Yeah, so all the food's doing really well right now. Water's doing extremely well. Still struggling a little bit on the canola oil. That's not entirely surprising. Okay, so 1.5. Alright. Congratulations. You no longer work here. That's now the work of bots. Should be another centrifuge down here. Okay. So now those jobs that have a high rate of things. And also the beavers. I mean, the Iron Teeth already have enough stuff they do that you're like, you know what? maybe we're not the good guys. Maybe, maybe we didn't learn from the fact that the world is basically destroyed by unspecified over consumption or whatever ultimately doomed humanity. Maybe we didn't learn our lessons and just completely went right in and repeated it. Breeding halted. You gotta bring the berries. Which does remind me, we might actually have to increase the berry access we've got here, which is probably not gonna happen. Because this is my berry production here. The coffee's fine for now. So what we could do... Well, we can do... well, let's, 53. So go ahead and yoink those. Maybe Thanos wasn't the bad guy? I mean, he was. Because of entire approach to everything was really, really dumb. And had nothing to do with the way actual issues run into with that. So much of the problems we have in the world about people dying of hunger has nothing to do with the number of people so much as just logistics kind of things. And so snapping half the population of the globe away instantly would mean all the people working those logistics would suddenly be gone and thrown into utter disarray, genuinely making even more starving people. He was using a very disproven and fundamentally flawed approach to consumption and economics. Okay. How far do we think you can reach? This would be a reasonable thing. Then Thanos took elementary economics and then stopped there. Which, very genuinely, most elementary school level courses about any meaningful studies usually are objectively wrong. Not because of, like, teachers doing badly or anything, but you're not at a level to learn how to do them right. And so you gotta get the basic conceptual understanding that is, again, deeply flawed and incomplete before you're ready to tackle, like, the more in-depth, you know, conversation. Right? It's like, you know, in elementary school you learn about Newtonian physics. Newtonian physics are wrong. They were good enough to get us to the moon, but they aren't right. But in the very broad, I'm just going to kind of sweep a paintbrush that wide. Generate 10,000 horsepower using only water wheels. Heck yeah, just barely crept over it. You know, in the very broad sweeps, they're close enough to right to be okay. Well, definitely not being right. Thanos has a theoretical degree in physics. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, it makes for a good thing, but, like, Thanos being the good guy, it's, you kind of want to sit there and be like, alright, Thanos, buddy, do you know what you've just done? You didn't fix a problem. You made it worse. Like, if you were going to go with the reduction of population as the solution kind of thing, there would be ways to go about it where you wouldn't hose the entire process, making it worse along the way. Most of which would be highly unethical in their own rights, but at least there was some rhyme and reason and some cold, unforgiving logic to it. You know, that should make your stomach churn and uncomfortable, and be like, no, there's definitely a better way to doing this. But at least we could pretend there was a logic there. And again, enjoy the movies. But that's the thing about applying reality to movies, is very few movies stand up, especially if the movie has like a scientific basis. Very few movies stand up particularly well. Like, I love the movie Gravity. It's a really good movie. And actually for most of the movie does pretty well with the science, but there's a few things they did for storytelling reasons is the way I will phrase it. For storytelling reasons that the kind of may have tweaked the reality a little bit. Like there's a scene where she cries and her like tears come off her face or whatever, floating out in 0G. And you're like, hold up, hang on. It's a really big problem actually in space that if, for example, you start tearing up, the tears stick to your face and they can obscure your vision and they don't come off by themselves. Because the actual, I'm forgetting the force where water, it's not tensile, it's, where like the surface of water tries to hold itself together, ends up being a stronger force than, gravity or air resistance or whatever. So, like, it just stays there. You hit your gravity? That's fine. Surface tension, yeah. The surface tension is the strongest force there, so they wouldn't just float off of your face. But again, it was for making the scene. It's fine. It's whatever. The only one that really properly irked me was there is a scene where she is on a tether. And so for one scene before that, she's on a tether and she's just kind of whipping back and forth. Because in space without air resistance, there's nothing to really draw that force away. So she's just kind of slingshotting back and forth this whole time, having a miserable, awful time. And then just like one scene later, she's like dragging and pulling another person on that same tether. I'm like, no, hold up. I don't care if you get the detail wrong about the science. You were correct in the first one, the second one you're wrong. But within your own story, you need to be consistent. Just because it was a bad story, it was just a technical movie. I mean, I'm okay with it. Like, the entire premise of the story was basically she gets stranded in space, and she's desperately trying to get back to Earth alive. Even though there's a lot of fundamental problems with the stories, like the idea of, like, this cascading effect where all the satellites destroy each other and now there's this debris field that is destroying everything. It's like, no, even for as much crap as we have in space, space is big. You might have a satellite hidden in our satellite, but that's probably, even that's a little bit of a stretch versus this cataclysmic, this entire debris field coming on. And, like, the idea of taking that's actually not true at all. Like, the cascading, all the satellites hitting each other. Kessler syndrome is real. Kessler syndrome is real? What we were talking about? Gravity. Like, the cascading of satellites just hitting all of each other. I mean, unless something's changed historic, like, you can have them. I'll look it up. Like, don't get me wrong, you get stuff that's slams into each other. Let's see, Kessler syndrome. Collision cascading, or ablation cascade, the scenario proposed by NASA scientist, describes a situation in which objects in low Earth, becomes so high. Yeah, but this is a theory. This isn't an actual thing. This is a theory. We have drag, critical effect. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's a theory, but it's also a theory that's been contested. Like, don't get me wrong, there would be a theoretical point where you could get enough debris out there, but ultimately, kind of one of the issues you run into is when you're looking at the different evolution, like the different elevations of orbit, the speed you have to go to maintain that orbit kind of thing. And so it is kind of one of those things that, if I'm down here at this band, and I'm starting to hit each other, I'm not going to magically go, I'm not going to accelerate to hit a higher orbit. Yeah, fair enough. The problem is a little bit of debris starts becoming more debris. That makes more debris. Yeah, I don't... we would have to hit such a level of critical mass of stuff in space, it would be a whole thing. Like, don't get me wrong. You're talking about the movie? Well, I thought gravity. So when you're talking about theory and law in science, it gets very involved. Just because something is a theory doesn't make it not true and all that stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I was trying to remember because I thought gravity got its own. Yeah, no, it's the law of gravity is disambiguous. Yeah, gravity is disambiguous. Da da da. Yeah, because I thought gravity kind of got. Yeah, there's theory of relativity. I thought gravity kind of got its own not classification. Yeah, no, gravity is a word used to describe as a physical law. Yeah, so gravity is not a theory anymore. I was gonna say, gravity got moved out of being a theory not long, but a while back. I'm not trying to argue at all. There's something to happen to know a lot. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that, like, in the presentation of the movie, it was, like, not a real thing. Like, and even if we put that aside, like, one of the major things that we did find with Gravity the movie is the idea that she takes the little chair, the little RCS chair thing, and that she flies from one satellite to the other as it's passing. It's like, no, man. I'm sorry, but no. If you have a satellite that's passing you, and it's not passing you in the amount of, like, days to hours, yeah, I'm sorry. That means that thing is going a very significant different acceleration than you are. A very different orbital setup than you are. That little RCS chair does not have that much delta V in it. You are not dramatically changing your orbit. Now, if that satellite somehow had a very high amount of gravity to it, sure, but it doesn't. Because it maybe weighs, if we're being generous, maybe weighs a ton. It's going to have, like, nano measurements of gravity on it, where you'd have to sit next to it for an extended period of time, of talking weeks to months to years, before you would notice the gap between you starting to close. Some little compressed thing is not moving you over there. But it was, like I said, I enjoyed the movie, even though, like, the setup, again, there is a theory there, but whether or not that theory holds weight in the long run, it certainly isn't true of, what was it, like 2020 space? You know, and then the idea, because, like, for those who don't know the setup, and this isn't spoilers, this is the setup for the movie, is, I think it was Sandra Bullock. She's out there, she's some scientist doing sciencey things in space. And then the Russians are decommissioning a satellite by shooting it with a missile. And that's actually a thing that's done. That's absolutely a thing that's done, and it's generally frowned upon, but it is done. To just missile down your own satellites. But what supposedly happens is they shoot this satellite, and it, like, creates debris, and then it cascades and hits other satellites that then become debris, and cascades and does this, and it becomes this wave of debris orbiting around Earth. And so it comes by and it trashes everything, and Sandra Bullock is left effectively by herself. The shuttle's destroyed, and she's just trying to get the hell out of space and survive. So it's a survival story. But it's like The Martian, where the setup itself doesn't work. Like, in real life physics doesn't work, but that's okay, because you can enjoy the movie otherwise. Because in Martian, they have, like, in The Martian, the idea is this was a sandstorm goes and becomes this whole thing, forces them to leave. They think that the guy doesn't survive the sandstorm, but they're already on their way back when his message gets there, which with space travel is too late. They've already spent all their Delta V to get out of orbit heading towards Earth. They physically cannot turn around and come back. It's too late to do so, and so he has to survive an extended period of time, you know, on the surface of Mars. But the reality is, Mars's atmosphere is incredibly thin, and a colossal storm on the scale of Mars wouldn't qualify as a stiff breeze compared to what you're used to here on Earth. It's just not a lot of thing. But it's very entertaining. But it is one of those things, like I said, the only thing that irked me about Gravity was just where they went from one scene and showed the physics working one way, and then went to the next scene because it was more convenient for the storytelling for it to work a different way. That's the only place I had gotten that. It's like, no, you don't get to change your mind. You commit to one way. Because it was one of those things that they could very well have used the physics the way it actually works, and it would have worked fine for the scene. Versus then you're like sitting there going, why is this dragging? I thought we just covered that that's not how it works in space. Hang on, I'm confused. Let's see. In The Martian, where he eats half a potato with a bunch of ketchup, for some reason, nearly broke you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, eats half potato with ketchup, and you're like, yeah, he's living on just potatoes. And as much as potatoes are a superfood and all that, you can't... Like, you can survive on them a very long period of time. You would not be healthy. They do have a lot of what you need, not everything you need. So, you would physically function, but like a lot of things would not be working well. There's been a couple times where people have like, yeah, let's demonstrate you can live on this forever, and they're usually pretty rough off. Again, alive. Like, you couldn't eat potatoes for a month without getting depressed for a bit. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Eating literally the same thing and not like, we're not talking some like well-made nice potatoes that are all seasoned and all sorts that are talking a freaking plain potato. Salt is a luxury. Very, very genuinely you're going to be having a pretty miserable time. Okay, so you can see about how far you can get. Okay, it's been a while since we've had a bad tide. What about potato and Vicodin? I don't think that solves the key problem. Alright, so with bad tide, I just basically treat it the same way as drought, where we just put this on water conservation mode and keep going. The good news is this will be the first bad tide where we've had this all configured, so this whole area won't get flooded with bad tide. It'll dry out, but the bad tide will get dumped off the side of the map. How goes this thing? It's getting pretty close. We've only got about 68 more gears and a decent number of more treated planks. But that's fine. It's honestly getting to the point where we're going to start... Yeah, we're starting to see the metal blocks starting to work their way down to the other wonders. And our population hasn't gone up yet. But that's because these do take a little while to start producing. They're going to take a little while for that population build up to, you know, kind of get itself fully in here. Alright, so I got the mangrove area over there. And what are we out of? Ah, robot heads. And how are we doing? So we're doing okay on the mangrove stuff. Alright. So we're gonna go and yank up more of you. Okay, that's a platform, so they can go underneath that. Once they've done yanking up all that stuff, we're gonna fill this in with more dirt. Nope, not yet. Let the beaver get off of there. Okay. I'm gonna fill this in with more dirt. Okay, so we're gonna need bodies and heads from the looks of it to keep the... So you'll be making heads, you'll be making chassis, that way we can try and keep these bots being produced. We're at 3.2 thousand. So do we have another building here with a high chance of injury? The next one is probably this drill down here. So congratulations. Oh, it's 4,000. Well, we'll just wait a little bit longer. Because we're going to go ahead and again, anytime something has a high chance of injury, we're going to set it up to... set it up to be run by the bots. And just keep doing that. Again, that filled in, which will be good. There's a good chance we'll be able to plant all of this with mangrove. If it ends up being too big, we'll just fill in the dirt in the areas that are, a bit out of range. Now, it's looking like I'm probably going to need to get this thing set up over here, which is going to be a big pain in the butt. I'll queue it up. This will be the efficient recipe. Alright, so I will need you to rip the trees out. Not really an elegant way of dealing with this. Probably the other way. Okay. So I can go over here and connect these. This is definitely not going to be good. We're definitely going to need to, like, get a bot recharging area or something over here. But that's fine. That'll be something we sort out. Okay. And go here. Right. Right. That's fine. There you go. Oh, I misclicked. Okay, so just need to remove the trees. And while that is an incredibly unreasonable route for them to take, it is sorted. Alright, so with that, you can see we're shunting all of that off. I need to go down here before we forget. And put us on limited water, because it still is 7 days. And then this one's shunting all the bad water off as well. So all that's good. This is just open and running the whole time. It's fine. Yeah, so that should slowly go and handle all that. They've almost got all the bombs placed here. And they'll do platforms straight out here, ramp down, and we'll just see how much coverage I can get for the mangroves. Alright, so we're at 4,000 power. So with this, congratulations. The bots are now in charge of that. So another dangerous job taken over by the bots. Food is still holding up so far. We do have a need for more fermented mushrooms. Which I do have the power to do here, if I can find the space. This will definitely not be a great place for it, but it is technically... Oh. Okay, yeah, that'll work. Also toss the thing there. And fermented mushrooms. Okay, so let's help deal with getting the fermented mushrooms up. Mangroves are also low, not really surprising. I keep cutting into their area down here more and more. But that's actively what I'm working on up here, is making a big area for the mangroves. Got 91 beavers with nothing to do. I kind of wish you could have your beavers work in shifts. With this many, I could, like, have 2 separate shifts of beavers working the same place and having it go 24/7. And, you know, having everyone working, like, half as much time total. Okay. Bombs over here. Okay, so just got that area over there to get done. Then we blast this whole thing down. Build our platform. This will just start getting flooded with water. Yeah, no, also with the way we've been doing it, if we were worrying about districts and all that, it'd probably be this would be one district, and this would be another district. And all this down here would not be considered reasonable. But I'm kind of leaning towards keeping the bots working on this. And then just, you know, it'll take its time. Yes, they're good on planks and all that. A lot of the other stuff is holding up. Extract we're good on. And you're just about to be done gears-wise. Okay, we're at 330. Yeah, so basically what I need to do to hit that 500 with as many of those that go is you're going to have people dying of old age constantly. It's going to be kind of when those pods have been around long enough that the very first people they had are getting close to the point that they would die of old age. That's when the population would max out, because we'll still have the same number of people getting knocked off, and we'll have to slowly build up the population. So that'll just take time. We're just going to have to watch, because our water and our food might struggle. That's kind of the reason I did the save back then, is just in the off chance that I put myself in a completely unsustainable situation where we start having a die-off because the food just fully gets knocked out or the water gets fully knocked out, that we are able to bounce back. Which, honestly, to that note, let's go ahead, as a precaution, build another one of those, and I've got tons of beavers who don't have work to do. We're just going to go ahead and go right here. Make a very large area. Of water pumping and storage, because that's the main inlet for water, so I should be able to pull that pretty aggressively. Because we'll be practically pulling it out of the reservoir at that stage. So that should make sure the water is secure. The food we're working on, it's in relatively good shape. I've got about 2,000 food, and I'm actively working on taking the one we're the lowest on, the mangrove fruit, and ramping that up a lot. Okay, and it looks like we're going to start having homeless beavers soon. Let's try and prevent that from happening. This is overkill. It's also just wood, so I don't really care. More projects to be worked on. And the staircase to the sky continues to be built. Well, actually, the staircase is done. They're now starting to work on actually building the wall up. That's a project that's going to take all eternity. Like, I'm imagining everyone's going to be so tired of Timberborn well before that gets done, which is fine, because we'll just play something else and I'll make a backup of the save and keep working on achievements on my own time. Where a project like that can just be left to just cycle and all that. For that, though, I'm going to need to get this where I don't need to manually intervene. Which is honestly going to be either lowering this down one tile or whatever. You going to build a subaquatic city? Not really. You can't really build underneath the water. I could build where there's the water and then I make areas underneath that. It doesn't work as well in Timberborn as it does in Whiskerwood, though. Because Timberborn, it was only a couple updates ago that we even got the ability to build under things at all. Like, you could build on top of stuff, but the idea of having a ledge and then carving it out and then building down there, that is a very recent change, broadly speaking, to Timberborn. Versus a game like Whiskerwood that was baked in from day one. But, you know, Timberborn's effectively in its 1.0 version, it's just not fully released yet. Whereas Whiskerwood is definitely very early access. Okay. You're getting all that built way down there. This is definitely one of the ones for where we're going to be building our sub-tunnels or whatever. That definitely needs to be one of the first ones we make. Probably literally this one, that one, and then bring them up here somewhere that's easier to get to. Like, ideally somewhere in this area, since this is the easiest area to get to. You know, actually right here. So if we were to go, because I haven't done this in the whole time. So if we were to grab the tunnelway, you can plunk you here. Now the catch is, for the tunnels, I'd have to make the stilts and everything for it. So the plan had been to start blasting down, but right now I think I just kind of want to get it done. So you can go here, rip up those trees. Then we can build the stilts, bring it on over here to where this water is, and then just platform it straight across here, and get it down to over there, and down to over here. So I'll plan to go to this side. And put one right there. And one right here. Because this is too long of a hike. Yeah, we'll aim for... we'll aim for both of them. They said we'll probably take it right down this way. And then as we need to, we'll cut left and right. But it's going to be a lot of platform to make that happy. It is good to see that these do run at a very small capacity throughout the droughts and bad water now. Just with the way it's designed. It's not enough to keep things running at speed, but they're getting about 10% production. That's better than nothing. That's enough for some bot recharging. I probably need to make more room for bots to recharge. We can add another recharging spot right here. Here we're at about 350 beavers and climbing. And food is holding up so far. Water's doing fine so far. The big thing is this reservoir could potentially get to the point of being more and more consumed. All right. That sky platform is still a thing. Okay. So you only need 10 more gears. A decent amount more of the treated planks, which we're really not using the treated planks for hardly anything. It's just a matter of every time a drought net happens, we stop producing them entirely for the most part. So making them here somewhere. I don't remember where I'm making them down here. Whether or not I'm making them down here. Where am I making my treated planks? Because I'm making them. There we go. So we're making them here. So I probably just need more places. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we added... Yeah, there we go. So we got 2 more treated plank places there. We got 3 places making the treated planks. It's just... we're consuming them in copious amounts. Too bad there's no trade system, where you're buying a stair... where you'd be buying a stairway to heaven. Yeah, no, I appreciate, though, that you are just working at... because that is, a lot of games that have the trade systems to them. You do have a tendency to just turn to the trade system and, like, just make one thing that makes you money. And then disregard all the other systems and just use that. Alright, so let the water through at this point, I think. Yeah, still hovering around 2,000 food, which is good. Okay, we should have plenty of food in the reservoir and all that. Or water in the reservoir. Let's get this last row here and a little pocket there. We've also got that working on down there. Okay, so you did get those trees done. Okay, we'll start. So that's where the tubeway is going to go for now. I'll start on this path. And to begin with, before we start trying to shove the tube down it, we are just going to make the platform. That's a problem. So problem is if I remove the blockage, then... Okay, well I could just zigzag here. As much as I don't want to, I can just zigzag here. It's fine. So you're over here. I'm going to go over the top of this. Is it 1 or 2? It's 2. All right. I want to avoid going over more than I have to. Yes, you are going to have to go up 1 tile, but that's okay. And you go here. So this would be the point we'd probably have it go up. So I want them to remove this plant. I want you to be high priority. You have bridges. Would that make it easier? Probably. I'm actually pretty terrible about using the bridges. I do believe the bridges have to have a connecting point. Let's check. Let's grab one of the bridges. Right, right. So bridges work like that. Yeah, we'll probably want to do the bridges. You're not wrong. I'm just remembering back into the days before we had bridges. Suspension bridge. Okay, so we can grab you. Then we can grab a bridge up here. Ooh, can I build on top of a bridge? Let's double check that. Okay, I cannot build on a bridge. A bridge is for the beavers. We would need to use you. Which requires that to be... Yeah, it requires it to be this. And this requires metal and all that. Okay. It was still worth checking. Yeah, if we were just moving the beavers around, the bridge would be the right choice. Unfortunately, we're not moving just the beavers around. Assuming I can't build over top of this? No. That's fine. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I actually got rid of you. Rebuild that, please. Did I trap anyone? I did trap a bot. I'm sorry, bot. You deserved better. Okay. Trapped a bot, this is how the uprising starts? I mean, you're not wrong. Okay, so that's just going to take a lot of time for all that to get done. Which is every project we're working on. I'm not going to do stuff to make that more efficient. Alright, so now with all this, everything's going back at full speed. The bots are working and getting themselves all recharged. We've got plenty of charging ports now. It just takes them a little bit to get that done. We also need more oil. Yes, I need more oil. We're running low on that. And we're running low on that because we're... No, actually, we got plenty of that. Alright, so let's go over here to get the... Or, sorry, not oil, grease. We can get the grease here. And of these... What? I mean, we're good on all the fermented stuff, so I don't really have a need for any of that right now. Well, in that case, what we'll just go ahead and do... is more charging ports for bots. We've got 2 unemployed bots. If we can get the unemployed bots up to the 10,000, or if we can get 10,000 science, we can have that. Otherwise, we can get them on, was it 2,000? 5,000. Yeah, well, let's get either the bots on the bot parts or on the other stuff. Okay, and this is all opened up. Okay. And now I've got our field all set up here. Yep, and as I mentioned before, this is just designed to let us slowly get this thing filled in. And we can then go here, and we have mangrove. And that'll be our mangrove farm. Let's try and get that online so we can get the mangrove supplies. Okay. Bots are continuing to do their work. They're slowly getting this platform built. Oh, you can't reach that spot. Alright, well that's on me, I guess. Open those 2 up, get these 2 spots, and then we can put the other tubes in. Yeah, because you're just waiting. You're waiting on the board. We're not using that for the pipes, are we? Nah, it's just planks and metal blocks. And slowly but surely, the giant monstrosity over there is getting done. Yeah, so what should happen as we look at this loose, it'll stay mostly closed, but it keeps us at about half a tile's depth. That should be plenty for the mangrove. That'll be our dedicated mangrove farm. These are all getting worked on as well. Just a bajillion projects to be worked on at all times. Meanwhile, so you've got the platform going all the way over here. The next move is to get it down there. And also, you go there, and here. And fortunately, this is a whole problem. So let's see, you are down here, so you'll be coming across here. Straight over this way. I know this is farther than that's going to go, but it's not going to get done anytime soon, so I don't have to sweat it too much. Alright. Yeah, so you're definitely higher here. So if we go here, so this is the center row there. It goes straight this way, straight over there. Just marketing it with that one. And I will avoid putting the path on this one until the other one's done. Just so I'm not having them do like half and half where they don't get either project done. Because they're splitting their attention too much. Okay, and then with this we would have the pipe go there, it go up, and start doing its thing. Does mean I got a couple of trees here that gotta go. Alright. And then we'll be in pretty good shape just waiting on that to get done for another project. But that'll give us the tubes. And honestly, I think the achievement for the tubes was to get, I think it's like 11 stops that go a kilometer in length between it all. Crossing the entire map just about should get us pretty good on the length part of it. Whereas the actual stops, obviously, right now we're looking at 3. I would need more. I planned on putting that underground, but I'm willing to put up with the sky pipeline. Because we can always finagle and adjust it as I end up needing. Oh wow, you did actually get up here and get these done. I'm honestly surprised you got all that done already. I guess for here... You're able to reach that from underneath. That'd be the same for this area. So you can have you grab this tube and do it here. Yeah, because I'll let them build all of that. And they'll end up having to go like tile by tile by tile to slowly get that all brought over. But that's fine. That's why that's a big project, because that'll make it so we can get the bot beavers to work in that faster. And obviously it'd be nice to get one going up here as well, which I think long term we will. I think I'll bring one up and bring a tube straight up the side and put a spot over there. But I need to be up there and have all that built before that matters. Alright, we're fast approaching 400 beavers. Food is still holding at about 2,000. We are starting to see some food staples starting to get low, like the kohlrabis are starting to get really, really low. We're also noticing the mangroves we got going really low. The corn is starting to get pretty low. That's probably just the corn is just the actual food processing building. That's okay. So we could probably do down here. We're honestly at the stage. All this mangrove down here. It's done. It served its purpose, but now it's in the way. We're going to be doing all that mangrove up here. There's no more explosions going on up there. They're continuing to build that. This whole pathway is slowly coming together piece by piece. You should be able to reach that spot fine. Alright. I'm gonna get 8 more ready to rock and roll. So to get you working on the robot parts, which is a high injury rate job as well, I need you to have 4K science. You're getting a whole lot of them on here. So I just need the science to keep building. Okay, so that's too far away. We can fix that. Yeah, let me yoink all that up so I can put down the dirt. And I should be able to put another farm down here. What we can do is rip a row of plants up there. Go straight across. And then we can start getting more plants put down here as I need it. It's also, I think, long term I could solve this in the same way where I put a little, a little sluice and a little area underneath here to give that, without having to go with the whole water field, just have it run through the middle here and make that whole area green for more farmland. But I'm not in any particular rush to do that. Okay, 2 more tiles will get you there. And then 1 more tile on either side will let you start actually doing the mandrake. Or not mandrake. mangrove. Okay, and there's the last spot down here. I said I wasn't going to do it, but I'm going to do this. Just another project to be worked on. Okay. I'm glad these don't need power on either side of it. Okay, and water is somewhat going down. It's still holding up. It should be relatively fine. We got 3 more pumps going. We got more of these going. The gears are all being gobbled up by robot production and the various buildings being made, which has stalled this out from getting its last 10 gears, but that's fine. We're mostly waiting on the treated planks anyways. Yeah, it's fine. The farm will pull that up anyways. Who cares? Alright. Again, that last little bit built here. More plank here. One more plank there. There's the stairs. There's that connected, and suddenly you're all online. And you shouldn't be saying nothing in range because there's definitely stuff to do in range now. There we go. As that turn it off and on again. Alright. You're continuing to build that skyscraper over there. Okay, I hope everyone's been having themselves a good evening and all that. Whatever you got going on. But yeah, so I got a ton of big projects going. I do have tons of... Oh man, I'm still getting just more and more bots. Which is good. It's good to have this many bots. Alright, so high chance of injury. The bots have already taken that. So this is only a medium chance of injury. But at this point... I want to just keep getting the bots assigned to tasks. I've got enough of them. Okay. I just need a tiny bit more research. And we can chuck the bots at this project. Because even medium and low, we'll still just keep going that. It is a thing that more and more and more the bots are taking over all this stuff. And I'm just having more and more beavers who just don't have work to do. Alright. So we got our 77 bots all working. This whole line is all bots now. All bots the whole way down. So it should greatly reduce the number of injuries we're having. Alright, so I need to use the restroom really fast. We're about to hit an ad break anyways. So got ourselves a nice view of the whole map with everything. You can see the sky tower in the background getting built while everything else just churns away. So I'm going to quickly use the restroom. I'll be back here in just a minute, and thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Bot's taking the Beavers' job all day, every day. It's just what happens. Okay. Right, and we're still working on building the next place for making the grease and all that. Okay, got a couple of vacant jobs. Alright, so I got a spare bot there. You're set to low priority, right? Yeah, okay. I got other buildings down here. I can keep tossing the bots over onto. We are looking at potentially needing more parts for the production of bot heads. We've already got that set up here to get more production. I'm going to need more of the corn production. I'm going to have to get the kohlrabies. Kohlrabies needs to be handled. Alright, so this is going to be another pain in the butt. I'm going to go ahead and just put a row of explosives there. Start to cut that whole way over here. We need to get more farmland going for the kohlrabies. Because our beaver population is continuing to explode. As is intended. Alright. Please don't get yourself stuck up there. Okay, I'm gonna queue you up one at a time. Because they're definitely gonna trap each other there. Hmm. Yeah, so there's so many pathing here. There's like no... Oh. I was about to say, there's so many pathing there, there's no time for me to stop and actually blast those things. Oh, you don't. You shouldn't be that. I need you to be a sluice. I was hoping to be a little bit better, but that's okay. It still gives me a pretty good area to work with. Okay, and one of the other things I want to do is go from here. All right. And just going through and filling this all in. Worst case could be a thing where I route a little path up and down as well for the food and whatnot. In the meantime, 2 farms, you harvest, and all that. Well-being 54. I'm honestly surprised it's still going up. Yeah, you'd be able to handle that whole area. So we're gonna go ahead and do this. Go Kohlrabi. Oh, drought. Sorry, I forgot there's a drought coming. That's fine. We could go here real fast to... You. Have that latch. And just getting those all planted. Let's see, did the yellow field ever get fully harvested? You only seen the center circular work. It would, except the storage is full. That's actually what things I need to do, is I need to probably get more people working on the material that gets out of there. But I'm kind of like, it's already kind of covered, so whatever. Oh, you don't have anything to plant you this whole time. Forgot there was that there and we got rid of it. It's fine. Alright, so we're about 400 beavers, and 500 is the achievement. I'm going to need to tell you to go slightly higher priority on those. A lot of the stuff is going to shut down as the mechanical beavers start running out of power. Those droughts are so long. It's nothing like in hard mode, but when I've played in the harder modes and all that, I wasn't trying to do any achievement kind of thing. So the fact that we weren't doing production was just like, who cares? Yeah, but you're continuing to build that all up. That's fine. That'll be kind of the big thing is when we get up here. So we already have the achievement for having only that kind of power. They build every building and structure available to Iron Teeth. I'm probably missing, like, that'll be just figuring out which ones I'm missing, just plunk them down. We have more well-being things. Bunch of folktale stuff we don't care about. Make 500 planks per day. $500 power. Store a ridiculous amount of power. That's folktale stuff. Okay. We honestly, with the planks, we're struggling a little bit. It might just be I need to... Well, actually, if we're looking here, I could afford to chuck down another woodcutter there to supplement our wood supply, because there's plenty of trees already planted. There's tons of projects to be done here. How are you doing? Alright, you're still getting your treated wood. The metal itself is struggling a bit. Because we're consuming so much of that with the bots. We are trying to expand our operation to get more metal. Can I get over here in any reasonable time frame? Probably not. Probably easier just to, like, let them keep going this way. Yeah, because this isn't convenient. That's not convenient. That one is probably the easiest of all them to get to, but not convenient. That one's definitely not convenient. That one's not convenient. Oh, I didn't even see that there's another underground ruin over here. That's another one that's going to be a pain to get to, but we'll work at what we've already got working on. We could queue that up later. There's probably another one I'm missing, but that's fine. Because that honestly seems to be the bottleneck for the bots, is having the materials to keep building more and more bots. Well-being 55. I believe 60 is another achievement. As I mentioned, a big part of that is honestly just having more and more beavers not working, so they just lounge around the house and do the entertainment and eat all the food. Alright, Nitro, you have a good one. Thank you again for hanging out and tuning in and all that stuff. Alright, our food is going down, and pretty heavily at that, which we're trying to get ahead of. A big part of that is just the drought is preventing us from producing all the stuff down here. Oh, you know what, honestly? This isn't the best use of our time, but can get another gather right there. Let them gather the berry bushes that just occurred there naturally. We've got the surplus people to do it. As we get to the point of eating all of our blueberries, that's going to be its own, like, population control kind of thing, because we need that to multiply. Just all the low-power bots just wandering around, unable to work. 6 more days of low power. That's okay. We're letting our raw materials collect that we've been short on, the metal scraps, all that. Okay. I'll have just about enough housing for 500 beavers with the houses we built. And the existing farmers are actually contributing with the kohlrabi. Which on that end, I don't actually have a good place for kohlrabi around here, so I'm going to tell them to rip up that spot. So we can store some of that locally. Oh wait, it's okay, yeah, that's right. So we can put this down here, and then they'll be stored there for another food storage right in the area. We don't have to drag it far away. I could probably do that on this side as well. Rip up a group of 9 of those. save on pathing a little bit. Okay. Prioritize tearing those up. Because any I can supplement our food is going to be good. Because I don't mind if the overall well-being starts to dip. Because considering only about half my beavers are working and the robots are doing most of the rest of the work, we can afford to allow a lot of these beavers to get away without, you know, having to work constantly. Come on. Okay, so you will be for the kohlrabi. And then you'll be for the mangrove. Which is taking a while to plant. I might actually end up needing another gatherer there, but we can worry about that if that happens. Alright, we're just gonna have to wait till that drought's over. It's up to 94%. We'd also add other forms of power on here now. We're not going for achievements with that. Ooh, that makes me wonder. So let's double check with the gas engine. I believe I can plunk that on top of here. We can put some gas engines up here. As long as I can get a path to get up top to that, we should be able to have them just feed fuel into it and supplement the power. Okay, so it's going to need to happen here. I need that to be at a height of 2. I can't go over that spot. That's fine. So I can do is go 2, 1. This isn't the most clean way of doing it, but I'm not using this area. Because getting that set up would be a bit of a pain. Okay. And that'll give us more power steadily happening all the time. Yep, so they're just gonna take their time getting that all set up. You're building that still, which is good. You did get that moved, so that's good news. So you're gonna have a large warehouse show up here. You're gonna be for the mangrove fruit. So once these get in there, we should start getting our food stabilized a lot better. We are still hovering at 1,500, so it's not that bad. When I started dipping a little bit, I got nervous, but it hasn't really dipped farther. I think it's just the drought plus the increased population. Some of our stuff like the kohlrabis are getting a little strained. But some of the stuff that we had a surplus that we're just kind of waiting because there wasn't storage are starting to pick up the amounts. It shouldn't be too long before we see the population really start to stack. I should have more than enough of these to reach the populations we're aiming for. Just as a... I definitely don't want to realize I've, like, fallen just a little short. All of that should be wholly unnecessary. Like, the big challenge is going to be figuring out how many of those to get rid of once you've got the achievement to get the population back to a reasonable amount. Because I want to hover probably around 100 beavers at that point and have everything else be bots. Is I think what we're going to aim for once we get the achievement knocked out. Yes, you're waiting on planks. And planks we got plenty of. It's just, with most of our builders being bots, well, yeah, almost all of our builders being bots, when the water cuts off and they stop working because they can't recharge, it does slow down our production. And that's what this is all about, is getting a permanent area where it'll just always have power. Get the bots being produced endlessly and recharged endlessly. Okay. Alright, so we got the storage right there to improve the efficiency. You're almost ready. And if we get these going, that'll be a pretty big spike to be able to keep the machines running all the time. Up. Getting our spot opened up here. I'm going to slowly fill that in with the dirt. Got another one starting to carve away at all this stuff. Okay, and we've got the first of the mangroves are starting to get to the point where they're going to start producing other fruit. Which that should be a pretty big influx of food. And where I mentioned our food wasn't going down that much, I'm a liar. We've dropped down to about 1,000 food. We were at about 2,000. So it is definitely distinctly on a drop. But almost all of it's our processed stuff. And then stuff I haven't increased the yield in a long time. We're working on the kohlrabi and the mangrove fruit right now, which are these two. And the other stuff all depends on mechanical power, which we're in a drought, so we're not getting that. But the raw plants over here... Oh, actually, I take that back. The cassava I actually need more of. But otherwise, we're in good shape. So I'd end up needing to get more farmland for cassava. Which, as this grows, we potentially do. I could potentially make this side of it kohlrabi, that side of it cassava. I could also look with how much of the canola we're getting. These people brought it up before. Let's just make that cassava. Because we've got enough canola planted to last, or enough canola stored to last us a very long time, even if it does put on the deficit. But the cassava, we're getting pretty much spent. 10-day drought is forever. Like, we still have about 3 or so tiles deep of water in our reservoir, so we're not in any real danger there. But this whole thing shutting down sucks. It'll be those things that once you get the power back, all the bots are going to start recharging. Okay. It's just hovering at right around 1,000. I still need to get more bot parts to make more bots. We've almost got that hooked up to get more farmers out here, which will be good. Okay, and that'll be the first farm has got its people. They're going to start planting all of this area. There are about 430 beavers and climbing. You did get your storage for this up here. What we could do here is when we get this all ripped out, I'll pull a spot over here for the raw cassava as well. I'll probably want to get a fermenter over here somewhere for that, which I don't know where we're putting it. I'll figure it out. Honestly, I could probably put it right here. That'd probably be perfect for the thing. Okay, so with that, I can open you back up. With that, all these wheels will start turning here in not too long. And everything will be back in business. Meanwhile, I want to go over here and say 1 stick of dynamite on all of you. Might be that I also need to make that deeper for it to really work out well. Okay, so they are starting to slowly pick up this stuff, clear it out. That's all good. We're getting all our workers back. This is all getting planted. This is going to be cassava. We'll get that all built out. How is this going on up here? They've got a couple tiles wider. That's good. How's our path down to our metal going? They're going on that last home stretch to get over here. This whole area is slowly getting its stuff sorted out. Same here, they're slowly bridging that out. I don't expect to see any meaningful progress on this thing. Nope. We do have some more of the wood. Okay, and pretty soon we're going to have all that. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. You sleep well and all that stuff. Actually, don't close that. I believe if I leave these open, it'll make the water deeper here, but they are one way. So it should just fill this to whatever the highest this is until, like, the evaporation starts to go, so it shouldn't be that big a deal. And once this whole field's planted, the forestry is not necessary. I'll keep them queued up on the forestry just because I have 200 spare workers. I can afford it. Alright, let's get this yoinked. We can start getting the cassava online. We can start fixing our food supply. It's making really good progress towards the 500 beavers we need. Yeah, this will be a nice massive boost to the number of kohlrabies we got. So that should have that all stabilized. That'll be the mangroves. This will be the cassava, which keeps disappearing and all that. The soy and all that, we've got plenty. Like, everything else, we've got plenty of the actual raw ingredient. It's just the production, which is our mechanical power. Okay, meanwhile, we go here. Large warehouse. You will be for the raw. Well, ferment and raw. It doesn't matter which one's which. Yeah, it'll be for those. I'll be able to go over here to the food processing. It'll be for the cassava. Okay, just need them to pull that up as quickly as they can so we can get this switched. No, our mechanical beavers are getting their stuff all done. Now you can pull all that up, make it cassava. Let them get back to their other tasks. Okay, and cassava. That's fine, we'll deal with that on their side. Okay, so the next thing we have is we have all this area that needs to be filled in. They're not going to it because they can't quite get in range of any of it. Let them start working on that as well. But the farmers should be able to start working on all that. You've got that. These are being worked on. How are you doing? Tiny bit more of the wood. That's getting done up there. We are getting the treated planks really slowly. It's right now, yeah, so now that they're all back in business, they're starting to get all of this stuff set up, which is where we're putting our tube network. Yeah, so you should be able to reach that according to what I'm seeing. So we're working on getting all of that hooked up. Oh, that also means we can go over here. Get the next segment of tube on there. That's going to honestly be the real challenge, is getting the tube all set up along the way. Because I'm gonna have to, like, kind of go to a spot, inch it back, go to a spot, inch it back, keep going like that till we get the whole thing done. Alright, so let's remove that. There's that spot. Okay, you can't reach that high. That's okay. When you get built from the other side, that should take care of that. Because then you can reach down to it. Oh, it is planted. I just couldn't see it. Yeah, and they'll potentially get that removed. That's fine. Alright, so we're getting our cassava, we're getting our other stuff. That's queued up and just going to take time. The mangroves are just going to take a little bit of time. So we should be getting a lot of food. Our food is getting uncomfortably low. Like, very genuinely, dangerously low. We do have a lot of stuff that is bringing in food. It's just taking a while. Another problem I have is I'm running out of canola oil, and I use that for a lot of food as well. My intention was to build that kind of stuff down here. Unfortunately, that's been taking a while because I got a million projects going on. So let's go over here to all this garbage. So for the canola oil, get the oil press going there. That needs to get done because that's a requirement for all of these ones down here are canola oil, and then so are the soybeans. So the fact that I'm running out of canola oil is preventing all those foods from getting made. Which I got the canola. It's just not getting processed fast enough. The mangroves are all planted, so you should start having a huge influx of food sooner or later. And you're filling that all in, giving us even more ground to plant kohlrabi on. And I still have 50 more beavers that we need to get before we hit the achievement. The good news is these mangroves are getting pretty close to the point that we're going to start getting them cashing in. That should be a nice influx of food. The kohlrabis are already going. I honestly might just need another set of farmhouses here. I think that genuinely is just it. I'm just going to need to have more farmers than I'm used to in this particular spot. This is a really big farm. And it might be those things that I make the water go up and down this way as well to fill in this area. In the meantime, just let it roll. Yoink those, all the farmers you can get. Just like before, one harvest, one plant. Construct those immediately. They're still clearing out a lot of this. Did this follow the Minecraft logic where you can irrigate a tile from underneath? I don't remember, in all honesty. I believe so. Because, like, in real life, it is a thing that if you have water underneath the ground, it will soak up through the soil. As long as it's not, like, washing away the ground that it's soaking. Because that's the entire idea behind when you have, like, the pots with a little tray underneath it. Is that it puts the water on the bottom, it just slowly percolates through the top. That way, it kind of works as a prevention to help you from overwatering. Okay, so it did actually go the whole way up. It lied to me. It said it was out of range. We can go ahead and remove the path from here. Add another piece of tube. You're all good here. That's getting worked on. You're building that out. You've almost reached this area to start working on that. To be more scrap metal in, which we're actually okay on the scrap metal. We're actually doing really good on metal now that I look at it. And honestly on that board as well. And I think that's because I've got so many projects queued up. They've kind of just stopped working on this. Because I have that as a deprioritized building. And I need to just kind of let them cook. So you gotta go. We've also got more of the oil coming in. We're at 441. Our food is still very tenuous. Like, everything's in bad shape. All of the crops. You know, get all this filled in. And once this is all filled in, like I said, I'll probably blast and make a passage up and down here to make more of this growable. And go from there. Because one of the problems we're going to run into is that they keep hitting those berries. We won't be able to continue to have the beavers reproduce. That'll stagnate that. We're probably honestly getting pretty close to that point. It doesn't actually need to run out. It just needs to be low enough that they have to path way farther to go after it. No, at this stage, you can demolish all that and not have to worry about getting stuck. There. Okay. Alright, finally the first mangroves are getting in here. I do think this is a case where I am going to need a third gathering spot to keep up. We'll see. Right now, let that go. Keep doing its thing. If I'm going to make a trench here anyways, instead of filling that with dirt, We can fill it with a platform. And save myself time and effort and materials. Then we TNT that. But right now that'll open up and dump all the water all over the place, so we don't want to do it quite yet. Just still hovering at right around 600 food. And how are you doing up here? Yep, you're just doing your thing. Cool, cool. And there's no quick injection of food either. Like, what we're doing is about as quick as it gets of just chuck down stuff you can grow and immediately eat without any processing. But it only goes so far. And you're getting the blueberries, which we're managing to keep in stock. The kohlrabies are finally on a very noticeable upward trend. A lot of the other ones are just juggling. We are still hovering on the canola oil. Your platform is getting done, which is good. Because that means potentially getting power that will stay on once we're in drought and all that. Okay, and you're starting to get the cassava. So with the cassava, we are going to need to just produce more. I mean, that's fine. We'll just leave that alone. Yeah, the raw food's fine. It's the produced food. We've got that all going. We are actively expanding the area we do our stuff so we can just have more food processors and all that. Yeah, that could store 1,200. Water's holding up okay. Like, a lot of the water storage down here is dry, but that's fine. Wood's fine, plank's fine, gears are okay. Doing really good on our materials for this thing. Like, I almost have this... We almost have enough materials to just turn this thing on and let it finish. And get our wonder done. Okay, we're at that last stretch until we get this built. We've got the pipe coming along here just fine. Okay. Now working on getting that built. Alright, you just got bumped up to neutral priority. It's neither high nor low. Okay, cool. Our food is finally leveling out again. We're slowly climbing up here. Meanwhile, I'm going to go ahead and chuck another bot recharging port here. Okay, so with that, we can go here. Bring the pipe up to that point. Okay, so you gotta just to keep building that bridge up there. As I mentioned, it'll be one of these things that have to keep going up to the edge, build the next spot, work our way in from the sides. It'll be very annoying to deal with. Alright, we can go here. Oh, you're still building that one. That's fine. That's all good up there. So I think what we're going to do here is I'm going to push to try and get the Wonder done. And we're going to push to try and get the 500. Because we're only 33 short, and that was with me just adding a bunch more pods. So we should be, like, honestly, we should be able to push almost 700 beavers with the pods I built. It is going to be one of those things that the moment we hit the 500, we get the achievement, I'm disabling all but, like, 6 of the pods. And we're going to just let the population gradually crash. Because I think that's just what it's going to take to get things stabilized before all hell breaks loose. You're just going to keep filling that in. That's fine by me. Oh, good. They pulled that up, so let's grab the cassava. Get those two spots queued up. And you are set, right? Correct? Yeah. Yeah, so they're working on that. You are down to only needing about 80 more of the press board, or whatever it is, the special boards, which are actively being worked on. Oh, we have way more enough power to power this. I think a big part of the bot recharging issue right now is the bots are way down here. And there just is no recharging down there. We're just having to go very, very far to get a recharge. I hate to cut these berries even more, but it'd be good to get a little bit more places to recharge the bots. Because I think what happens is it queues up for one of the bots to come to one of these, and then that's reserved until the bot gets there. So even though you'll see tons of bots with low battery running past it, because it's already been queued up to be used by someone, it's just unavailable, which makes sense. So there's a lot of times where the things aren't actually doing anything, that they're unavailable, reserved, whatever you want to go with. That's kind of my theory going on right now. And as such, I do need a surplus of them. You're now a high priority. If the wood's available, it goes to that. Now about these things. You get a bunch of steel, that's all fine. Alright. Pretty soon we're going to get our warning for the next drought or bad water. We only need 26 more beavers. There's the drought. Not feeling the most amazing about the food situation going into this drought. We're still not in great shape. Honestly, I could have made this path keep going and put in our berry location right there, but it's a little late for that. And this area is kind of unavailable. This area is not big enough to be worthwhile. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I could start knocking this down. We've got all this fertile soil here. If I knock this down, it'd probably make a lot of that available as well. I could also just plunk it down here and have it wildly inconvenient, but immediately functional, which is what I'm going to do for the time being. So we'll go ahead and bump you here. Path down here. 2 gatherers. I will tell them to remove the existing trees. Actually, I want to say if I switch you to replant dead trees, even if not marked, that'll still work. You let them work on that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we got the pipe coming along, this is coming along, that's coming along. All our bots are low battery, it's just they're too far away, which this pipe will help, but you know. Everything takes time. Just the sheer number of beavers standing around with nothing to do. Oh, we're probably in big trouble with this actual one right now. I am not producing enough food nearly fast enough for this. Like, we've ramped up our food production a lot, but... Oh, hey, why are you dried out? What? Why are you dried out? We had water back here. Oh, I see where I done goofed. Change of plan. Do not do this. I need you to explode that right the heck now. We're gonna make that platform. Drop everything, explode that right now. You have just cut off water to the entire back of my wood production because I forgot these were connected here. Get going as fast as you can. You got plenty of supplies, it just needs the beaver power. Come on, there's just 2 more. 1 more. Okay, get the last one. Does that at least solve it for now? The good news is that should have plenty of time to refill itself before the drought takes hold. Alright, get that done. Okay, so this time, just gonna use platform. Pass the mechanical power through here. Whatever we end up building there, it'll be more food processing is what's going to go there. All right. Well, we didn't lose any trees; it just slowed down growth a little bit. But where I was actively working on getting this all sorted, need those trees removed. Be good to get those done. How are you doing? 7 more of the fancy wood. We have 8 in storage. So we just need it physically brought here. 6 more. All right. So good news is our food is getting into much better shape very rapidly, which I'm appreciating a lot. Well, definitely the balance of food I have is garbage. We do have the volume of food I need. I only need 17 more beavers. And then we got the achievement. They have way more enough of the breeding pods to do that. So even if the food crashes, there is a good chance we will get the beavers before it's too late. Yeah, 16. And as I mentioned before, the moment that thing's done, I'm turning off all but like 6 of the breeding pods and just letting the population come down. 15, 13, 12. Nothing to do in range. That's fine. You're actively working on it. It's okay. We can tell you to do blueberries. Seven. Ten. Come on, man. Your average well-being is 54. That's very, very high. You live for a very long time. Alright, 1 second. Let's save this real fast. The reason I'm doing that is we're about to get that first wonder built. At which point it'll charge up and do its thing to launch. And there is an achievement for doing 3 of them at once, but I do want to get the achievement for launching one. 8. Just need 7 more beavers. Six more beavers. Oh, you need 500 of both? Okay, hold on. Pause that. Let's wait for the population first. Because I cannot have you loading up 500 berries right now. 5 beavers? Come on. You got a whole bunch of these things ready to start kicking out beavers. The food is going to get dire. Still at 5 beavers, we're just waiting. Four beavers. Three beavers. We have our first homeless beaver. 6 beavers. The food is absolutely plummeted and is going to get real dire real fast. Come on, man, just get across the finish line. Get across the finish line, then you can have a mass die-off event. It's okay. Come on. Still back to 5. 5 is about where we're hovering, and that's not counting all the new ones we've got. Come on. You're right there. So we can do to help out while we wait. 4 beavers. We can get those done. Then that'll get surplus power. 3 beavers. I just need 3 more. We definitely have the breeding pods for it. And so far we've got all the food and everything too. I just need you 2 beavers. Come on, get it done tonight. 1 beaver. Come on, 1 more beaver. I only need 1 more. Just 1 more. Please hurry. That food is in free fall. I just need 1 more beaver. Hey! 1 big horde. And all of the breeding pods get turned off. What is the radioactive sign for? Bad water. Bad water is both real bad for you and a crafting material for certain very important things. So all of these breeding pods get turned off. Like I said, I'm going to keep 6 of them on. Those are the 6 that stay on. Because now I need the population to please start crashing. All right. And now, I'm not as worried about this. Go ahead and start using all those berries. Are a whole lot of beavers about to die? Oh, you better believe it. A whole lot of beavers are going to probably die here in a minute. Because I have way more beavers than I can reasonably feed. We're going to see if they can get across that finish line. But, I'm gonna be honest, I don't have the highest level of faith. A lot of kohlrabi's coming in, which will help a little bit. One thing that is going to help is, since we're not producing hardly any more beavers, as they start dying of old age, they'll very rapidly lower the population to give me some wiggle room here. And they're just loading up all the berries, which is fine. Yeah, if you can get these online, that'll help a great deal as well. Wonder what the life expectancy of these beavers is normally. Oh, like how many days? Yeah, I don't know, because, like, we're at 51 wellness. So if we were to look at one of these beavers who's got a particularly high level of wellness, yeah, so 67, for example, their lifespan is 120% the normal. So their beaver's living, like, over double the normal lifespan. Which is part of if they start starving. No, it's 120% whatever. Yeah, no, it'd be in days. Because, again, video game. Because, like, okay, realistically, when it comes to the drought and all that season, you'd probably have a dry season for the year. So a cycle would represent potentially a full year. which would imply that this place has been around here for 27 days. But in this game, a cycle can be like 10 days. But that's normal things you see in all these video games, that time is very compressed. Because no one's got the time to wait for an entire lifespan to go by. Okay. Realistic. Well, that's there's been plenty of games out there that the whole thing they did is like, all right, we've made this realistic, and they're usually all terrible. By and large, almost every game that's like, we've made this realistic, ends up being a truly terrible game. When they're like, this takes a realistic amount of time. Well, I don't want to put thousands of hours into making something simple. You reach population in one cycle. Yeah, it is one of those things. Alright, so slowly the population should tick down. We're on the last dregs of our food. I don't think there's anything I can do at this current point that's going to make a difference. Either they're going to starve or they're not. Like, me trying to change it now is going to be, if it doesn't work out, too little too late kind of thing. Alright, so we're waiting on gears here. All three of those needs gears, and that'll get that going. Alright. 30 food. We're gonna see a whole lot of hungry beavers pretty soon. Which is gonna crash their wellness and shorten their lifespan. Which weirdly works for me. Where even if they don't starve to death, if it shortens their lifespan so they die of old age faster, that'll population correct quicker. Not that that's deliberate, as their food actually ran out there for a second. As the beavers are desperately trying to bring in any and all food they possibly can. The water, we're also running ourselves out of water now. That with how many beavers I have, even with all the pumps going, they are just draining the water. And right now, all of our pumps are still functioning for the time being. Alright. And currently I have 242 beavers who don't have a job. But like I said, the problem is to get them the area so they can help farm is going to take longer than it would to actually, you know, the immediate threat to go by. We'll get there. Big thing's getting this giant pipeline done. Yeah, getting close to getting that done. Curious why that one block isn't getting done. You continue to build the giant thing up there. And that thing just goes to keep gobbling up supplies until it's ready to go. Okay, and we are completely and utterly out of food. There is no food left. It's probably okay. Beaver wellness seems to be dropping for some reason. Cultivation halted. Oh, you haven't brought water. Because all the beavers are probably running to grab whatever food shows up as fast as it shows up. Even if it means walking across the entirety of the map to try and grab it. There's going to be some dead beavers. There is going to be a lot of dead beavers at this rate. So, full day left of the drought, and the drought ending doesn't even immediately stop the problem. Like, we're bringing in food fairly constantly, it's just, there's 500 mouths to feed. Still a surprising number of beavers being born. Considering I cut it down just this handful of these pods down here. Not forgetting any, right? So I've got those ones. We got these ones. Got those ones all turned off. I'm pretty sure that was all of them. There's this patch, there's a little spot there, the big spot there, and then the giant spot of them over here. They didn't put any way out in the fringes. Okay. And all the food's gone again. I can go ahead and open this up. The drought's about to end. There's plenty of water still in storage, too. Okay. Yeah, and the beaver wellness has dropped by pretty close to 12 points overall. So that's not a very encouraging sign there. Probably not a good thing for the wellness of the beavers to drop by, you know, a good 20-30% overnight. Starvation will do that to you, I guess. So far, I've not seen anyone actually die of starvation, though. For what it's worth, none of them have shown up dead due to starvation. One thing we are running into is the number of bots we are getting is definitely in decline. And significantly so. Which is interesting to me, because it should be getting more than ever. Because we have the gears and everything. We're about to get this on so we have power, at least to a certain degree, even on the drought and bad water. You've got all that pause. I'm just waiting for the population to dip already. Hopefully without mass starvation, because that's what it's looking like. The good news is I can afford 235 deaths to starvation before we have a single reduced amount of productivity. Which feels deeply concerning. It'll actually be a low priority. Yep, another wave of people dying of old age. That is perfectly in line with what we need. A reduction of population that doesn't involve tragedy. Okay, the bot population seems to be climbing again. Yeah, the goal here is to kind of get the beaver population down to a manageable amount, and then have the bots just take over more and more responsibility. And then meanwhile, like, this is getting built up here. This is ultimately going to be bot utopia up there, where it's just going to be endlessly power, endlessly, like, lifting batteries and all that, to keep the bots running all the time. We're at 7K power. We can certainly research to have the bot part factories be taken over by the bots. Maybe in the bot production itself. We potentially go there. The big thing is I gotta wait for the bots to actually kind of get back on their feet. I think that's what it's planning on doing, is putting more bot part factories down here. We were talking about more food production, but we're gonna let the population decline back down. That should make it so I can manage that better. Because then we can focus just more and more on the bot side of thing and keep the food manageable, and then just try and maximize the amount of bots and how much work they can get done. Every night the food runs out. I'm surprised we haven't seen a list of like 50 people die of starvation here. It's just all been old age. Our population's still hovering this much, which feels like something's not right here. I should not still be getting that many. I'm paranoid. I'm just gonna go ahead and destroy these. Just in case there's some like weird busted thing where they're still making babies. Because it should be a thing with only 6 of the pods. I shouldn't be getting very many replacements. So the population should be solidly in decline. So you leave just the ones that are over there on the left as the only ones left. Did far fewer deaths than they expected? I was up. We did have a starvation death. There has been 2 starvation deaths. Today was our first starvation deaths. We had 3 people starved. So we are starting to have our first people starving out. It is unfortunately the reality of we flew too close to the stars to get that achievement. That's fine. They are simply making way for the others, making sure the rest of their people may survive. Because we still are bringing in a lot of food. Alright, we're at 5 starvation deaths so far? No, 4 starvation deaths so far. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 starvations, 10. Alright. I'm starting to see a pattern here. We're starting to have a sudden reduction in population. It's only 10 so far. And weirdly, the more that are dying, our overall wellness seems to be getting better. I think that was 3 more? 4 more? Still our overall population hasn't gone down very much. Okay. Well, a batch of about 8 went from old age, followed by 2 starvations. Yeah, we're basically having a lot of them die. We'll be fine, because a lot of them are managing to get food while this is going on. So we're not looking at a wipe kind of situation where the colony is going to die. How deep we're going to have so far as like a bunch of them die, I'm not sure. But we are bringing in food fairly constantly. It's just the population was far too much. That was spread too thin. But as they die off, it's being spread less and less thin. They should stabilize. That absolute line of yellow warning dots, yep. And they're all trying to make their way out here to my most productive farms to just grab whatever is produced as fast as it's produced. I also have almost all my farms set as high priority, So even if the population were to dip to the point where we don't have any spare beavers, the food and water are my high priority items, so they'd be the last ones there. So the beavers would kind of, stabilize there. We also shouldn't be producing hardly any offspring because we are eating all the blueberries. One big problem you run into when it's this low is the beavers will keep dropping what they're doing to run to grab that one piece of food. Which, helps prevent them from starving to death. But it means if they were working on a task that ultimately provides food, they're working at horrifically bad efficiency because they're constantly running back and forth trying to get food, as opposed to making the food that would solve their problem. Alright, there goes like another 10, 15 beavers. Added bonus, the bots are still running around doing their thing. Okay, there goes another... It seems like in the beginning of the morning, we get a good, 10 that all go at once. They gotta wake up and get their breakfast, can't find and go, well, that's the end of me. And then go take a nap. Also, coffee in this game gives you nutrition, and I do have a copious amount of coffee, so... They could solve their problem. They just gotta have a little sippy sip of their coffee. But because the food is being produced at mostly the same rate. As the population goes down, they start having that food production be better at maintaining it. Should stabilize pretty soon. Our overall, if we look at our wellness, the wellness is climbing, which does mean as a percentage more of the beavers are being fed. Never worked for Rual. Oh, in these games? Yeah, no, absolutely not. The game doesn't reward being a good... okay, the wellness actually does reward you in this game, but a lot of games don't reward you in any meaningful capacity for being good to your staff or whatever. So all of the benefits to the game are oh, what is the most I can nickel and dime my staff and customers, in this dystopia. But because it's a video game, you don't have to worry about, moral implications about what you're doing to someone. Versus, video game, none of it matters. Okay, and you're continuing to build all these things, that's fine. Solid progress being made there. You've almost got that fully connected the whole length. Then I gotta go through and start taking the path, one segment at the time. Well, actually, you're gonna have to keep that going so you can go one segment at a time. Honestly, what I probably need to do is I probably need to build a path right along the side of it, so we could just use the bridges to build versus trying to do it one by one. So, in the case like this, just slap, not you, slap down a bridge right here. And then they'll be able to do the whole length of that in one go. What am I doing on that side? Okay, because then we can go here. Yeah, you can build it from that end. Alright, so right there will be a problem. So you go here. Put two pipe right there so you can work on one half from one side, one half from the other side. That can all be built from that bridge. Meanwhile, I can go to the bridge over here. Oh, I see. I'd have to make one platform there. can do it on the other side. Then be able to start covering all that. That's fine. None of that's an immediate priority. Okay. So food is still dire. Population's still reducing. But we did disable a lot of the breeding pods with the intent of having the population reduce anyway. We haven't had a starvation in a little while. The food is definitely down. The big scary thing is that the water is crashing, which that shouldn't be a problem. Alright, we got another group that died of old age. And meanwhile, you are still getting the treated planks and all that in there. And yours gonna take time as well. You're getting close to done. You're waiting on gears. You're slowly getting sorted. Okay, so what I could do then... Don't bar building that one. And go here. Okay. So I cut the whole way across there. Then grab you. And yoink all the path up here. Now let you run the whole length of this thing. And so you'd be able to build the tunnel most of this way just from that bridge. So you grab you, and you'd be able to build the tunnel all the way to about there. And you can take the other side here. Yeah, so I should leave those bridges up. They're just a better way of dealing with it. Hey, the wellness is higher. See, clearly I'm doing something right. Literally, we have increased the wellness in our place. Ignoring the fact... Oh no, that isn't counting anything yet. Okay. Yeah, so literally we just actively have improved the wellness of our place. You're welcome. The food is still running out every night, but you know, don't worry about it. We are just getting rid of surplus employees. We are clearing out some redundancy within the organization. Yeah, my benevolence, you're welcome. Alright. So yeah, so you've got all that, and that'll be another one that I should just, again, build a bunch of bridges along it to let them do the tubes. That's fine. There's enough projects going on, I'm just gonna let them cook. Let things stabilize, let them sort themselves out. There's so much food being produced. Alright, so our food is solidly good. We're past the starvation phase. Food is solidly good. We shouldn't have to worry about any more starvation now. It just took the population dropping about 90 beavers, and then the food was able to stabilize. Now, with that said, though, chat, it is getting particularly late, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and save that. And I'm going to be calling it a night here in just a second. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I should be streaming tomorrow because I know Tomb has a thing pretty late in the evening, so I got nothing going on. So I'm going to be chilling here anyways. I might as well stream. I might do more Timberborn. I might do something else. I do understand we're at that stage in Timberborn where it's kind of like queue things up and wait. But we'll figure out what we got going on there. If you're watching over on the YouTube side, don't forget to like and subscribe. But the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I do not have a host ready over there. But thank you so much for tuning in. And for everyone over here on Twitch, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on tonight. We should have